Chapter 1. I've never seen the point of hen parties, though given my experiences of garden parties, dinner parties, and fancy dress parties, it might be that I just don't like parties in general, which, in retrospect, might explain why I spent so much of my party boy years being miserable and hating myself. Personal growth. I was nailing it. I was also nailing Bridget's hen do, or rather her non-gender-specific bird do, because she was never going to want her big pre-wedding bash to exclude half her friends. Also, since she'd made me her maid of honour, it would have meant excluding myself, which would have been weird, even if, on some level, I might secretly have preferred an evening at home with my amazing barrister boyfriend. My amazing barrister boyfriend, who still felt like an amazing barrister boyfriend after 2 whole years. My amazing barrister boyfriend who, on account of the amazing barrister part rather than the boyfriend part, was currently running late. So there I was in the roped-off VIP area of an affordably swanky cocktail bar wearing a crocheted vulva hat. A bespoke crocheted vulva hat I'd commissioned from one of Bridget's friends, when I realised that bachelorette party genital merch skewed strongly in the direction of all penis all the time. And, obviously, I could have just not had genitalia-themed decor at all, but then it wouldn't have been a proper non-gender-specific bird do, and that would have made Bridge sad. And making Bridge sad was something I wanted to avoid, both in my capacity as maid of honour and in my capacity as her, friend. James Royce plucked a dong-shaped lolly from the dong-shaped lolly jar. It was the first time I'd seen him, or his husband James Royce, without their newly adopted son, in months. Their newly adopted son, who they had, inevitably, named James. Although to avoid confusion, they just called him Baby J.
"I must say, Luke," he said, "I'm a little offended that you went with commercially produced phallic sweeties, rather than asking for my contribution."
Bernadette May, a relatively famous cookery book writer who Bridge had gone through so many work-related disasters with that they'd become friends out of sheer necessity, smouldered dismissively from across the table. She was one of those people who could smoulder at anything, and usually did.
"That's because your contribution would probably be a real horse's penis rolled in saffron and finished with gold leaf." "Whereas yours," retorted James Royce, "would be a Victoria sponge topped with marzipan willies."
Which is why, I pulled my vulva more tightly over my head, I asked neither of you. This is our night to celebrate Bridget, not for you two to have a schlong-themed cook-off. Bridge was sitting beside me, wearing a penis hat and, like all of the guests, a T-shirt that, owing to a miscommunication on the phone with the printers, read, "Bridges, bitches, no, Oliver, I think it's fine, we're using it in the reclaimed sense, and anyway, it's too late to change."
"Actually," she said, "I think a schlong-themed cook-off would have been pretty cool." "Non-gendered genitalia-themed cook-off," said Priya. "I'm not going home to my girlfriends and telling them that I went to a phallocentric baking event."
Girlfriends, plural, was a new enough development in Priya's life that it had messed up Bridget's seating plan. She and Teresa were still making it work, but an experimental threesome over Christmas had turned into a much less experimental set of regular hookups, which had turned into a solid official relationship just as I was helping Bridge address the invitations. I told her, Teresa and Andy would both have been super welcome. I made spare T-shirts for them and everything. Priya gave a dismissive shrug.
"Yeah, but the truly great thing about being in a throuple is that your partners can keep each other company instead of having to come to shit like this where they have to pretend to like your arsehole friends."
I winced. Can we remember that not everybody here knows everybody else, so calling people arseholes might come across the wrong way?
"It's fine."
That was Jennifer, who was sitting in her husband's lap sipping a cocktail through a perfectly ordinary straw, thank you very much.
"Brian talks like that all the time."
Then again, said Peter from underneath her. "Brian is kind of an arsehole himself." Bridget spread her arms wide in an effort to encompass the entire group.
How about we accept that I love you arseholes and leave it at that?
Thinking about it, James Royce was still inspecting his untouched phallic lolly.
We should probably have had arsehole-themed decorations as well.
I glowered at him. How about we definitely shouldn't? My search history is incriminating enough as it is.
Is it, though?
Priya was giving me an I think not look.
You and Oliver practically live together. I bet your search history is nothing but how to make vegan jam and scenic walks near Clerkenwell.
Scarily, non-gender specific bird do aside, that was pretty accurate. You can't possibly know that.
Last week,
said Priya in a devastating monotone,
you emailed me to ask my opinion on a table lamp.
As one, the guests gasped.
Luke,
cried James Royce.
No, not a table lamp.
Shut up, I responded, very maturely. Priya nodded gravely.
Yeah, he and Oliver are getting into raw, hardcore table lamping.
Shut up, I responded, very maturely.
They're at it, she went on, nearly every weekend, in every room, on every table.
It was one table. I waved my hands despairingly. One time. Peering archly over his martini glass, James Royce raised an eyebrow.
That's how it starts. But before you know it, you'll be getting into the really kinky stuff like uplighters.
No uplighters, I yelled. Though Oliver had suggested that one would do wonders for the living area in my flat. I do hope, said Peter, that you're at least using surge protection. I stood in a way that I hoped was decisive, not huffy. I hate you all. Does anyone want another drink? Thankfully, most tails were already cocked, but a couple of Bridges' work friends called for a round of Cosmos. Cosmoi? On the way to the bar, I checked my phone to see if my amazing barrister boyfriend was actually going to show up. I'm so sorry, he'd texted, snowed under at work. I'll be with you as soon as possible. I'm so sorry, he'd texted again. I can't get away quite yet. I'm so sorry, he'd texted again. I'll be leaving in 10 minutes. And then, please don't worry. Everything is fine, and I'm definitely going to be on my way soon. Then, I'm sure you've thrown a wonderful party. Then, I realise this is substandard boyfriending. I'll make it up to you and to Bridget somehow. Then, leaving now, with you in 20 minutes. Then, traffic worse than expected. Sorry. This was so typically Oliver. I was mildly annoyed that he wasn't here, but his panicked texting was also weirdly endearing, and I was in love with him. So fuck. I was just in the middle of composing a playfully frustrated yet reassuring reply when I walked straight into the back of a solid wall of couple. Shit. My thumb slipped, and I accidentally sent Oliver a string of nonsense. Sorry, I wasn't... And then, my fucking ex turned round. The worst part about it was that for a tiny fraction of a second, before my head started to spin and my throat started to fill with imaginary frogs, I was almost pleased to see him. Because we'd been together for 5 years, and the bit of my brain that had got used to being in love with him hadn't quite caught up with the whole he's a traitorous fuckface angle. Oh my God, said the man who I'd once thought ruined my life. Luke! Miles, I yelped. It's been ages. Ages since you sold the intimate details of our relationship to a tabloid for 50 grand. But I smiled anyway, because he didn't deserve my emotional authenticity. He, on the other hand, smiled like he was genuinely happy we'd run into each other. He'd always had a knockout smile, and his new immaculately groomed beard only made it knockoutier. Prick, total prick. Hasn't it? He turned to the implausibly perfect-looking young man by his side, a vision in glitter and rainbows. Jojo, this is Luke. Luke, this is Jojo.
Hi.
Jojo stood on tiptoes to kiss me on both cheeks.
So, how do you know Miles?
Had he not even mentioned me? Then again, how would you? By the way, darling, you should know that my last relationship ended because I totally fucked the guy over. Oh, we used to date. Miles had circled around and was standing very close to me now, and he'd put a hand on the small of my back in a way that was one part friendly, one part possessive. Crazy times, right, Luke? And we've got so much catching up to do. Do you want to join us for a drink? Even if I hadn't needed to get back to Bridget's party, that would have ranked pretty low on my things I want to do list, somewhere between getting my eyebrows burned off with a chef's blowtorch and spending a weekend in a bath full of dead squid. I'd love to, I said, but I'm actually really busy right now. Bridget's getting married, and she's made me her maid of honour, and my boyfriend is going to show up any minute. The moment I mentioned Oliver, I realised how pathetic I sounded. I might as well have come straight out and added, but you wouldn't know him because he goes to a different school. Oh, you're still friends with Bridge, said Miles. Cool. I know you two always had that, that 90s gay best friend thing going on. Was he serious? Was he fucking serious? I'm not sure I'd put it quite. And on the subject of weddings, Jojo was beaming like a cartoon sun. Can I tell him? Miles kissed his boyfriend on the top of his tiny head. I think you're going to have to now. We're getting married. I looked down at Jojo's outstretched hand, and sure enough, there was a sparkling band of diamonds, chosen with way more taste than I would ever have had, and, honestly, way more taste than I would have expected Miles to have. Maybe he'd bought it with the money he got for selling me out. Oh, I said, and then, realising that he was probably expecting a slightly bigger reaction, I added, Congratulations. For a second, nobody said anything, but the awkwardness of the moment very much spoke for itself. Because how was I supposed to react to this? Here was Miles, smiling that shoe salesman smile at me, flaunting his adorable fiancée like he was one of those puppies you keep in a designer handbag, and acting like he hadn't completely fucking betrayed me. Anyway, I continued, I might... Yeah. I was just disentangling myself when the music changed, and Tartarus came on. Tartarus, the breakout single from John Fleming's multi-platinum album Pendulum of the World. As part of the hype for the second season of the whole package, my dad had given this series of powerful, heartfelt interviews about how his struggle with cancer had made him confront his own mortality and realise what really mattered in life. Somehow the fact that he'd never had cancer in the first place, that nobody had even told him he had cancer or given him any reason to suspect he might have cancer, had got lost in the noise, and he'd become this poster child for survivors everywhere. He was even doing a public awareness campaign for the NHS. Anyway, Pendulum of the World was his album about how fucking wise and brilliant he was now he was a selfish old prick instead of a selfish young prick, and Tartarus was this navel-gazing dirge about staring into the abyss and coming back stronger that had won the bastard a Grammy and could entirely fuck off. Especially because the last thing I needed just when I'd had an unexpected run-in with the narcissistic ex who'd sold me out for short-term gain was to be reminded of my narcissistic dad who'd sold me out for short-term gain. In an effort to distract myself, I looked down at my phone. My text to Oliver had somehow auto-corrected from "It's okay, see you soon" to "It's okay, see your document," which had prompted a series of replies reading, "What document? Was that text meant for me or somebody else? Lucian, is something wrong? I'll be there as soon as I can. If something is wrong, tell me. I'm sorry I took so long." And I should probably have replied, but I couldn't quite face it. Fate, or the universe, or whatever, had decided to rub my clearly happy and successful piece of shit ex and my clearly happy and successful piece of shit dad in my face within 30 seconds of each other. And while I was also technically clearly happy and successful, it felt a whole lot less clear with my amazing barrister boyfriend sitting in traffic while I was being introduced to fabulous, perfect, look how engaged and beautiful I am Jojo and his technicolor waistcoats and his sparkly ring. Especially since, as I suddenly remembered, I was still wearing a crocheted vulva on my head. Bridget's friends were relying on me for a Cosmo top-up, but right then my maid of honour duties seemed less important than my get-the-hell-out-of-there duties. The bar was too loud and too hot, and I needed some air, so I tucked my phone into my jeans and slunk off to sit outside and do some good old-fashioned feeling sorry for myself. Except, as it turned out, even that was easier said than done, because we were in fucking London, so sitting outside would have meant plonking my arse down on a pavement that approximately 27 million people were trying to walk along at the same time, all desperately hurrying from wherever they had been to wherever they were going, and not inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to someone getting in their way. Not being quite self-loathing enough to let a whole city trample over me, I went to look for somewhere I could sit down, and, because of the previously mentioned London issue, failed to find anywhere that wasn't already occupied, and wound up wandering into a badly lit park that, in a better state of mind, I'd have avoided for fear of being murdered and or arrested. And that was the point when I realised that my best friend had made me maid of honour for the wedding she'd been dreaming about since she was 5, and I just bailed on her non-gender-specific bird do. Fuck. Fuckety, fuckety, fuck. In a way, it was comforting. People always worry that being in a relationship will change them, so it was good to know that being with Oliver hadn't completely destroyed my ability to be a shitty friend, and a shitty boyfriend, and an all-around shitty person. Fuck. At last I found an empty bench and collapsed onto it like a sack of deeply shitty potatoes, the kind that have been left in the kitchen too long and are getting weird knobbly things growing out of them. Because that was me, wasn't it? I was a knobbly, sprouting potato of a person. I'd been given the perfectly simple job of getting a bunch of people who liked each other to have a nice time in a bar full of fruity drinks and penis nibbles, and I'd managed to fuck even that up. I checked my phone again. Where are you? Fuck. I'd fucked that up too.
Where are you? Are you okay?
That wasn't Oliver, that was Bridge, which meant she'd noticed I was gone, which meant I was making her special night. Well, I suppose her actual special night was the wedding night, but her slightly less special night, all about me. I pulled off my crocheted vulva hat and stared at it, and it stared back accusingly, like a sexual eye of Sauron. Fuck. I was the worst maid of honour ever. Fuck. I was a bad friend, and a bad boyfriend, and the reason people kept screwing me over and abandoning me was because I sucked and deserved it. Fuck. Is this seat taken? Turning around, I saw Oliver standing behind me. He looked a funny mix of composed and dishevelled, his tie loose around his neck, and his formal shirt unbuttoned to reveal his "Bridges, bitches, no Oliver, I think it's fine, we're using it in the reclaimed sense, and anyway it's too late to change" t-shirt beneath. He looked more worried than angry. "How did you find me?" I asked. "Bridget said that you disappeared, so I asked around to see if anybody had seen a tall man with a vagina on his head running away from a cocktail bar." "Vulva," I said. "Pardon?" "The vagina is internal. The external part is the vulva." Oliver gave me his warmest, reassuringest smile. "Either way, it was a distinctive enough look that you weren't hard to find." He came around the bench, sat down next to me, and put his arm around my shoulders. I leaned into him without even thinking about it. "Bridget told me she saw Miles. She thought that might have been why you left." I nodded. "They were playing my dad's song too." Oliver gave me a little squeeze. "That sounds like quite the perfect storm. I'm sorry I wasn't there." "So was I. Fuck, sorry, I mean it would have been great if you were there. I don't mean... I know you had to work." "I know what you mean." "It just would have been great to be able to say, 'Hi, Miles, fuck you, my life is great.'" Oliver gave a sort of half laugh. "You could still have said it." "Yeah, but I'd have had no proof." "Your proof?" One of these days I was going to stop being surprised when Oliver said exactly the right thing. But this wasn't the day. "For fuck's sake, Oliver, stop being so completely great." And for a while we just sat there, and I let myself feel safe and held and loved. And he took my hand and didn't say anything, because he didn't need to. "Also," I said, because I'd decided that feeling nice was overrated and I wanted to ruin the moment, "his fiancée is like 12. "I assume not literally." "No, but he's like this tiny little pretty boy called Jojo. I mean, who the hell is called Jojo?" "I assume that's rhetorical." "I'll tell you who's called Jojo," I went on. "A prick, that's who." Oliver was still there, and still, despite my decision to insult an innocent stranger, not judging me. "Perhaps. Although, personally, I think the man who sold you out and made you afraid to ever trust anybody again is a bigger prick." "Oh yeah, he's a huge prick, which is ironic because his actual prick is quite tiny." "Is that true?" Oliver gave me another smile. "Or are you just trying to make me feel special?" "You know, I can't remember. But he deserves to have a tiny prick. And if you could tell all your friends he has a tiny prick, that would be fantastic, thanks." That made Oliver laugh. "For you, Lucien, anything." So I kind of had to kiss him. And then I kind of had to kiss him again, you know, just in case. And then it felt okay. Because the rest of the world didn't matter. I mean, it did, because I had, friends and a job and things I actually cared about. But Miles didn't matter. And Jojo certainly didn't matter. I think I can go back now." So we got up, I put my Volva hat back on my head, and I let Oliver Blackwood, my amazing barrister boyfriend, escort me back to my best friend's non-gender-specific bird party. And I knew, deep in my heart, that everything was going to be fine. After all, it wasn't like I was ever going to see Miles again. Chapter 2. "Okay," I told Alex Twaddle. I was seriously running low on jokes, but the ritual was so much part of my life now that I wasn't about to give up on it. "Let's try this one. There's a man who works on a bus selling tickets, and he loves his job, but one day he loses his temper with a passenger and throws them off the bus, and they fall under a car and die.
I say!
Alex looked outraged.
That's not on at all, especially not for a bus conductor.
No, I agreed. It's very poor behaviour, and, spoiler, you should remember that because it might be relevant later.
Good to know.
For a moment, Alex looked contemplative.
I say, that might help with your jokes in general. Give a chap a bit of a pointer on what a chap's supposed to be paying attention to.
Duly noted. Anyway, he gets sent to court for throwing this passenger under a car. Alex nodded.
For being a bad conductor, you mean?
The Alex joke foreboding was beginning to rise up. Yes, I suppose so, although I think they'd probably just have called it murder. Anyway, the judge sentences him to the electric chair.
I say, how ironic.
Abandoned joke now. Ironic in what way?
Well, you know, chap's a bad conductor, gets sentenced to the electric chair. I say, it'd be rather droll if he was such a bad conductor that the chair didn't work, wouldn't it? Be sort of like a play on words.
Yes. I was trapped in an absurdist prison of meta-humour, with a posh nitwit who was secretly a genius that delighted in tormenting me. Yes, that would be droll. Anyway, they send him to the electric chair, and it doesn't work. Alex grinned.
Ah, because he's a bad conductor, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, actually, old boy, it wasn't quite as droll as I'd anticipated. Not in practice.
There should have been some kind of joke-related emergency service you could call to rescue you in situations like this. Sorry.
Not your fault, although in retrospect I think knowing the twist in advance made it less comical.
You don't say. Alex nodded.
Yes. You see, the essence of humour is surprise. So, if you want to get better at this joke-telling lark, you might want to keep your cards a little closer to your chest.
Thanks. I'll bear that in mind. OK, this was it. I was nearly...
Tell you what, I'll show you how it's done.
There was no possible way this could end well.
I say, Reese.
Alex stuck his head into the social media office.
Do you have a second?
Rhys Jones Bowen emerged, walking backwards, and talking into his phone, which he was holding at a high selfie angle.
"Hello, Internet," he was saying. "This is Rhys Jones Bowen from CRAPP, the Dung Beetle charity. I've just finished up my morning coffee, and now Alex from the front office has called me through because he wants something, so I'm just going to see what that is, and—"
"Rhys," I asked, "what are you doing?" He gave me a look like I'd asked a very silly question, which, to be fair, I had.
"What does it look like I'm doing? I'm live streaming."
"Is that a thing that's happening now?"
"Got to move with the times, Luke."
I treated him to my most sceptical expression. "We really don't. Half our computers are still running Windows 7, and there's a map in the hall that shows 2 Germanys." Sadly, Rhys ignored my entreaty to keep the 21st century out of our office.
"Why don't you say hello to the Internet, Luke?"
I refuse to believe that anybody is watching this.
"Excuse me? I'll have you know I've got 573 viewers."
That seemed at once like not very many, and far more than I expected. "Are you sure?" He showed me his phone, and I watched as the 573 popped up to a 574, while beneath his video a stream of chat messages spammed variations on "Who's this prick?" and "Where's Rhys?"
Can I tell you my joke now? Asked Alex. Although, in the spirit of full disclosure, it's really more Luke's joke.
Rotating to bring Alex into frame, Rhys gave a nod.
Go on then. This'll be great.
He made air quotes with his one free hand.
Content, as we influencers call it.
Alex smoothed out his hair and did his best to look streamable.
Right. So, there's this bus conductor who's rather bad at his job, and a judge sentences him to be executed. That seems a bit of an overreaction.
Rhys turned his attention back to his phone.
You see, folks, that's the problem with the criminal justice system. The rich and the powerful, well, they can get away with anything. But ordinary people like you and me and this bus conductor, it's different rules for us, isn't it?
If I'd been smart about it, I could have ducked out while they were distracting each other. I wasn't smart about it. It's just a joke, Rhys.
It may be a joke, but it highlights a very real socio-political inequality.
He had a point. In the original version of the joke, he has legitimately killed somebody.
But has he, though?
Asked Rhys Jones Bowen, looking grave.
Or was he just in the wrong place at the wrong time? You see, it's very easy, Luke, for you to sit there in your comfortable office and judge a man, but stories like this happen every day. An ordinary bus conductor is going about his business, and the years of abuse from an unfeeling public and the exploitative conditions he's been forced into by a privatised system of public transport. Steady on.
Alex had suddenly taken an interest.
I know a lot of chaps who did terribly well out of privatisation, picked up some absolute bargains, making themselves simply pots of money now, and they're all jolly nice fellows.
Oh, God, what had I done? A simple pun about a slightly obsolete public sector job had turned into a debate about the long-term impacts of Thatcherism.
You see, it's all right for them, Rhys was saying, but you can't have one without the other, can you? For every one of your friends getting rich off the proceeds of crony capitalism, there's a poor bus conductor out there just trying to get by, accidentally killing a passenger because he's had to work a triple shift because his daughter needs heart surgery and the NHS doesn't have any free beds and...
Should I asked helplessly, should I have told the one that goes, "What's brown and sticky?"
What is brown and sticky?
Asked Alex. I gave him an apologetic smile. A stick.
True.
Alex gave an approving nod.
Yes, you should have told that one. It would have been less likely to get political.
Rhys was giving a no-harm, no-foul grin.
Still, nice to have a good debate now and then, though, isn't it? Next week we'll do religion.
He turned his attention back to his phone.
Anyway, folks, that's all from me now. I've got work to be getting on with. Remember to look up the CRAPP website and to follow us on the Twitter, the YouTubes, the Instagram, TikToks and OnlyFans. Be seeing you.
He closed the stream and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Rhys, I began, tentatively. What was that last platform you mentioned?
The TikToks? You've got to be on the TikToks these days, Luke. It's all about video content. Got to get with the 20th century,
agreed Alex. No, not TikTok, I said. The one after? Rhys beamed.
Oh, OnlyFans. Yes, I was reading this article and people were saying that it was getting very popular, and so I thought, as head of social media, I should probably be on that too. It's been doing rather well.
Has it?
Oh, yes. People do keep asking me to take my shirt off, though.
I wasn't sure how far down this road I wanted to go. And do you?
Well, not in the last couple of weeks, because it's been quite nippy out.
OK, so I wanted to go exactly this distance and no further. Great, good on you. Nice to see that you're taking initiative. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some very important fundraising to do. I didn't exactly bolt, but I didn't exactly not bolt either. The advantage of having your own office was that it always gave you somewhere to hide when you suddenly discovered that one of your co-workers had unwittingly stumbled into the world of softcore pornography, which admittedly wasn't a thing that happened often, but was within the spectrum of things that happened often enough at crap that having a sanctuary was really, really nice. My ancient computer had barely finished booting up when my phone buzzed. The text preview read, "Just for your information," which told me it was Oliver before I even saw his name. "Just for your information, I think we were photographed walking back to the party. I can send you the article if you'd like, but it's nothing to worry about." 2 years ago, I'd have seen it already, because my Google alerts would have told me about it. But the new, sensible, shit-together having me didn't need to stare obsessively at every mention of my name in every scandal sheet. "It's cool," I texted back. "I trust you." The door swung open, and Alex Twaddle poked his head inside. "Luke, old man, Dr. Fairclough wants to see you about something mediary." Fuck. Not again. "Actually, do send it to me. I might need it for self-defense." A couple of seconds later, a link to the offending piece popped up. The headline was, "We always knew he was a TW*T, which I thought was unfair for 2 reasons. Firstly, because they blatantly hadn't always known that. They'd just said it because of the hat. And secondly, because it wasn't like I was even doing anything. I was walking across a park with my boyfriend. If I hadn't been wearing a vulva on my head, it would have been quite a sweet picture. Hell, even with the vulva. But Dr. Fairclough wanted to see me anyway. Which was... it was not okay. Things had been going well for nearly 2 whole years. The most recent Beetle drive had been a huge success. We had more donors than ever. What more could I do here? Get a second, even more respectable boyfriend? Deciding that indignation felt better than dread, I marched up to Dr. Fairclough's office and showed myself in.
"Ah, O'Donnell,"
she said.
"I've just seen this picture."
She rotated her screen towards me, and there we were. Me, Oliver, and the vulva hat. And this time, I wasn't backing down. "Yup, that's me, and that's my boyfriend who I love, and that's a hat shaped like a vulva, because I was celebrating a friend's hen night and I thought having only penis hats would be heteronormative and or transphobic. So, yes, I was walking through the park with a set of labia crocheted to my face, and I am not ashamed. And if CRAPP has a problem with that, then they should remember that this time I'm dating a lawyer and I'll take them to fucking court." Dr. Fairclough blinked exactly once.
"I wanted to make sure you were okay."
Oh. It's not that I'd been looking for a fight, but I did feel a bit like a matador who'd shown up at the arena only to have the bull politely ask if I needed it to hold my cape.
"After all,"
she went on,
"it's a very mean headline. They call you a twit."
They hadn't, in fact, called me a twit. I've had worse. Dr. Fairclough blinked exactly once more. Sometimes I thought she genuinely was part praying mantis.
"Well, thank you for this little talk. I hope you consider yourself to be emotionally supported."
In a funny way, I did. Yes, I was pretty sure that Dr. Fairclough believed that human feelings were an evolutionary dead end caused by a misguided lack of exoskeleton. But she was trying, and I could give her points for that. "Thanks, Dr. F."
"Don't call me Dr. F."
"Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Fairclough." My life was in a good enough place that not getting told I had to change my entire personality or lose my job felt like relief rather than elation. But I was still relatively upbeat when I got back to my office and started pinging emails to people who had promised us money at the Beetle Drive. An hour or so later, there was a knock at my door. This was unusual in itself, because crap wasn't a knocking kind of office. It was a poking your head in, wandering through without being asked, spilling hot coffee on you kind of office. "Come in," I said, without really thinking about it. And there was Miles. Without his fiancée, but still looking like a man who knew full well he was engaged to a tiny ball of sparkling wonder, and was borderline smug about it. "Hi." I was too shocked to be angry, too angry to be depressed, and too depressed to be shocked. "Hello?" I tried to make it half greeting, half interrogation. After we met the other night, I got talking to Jojo and I explained who you were and why things had been awkward. Were things awkward? I asked, in my most casual, I definitely didn't have to run away and hide voice. "You know they were. And I know things between us ended badly." I almost couldn't bring myself to call him out on that. But only almost. Ended badly? You fucking sold me out to the fucking tabloids. That's not us ending badly. That's you completely shafting me. I was young and stupid and reckless. You were young and an arsehole. Be fair, Luke. He gave me that knockout smile of his. You were kind of an arsehole yourself. Okay, so we were both arseholes. But only one of our arseholes walked away 50 grand richer. Somehow he had the gall to act disappointed. Don't make this about the money. It wasn't about the money. Oh, good. So it was about deliberately hurting me, was it? That makes it so much better. Without being asked, Miles sat down in my office's one free chair. That's not what I meant. I guess I was feeling trapped and it seemed like a way out. And the cash was just a bonus. Finally, he had the common decency to look ashamed. And so, I powered on, you rock up here and tell me this after all these years, and what? That's supposed to make it okay? He hung his head. Not okay, no. We wanted to invite you to the wedding. I'm sorry. I glared at him. For one completely absurd and obviously incorrect minute, I thought you said you wanted to invite me to your wedding. Yes. There was no way I was having this. Let me think. How about no? How about no way in fucking hell, what are you even talking about, you piece of absolute shit? You've gotta... Fuck. It was happening again. I was Bruce Willis in Die Hard 2 with the same shit happening to me twice. And don't say I've got a right to be angry. I know I've got a right to be angry. The thing is, until you barged into my office like Bargy McBargeface, I didn't have to be angry because I didn't have to think about you at all. I could think about ordinary things like my job and my boyfriend and the fact that one of my co-workers doesn't realise he's an amateur porn star. An amateur, don't ask. Miles stood up, straightening his jacket in a way that said, I am being the only reasonable person in an unreasonable situation. Look, he said, I knew it was a risk coming here. What did you think you were risking exactly? Because it seems to me like you had nothing to lose from this little visit whatsoever. Apparently he was going to blank that. It'd mean a lot to Jojo if you came. I don't even know Jojo. Why does he give a shit? Why should I give a shit? You were a big part of my life, so it seems right that you should... This was making sense. Bullshit sense. Selfish sense. Very, very Miles sense. Oh, right. So it's an absolution thing. You want me to be there so that you can put the shitty thing you did to me behind you and start a new shiny life with your new shiny husband and say to yourself, It's okay. No need to feel bad. Luke's fine with it. He came to my wedding and everything. Think about it. From inside his jacket, Miles retrieved a delicately printed piece of cream-coloured card and laid it on the desk beside me. Moving on will be best for both of us. And that was the problem. I had moved on. I'd moved on really fucking well. Just go. He just went, stopping in the door on the way out to give me an enigmatic, "See you around." Then I was left sitting at my desk, staring at a wedding invitation with swirly silver writing saying, "Mr. Miles Edward Green and Mr. John Joseph Ryan request the pleasure of your company as they celebrate their union. RSVP." Chapter 3. It was my turn to cook, by which I mean it was the one night a month when my overwhelming sense of guilt at never cooking overrode both my and Oliver's awareness that I was horrendously bad at it. Since Oliver had, after a long email exchange with Bronwyn, come to the conclusion that it was ethically unsupportable to be vegetarian but not vegan if you claimed to care about animal welfare, and had therefore cut out animal products entirely, I decided to make a sweet potato, chard and celeriac rainbow-layered pie, which had seemed like a great idea when I'd Googled good vegan recipes a couple of days ago, then seemed like quite a poor idea when I'd been wandering around Tesco's, wondering where the fuck they kept their celeriac, then turned out to be an unbelievably poor idea once I'd started trying to make it. For a start, store-bought pastry wasn't vegan, so I'd had to make it from scratch, and I quickly learned that whipping up your own pastry from coconut milk, flour and almond oil was really, really hard. Especially when, according to the recipe, you were supposed to do it in the 20 minutes your beetroot was roasting in the oven, so everything would be nice and ready when the time came to combine it all. An hour and 10 minutes into the 1 hour prep time that the recipe had promised, I was covered in flour to my elbows, juggling 3 different roasting tins that had to go into the oven at different times, trying to work out whether my pastry needed more coconut milk, I'd bought extra in case, or more flour, I'd bought extra in case, or less of one or the other, in which case how was I meant to take it out, and fast returning to my monthly realisation that I should never, ever be allowed in a kitchen. Eventually I got the pastry to a sort of Play-Doh consistency, where I could just about squidge it into a cake tin and start filling it with layers of charred leaves and semolina, which would apparently absorb the juices, but which I was beginning to strongly suspect would not, in fact, absorb anything. I wrestled the whole mess into the oven, set the timer, and made a brief despairing effort to clean up, before realising that I had no idea where to start. Oliver arrived home just as the smoke alarm went off. "Smells delicious," he yelled from the hall before heading into the front room, grabbing a sheaf of documents he'd been working on and waving them frantically under the smoke alarm. "Thanks. It's supposed to be a pie." "And what's it actually going to be?" "Honestly?" I came through from the kitchen, yoinked the papers gently out of his hand, and took over waving duty. "Probably a takeaway?" The beeping stopped, and Oliver recovered his documents before giving me a belated honey I'm home kiss on the cheek. "I'm sure it'll be fine." It was never fine, but over the course of our relationship, I'd watched Oliver gamely chomp his way through roasted squash that was practically mulch, spinach soup that was practically jam, and more watery stews than I could keep track of. In the end, I served up a kind of vegetable gruel with bits of either burned or raw crust floating in it, like incredibly shit dumplings. Oliver seasoned his liberally and tucked in. "Are you okay?" he asked, once he'd managed to swallow a particularly tricky lump of chard. "This is fine, but from the mess..." He indicated the carnage that still filled the kitchen. "It seems like you were more than normally distracted." I took a deep breath. This wasn't going to be a big deal. I wasn't going to let this be a big deal. It's Miles. I'm sorry. I didn't realise seeing him shook you up that much. No, I mean, it's Miles again. Like, he came to see me. Between his training as a professional barrister, a lifetime of nodding and smiling for his judgmental parents, and 2 years of pretending to like my cooking, Oliver had one hell of a poker face, but I thought I saw a flattering hint of jealousy creep into his eyes. When? Today, at work. Oliver frowned. That seems inappropriate. Yeah, Miles has never been big on appropriate. To be fair, neither had I. What did he want? He wanted to say, I made a terrible mistake, run away with me, and I said, of course I will, big boy, I'm packing my bags this evening. Oliver put down his fork and gave me a stern look. Lucien. He wanted to invite me to his wedding. Ah. For a moment, he was quiet. Do you want to go? I was a bit surprised he'd even asked. Of course not. It would be fucking weird. Well then. He reached across the table and took my hand. I thought it was meant to be affectionate, but he probably also wanted an excuse to stop eating the pie. That seems to be a problem with a very simple solution. It's just... Fuck. He'd done that thing where he was all supportive of my choices to make me confront the fact that I wasn't actually sure about them. I keep wondering if it might be good for me, maybe. His thumb traced gently across my knuckles, like we had all the time in the world, and nothing mattered more than this conversation right now. Good in what way? I don't know, sort of closure-y. Like it might help to be able to stand up and say, hey, you totally destroyed me that one time, but I'm fine now, so I wish you well. Also, I'd really like to show up at his wedding with my gorgeous, successful boyfriend and rub it in his stupid, smug, beardy face. Oliver laughed. Should I feel flattered by that, or exploited? Oh, we're too special for a bit of exploitation now, are we? Depends on the situation. It was nice to be able to have this, just sitting with Oliver being very slightly flirty, even while I was having a mini crisis. But that didn't make the mini crisis less crisisy. I keep going in circles, I told him. One moment I'll be all, why are you even considering this? Fuck him. And then I'll be like, but isn't that giving him more power over you? Then I'll be back to, or maybe that's what he wants you to think, and, gah. You're a complicated man, Lucien O'Donnell. Thanks, I try. I sighed. I guess the whole let us reconcile even though I shafted you thing is bringing up a lot of stuff. And I'm not sure where I want to, put the stuff it brings up. Oliver gave me a reassuring nod. That makes sense. But for what it's worth, I don't believe this is as much like your dad as you might be thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking, even if I hadn't put it into quite those words. Isn't it, though? Aren't I just setting myself up to go through life with people shitting on me and then saying, hey, remember that time I shat on you? It'd be great for me if you could put it all behind you and say we're cool now. I think, or rather I hope. He gave me earnest eyes over the remains of his bowl of non-pie. That the difference is, you're not invested in Miles. He's not trying to be a part of your life. He's only asking you to come to his wedding. And he's probably asking for selfish reasons. I don't doubt that it's about making him and his new husband feel better rather than making you feel better. But he's not asking you to commit to anything. They'll expect a gift. Oliver smiled. Then get them a toast rack and put a note in it asking when he's going to pay back the £50,000 he owes you. I enjoyed seeing Oliver's mean side. It didn't come out very often, but when it did, It was usually on point. I might do that. If I go. Should I go?
You know I can't make that decision for you.
Why not? It would be super convenient. You could just say, "Sorry, Lucian, I'm wildly jealous and I refuse to let you go to Miles's wedding."
Sorry, Lucian,
repeated Oliver obligingly.
I'm wildly jealous, and I refuse to let you go to Miles's wedding.
Oh, that's rubbish. I gave him my best sulky face. You clearly don't mean it. Oliver cast me a look of mock contrition.
I know. I'm an inadequate boyfriend, and I don't know why you put up with me.
You must have a preference, though, I wheedled. For a moment, Oliver thought about it. He was never a man to give a hasty answer to an important question.
Well, I'd be lying if I said that attending the wedding of a total stranger was my idea of a fabulous night out. And you don't owe Miles anything, so neither he nor Jojo should be a factor here.
I feel like you're about to drop a massive but on me.
I was heading that way, but now I feel you've cut my butt off at the pass.
This was a very serious conversation about very serious things, and Oliver was taking time out of his evening to boyfriend at me, but there was no way I was letting that go without comment. Oliver, I would never cut your butt off.
Lucian.
His eyes had gone all soft, while his mouth was trying really hard to be severe.
You're making it very hard for me to finish my sentence.
Sorry. I paused. But me.
But,
said Oliver carefully,
just because Miles is behaving selfishly, that doesn't mean that going to his wedding wouldn't be good for you. If going along and drawing a line under the past would make you feel better, you shouldn't not do it just because it might make him feel better too. Does that make sense?
It did. Kind of. But what if knowing it'll make him feel better makes me feel worse?
Then maybe you need to revisit the "does he have power over you" question.
Oh, right. My shoulders drooped. I was supposed to be not like this anymore. Why do people keep having power over me?
Well, one of them was your father, so power is rather a given, and the other is someone you were in love with who betrayed you.
So I have to go to the wedding to prove... I had no idea where I was going with that, but thankfully Oliver interrupted me.
You don't have to do anything to prove anything. To anyone. Not Miles, not me, and not even yourself.
That's what he thought. He wasn't me.
In any case, he went on, you have time. You can think about it. And if you want to go, of course I'll be with you. And if you don't, I'll still be with you. And we'll do something much more interesting than watching your ex-boyfriend and somebody you've met once throw a massive expensive party in celebration of a relationship that doesn't mean anything to you.
I blinked. Wow, that's a cynical take on marriage even for me. And my dad was a junky arsehole who walked out on my mum before I could talk.
I'm not opposed to marriage in general.
Oliver gave a tight little smile.
I'm just not the sort of person who can get invested in the trappings if I'm not invested in the couple.
I didn't think I was either, really. I'd only agreed to help organise Bridget's wedding because she was my best friend, and I was pretty sure she'd do all the important planning herself. Of course, part of it was that for most of my life it hadn't looked like marriage was a thing I'd ever be able to do, and in some ways it was nice to think if I was growing up today, I'd be able to be one of those kids spending his days planning his fantasy wedding to the man of his dreams. But in other ways, it felt kind of like I'd missed out. I get it. And just to be clear, I'm not invested in Miles at all. Like, not at all. Not even a little tiny bit.
Good.
There was a firmness in that good that felt more definite than his "I'll support you no matter what" demeanour implied. "Oliver," I said, because I wanted this on record, "you are actually just a smidgen jealous, aren't you?" "No." The response was far too quick to be convincing. I grinned triumphantly. "You are? Oh my God, you are! That's amazing, because it means you like me so much you don't want anyone else to have me. Or possibly super insulting, because it suggests I'm so damaged I'll go back to a guy who sold me out and is marrying someone else." "Well, obviously I like you, Lucian," muttered Oliver. "In general. Not necessarily right now, and I know it's irrational. While I have a long history of people leaving me, it's always been for quite banal reasons, not because they decided to run off with their ex at his own wedding." Once upon a time, this would have been a teasing opportunity, and I'd have said something like, "I promise when I leave you, it'll be over something trivial." But Oliver had been dumped a lot, and even though he'd know it was a joke, it would be a joke that hurt. "I promise I'm not going to leave you. Not over Miles. Not over you going vegan. Not even over that time you got really upset at me for leaving my socks in the living room." That perked him right up. His eyes got a steely glint. "There is a place," he said, "for socks." And it probably said something weird about my brain, or our relationship, that Oliver chiding me about my socks was a little bit of a turn-on. "I'm sorry." I made a futile attempt to sound contrite. "I'm just a filthy sock harlot." "Lucian, are you attempting to turn my irritation at your failure to pick up after yourself into some kind of sex game?" I shot him a hopeful look. "Is it working?" "Well, you have made a terrible mess of the kitchen." "I know. I deserve to be punished." "You've already been punished," Oliver pointed out. "You had to eat that dreadful pie." "That is very much not the type of punishment I had in mind." Standing, Oliver neatly cleared the bowls from the table. "I don't think framing sex with me as a punishment is quite the compliment you think it is." "Well, I don't think 'come and do me because you like me so much' has quite the right flirtatious edge." "But Lucian..." Oliver's voice had gone very low and very soft. "I do like you. I like you very, very much." Okay, maybe that was working. Except even after 2 years of relationshiping and self-care and emotional development, it still scared me how vulnerable sex could make me feel. Which meant it was way easier to say, "Spank me, Daddy," which we both knew I didn't mean, than "Hold me, I love you," which I definitely did. And I was just trying to find a way to articulate this, see above, re-emotional development, when Oliver came back, unbold, and took me firmly by the wrist. "What are you..." I started, as I found myself manoeuvred onto the table. "I'm showing you how much I like you." Help. My feelings. I made a valiant attempt not to melt everywhere. "I'll feel bad if we damage this table." "Really?" he asked. "I won't care in the slightest." And then he kissed me, and I stopped caring too. Because whatever else was going on, in spite of Miles and Jojo Ryan and Bridget's wedding, and the mess of my past, and the mess I was probably going to make of my future, Oliver was mine, and I was his, and I was kind of completely, embarrassingly, disgustingly in love with him. Especially when he knew exactly how to touch me, rough and tender and careful and endlessly... Oliver. When he knew how to make me forget my uncertainties and my self-consciousness, so that I wasn't afraid to cling to him like I needed to cling, and let him cling to me the way he needed to cling back. And tell him how wonderful he was, how happy he made me. All the other things I was just beginning to find words for. And not even say, "I told you so," when we totally wrecked the table. Chapter 4. For the next couple of days, I back and forthed on whether I wanted to go to Miles's wedding or not. The con column was looking pretty long, because it would be a faff. Oliver would have an unbelievably shitty evening, on account of not knowing anybody, and, oh yes, there was that tiny, insignificant detail that showing up at all would be a tacit admission that I was totes chill with that one time Miles completely fucked me over. But somehow, that didn't stop me secretly wanting to go. Because things were good. I was, not that I'd ever admit it to anybody at Crap, actually enjoying my job. My relationship with Oliver was as strong as it had ever been, although it wasn't like 2 years in with Miles I'd been thinking to myself, wow, this guy's going to hurt me worse than any human being has ever hurt me in my life. And God, what was my brain doing? Why was it comparing the selfish prick I dated nearly a decade ago with the objectively better man I was seeing right now? I mean, Oliver was objectively better, wasn't he? Our relationship was objectively better. We were older and more mature and more sensible and... Wait, were we just boring? Safe and predictable and full of table lamps? Of course, given recent events, we were getting to the point of having more lamps than tables, which definitely wasn't boring. After all, if we were still breaking the furniture, we were doing something right. Okay, this was exactly why I needed to go to the wedding. I need to show my ex-boyfriend, my ex-boyfriend's fiancée I'd met once, and a bunch of strangers, that I was free and happy and over it and moving on with my new, infinitely better boyfriend. And if I did that well enough, maybe my own brain would believe me. Until then, though, I needed to get A, a grip, and B, back in the moment. Especially because Oliver and I were going out this evening on a proper grown-up, we-are-in-a-relationship date. We were doing, and it was kind of hard to say this with a straight face, dinner and a show. He'd booked us a table at this place called Stem and Glory, which was apparently one of the best vegan restaurants in London, and I was slowly coming to the conclusion that the best vegan restaurants in the city really were nicer places to eat than an average restaurant that would just serve me a piece of dead cow. Then, afterwards, well, that had been complicated. Oliver had wanted to see Death of a Salesman at the Young Vic, but I told him that if I was going to a vegan restaurant for him, he had to go to Pretty Woman the Musical for me. And honestly, I was kind of psyched about it. Well, psyched-ish. It had been quite a long day, all told, because the photocopier had jammed, and then Alex had insisted on trying to fix it and got his hands stuck somewhere inside, and Barbara Clench had refused to let me get an engineer to come and extract him, because she was concerned that if he was seen interfering with the machine, it would invalidate the warranty. Not that there was much chance of our keeping the incident secret anyway, since Rhys Jones Bowen had been live streaming the whole time and soliciting possible solutions from his ever-growing army of followers, or ristocrats, as they'd apparently taken to calling themselves. Anyway, I was just leaving when my phone rang. It was Bridget's number, but that was the only clue I had that it was actually her, because for a long time she had trouble getting words out, which was the first sign that something was seriously wrong. Because sure, Bridge lived from disaster to disaster, but she dealt with that by loudly declaring how ruined everything was, while at the same time calmly fixing the actual problem. It was a slightly peculiar process, but seemed to work for her. When she got quiet, though, that meant she was genuinely stuck and was falling back on my preferred strategy, pretending the problem didn't exist in the hope that it would go away. "Bridge?" I asked into the silence. "Bridge, What's going on?
It's...
The voice was her, but she sounded choked up.
It's Tom.
Shit. There were 2 ways this could go, and neither was good. Is he okay?
Probably.
That was her angry voice. So this was a Tom's done something call, not a something's happened to Tom call. I wasn't sure which was worse. My phone buzzed, and a text came in from Bridget. It was a photograph of Tom looking furtive with his arm around a pretty young woman who wasn't Bridget, for which there must have been a million reasonable explanations that a person who hadn't spent most of his adult life developing deep-seated trust issues could have articulated. Unfortunately, Bridget had called me. "Crap, Bridge," I said finally. The trick here was to walk the line between being supportive and encouraging her to blow up her own wedding. And I could do that. I just had to be nice and as non-committal as possible and ignore the part of my brain that was screaming, "She's doomed, and so are you. Meeting Miles was a sign, and everything you think you can count on is wrong." "I'm so sorry. Have you... What would an emotionally mature and undamaged person do? Have you talked to him about it?" There was a burbling sound from the other end of the line that eventually resolved into,
"I can't get hold of him."
On its own, that wasn't unusual. Tom's job often required him to go quiet for a couple of days, sometimes longer. But it wasn't exactly reassuring. Or at least I wasn't reassured, and I didn't think Bridge would be either. I tried to stick with neutral questions. "How did you get the picture?"
"Liz saw them."
If it had been any of Bridge's other friends, it might have been less damning, because a lot of them were like, well, me. The type of people who jumped from fearing the worst to deciding that the worst had definitely happened without even needing a run-up. But Liz was a legit vicar, which meant giving people the benefit of the doubt was basically in her job description. And since she was actually officiating at the wedding, it didn't seem likely she'd be maliciously sabotaging it. "Did she say anything else?"
"Just that they were in a cafe together, and they looked close."
There were still, surely, other ways to interpret an about-to-be-married man with his phone switched off, carrying on in a cafe with a mysterious hot lady who wasn't his fiancée. I just couldn't think of any right at that second. "Do you need me to come over?"
"Don't you?"
Bridge gave a sort of noble hiccup.
"Aren't you going out with Oliver tonight?"
Yes, I was. And it was going to be super romantic and special and all the things that fancy date nights with your long-term partner were supposed to be. This is more important. And the worst, or from another perspective, the best of it, was that I wasn't lying. Bridge would never have asked me to cancel, but she also didn't have to. She'd been there for me through a metric buttload of crises down the years, through Miles, through all the self-destructive shit I'd pulled after, through nearly getting fired, and through everything with Oliver. So I kind of owed her one. Hell, I owed her 20. And even if I hadn't, I'd still have been there for her, because that's what friends were meant to do, and I'd spent way too long not doing it. "I'll be right round," I told her. She made a sad, appreciative noise, and after I tried to reassure her that everything was going to be okay in 6 different ways, each slightly less plausible than the last, hung up. The next bit was going to be awkward. Well, maybe not that awkward, because Oliver would understand, even if we did have a table booked and tickets we'd bought months ago. Oh shit. It was going to be awkward, wasn't it? And thank you, life, for manoeuvring me into a situation where I'd have to let down either my best friend or my boyfriend. It was like whatever I did, no matter how hard I tried, the universe wanted me to know that on some level, I was a crappy person. On this occasion, my crapness manifested partly in not wanting to tell Oliver to his face, or even to his voice, that I was ditching him to hang out with a sad bride. I was 2/3 of the way through my 4th draft of my first text when I realised that I was living down to the universe's expectations of me, and, more importantly, not living up to Oliver's. Fuck. That was the problem with dating a good person. They got their ethics all over you. So, I gritted my teeth and called Oliver. Lucien? Great. He already sounded concerned, either because of boyfriend telepathy, or because I normally only rang if I'd set the kitchen on fire. Is everything okay? Not really, I told him, and then realising that could have meant anything from, I think we should break up, to, my leg's been bitten off by a shark, followed up quickly with, I mean, I'm fine, but Bridget's in a hell of a state, and... Look, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to bail on this evening. For just long enough that I could hear my relationship gurgling down the plug hole, Oliver didn't reply. Then he said, Oh. Oh? Another relationship gurgling pause. Sorry, I know you're Bridget's maid of honour, but I don't often get free evenings, and we've been planning this for a long time. I know, it's just... she's my best friend. And she's my friend too. Oliver sounded unhappy. Worse, he sounded like he was trying hard not to be unhappy, which would only make him unhappier. But you know Bridge. She always has some crisis or other. She thinks Tom's cheating on her, I blurted. Oh, he said again. For someone who talked for a living, Oliver could be very monosyllabic sometimes. Yeah. He was silent a little longer. And does she... is he? I wished I had an answer to that. She's got a picture of him with another woman, and honestly, it doesn't look good. But this is me talking, and I'm not exactly the poster boy for healthy, trust-based relationships. Thank you for that vote of confidence, Lucien. Fuck, no, I didn't mean that. I mean, like, I have, issues because of history shit. Sorry. Yes. I do understand. The breath Oliver took next was so deep, it became almost crackly over the phone line. It doesn't matter. You should go and be with Bridget. I winced. No wonder I hadn't wanted to do this. I will. I'm really sorry. It's fine. He didn't, if I was being completely honest with myself, sound all that fine. I'm sure I can get our tickets moved to another night. We could go see that grown-up play you wanted to see instead. Oh, no. I loved that he was making an effort to be cool with this, even if he wasn't entirely succeeding. I'm very keen to see a musical based on a popular movie from the 1990s. My only regret is that it's going to have original songs instead of thinly repurposing popular music from the era. That struck me as a very specific concern, and one that was a lot easier to talk about than me ditching him on our first date in ages to hold someone else's hand through something that was almost certainly a storm in a teacup. Is this because I made you watch Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again? Actually, I enjoyed that more than I expected to, which I will admit was a low bar. For some reason, Oliver trying to make me feel better was making me feel significantly worse. And while I appreciate your willingness to sacrifice yourself on the altar of Arthur Miller, I'd rather rebook our tickets for Pretty Woman. It turns out I am, to my mild surprise, disappointed we aren't seeing it this evening. Really? I asked. Really, really? Oh yes. Big disappointment. Big. Huge. I see what you did there. It was my sardonic voice. But I had seen what he did there, and that made standing him up even harder. You could take someone else, I offered, trying to get in on the self-sacrifice gig. Ah, yes, said Oliver, in a manner that suggested this had been my worst idea since the vegan pie. So my worst idea since very, very recently. I could call up one of my many married friends and say, "Hello, would you like to abandon your spouse for an evening in order to see a moderately well-reviewed musical in place of the man I love?" I mean, Ben or Sophie would love a chance to stick the other one with the kids. Perhaps, but the stickee would hate me forever. And the important part of that sentence was the man I love, not my married friends. I wrestled with a weird mix of happy, sad cringe. "I'll make it up to you. I promise." He gave a soft, not entirely sincere laugh. "I shall hold you to that, Lucien. Now go help Bridget. I'd rather... It's absolutely the right thing to do." "And I love you too," I added, slightly too late. "Well recovered." We hung up. Then I grabbed my coat, shouted a quick goodbye to Alex, who was still stuck in a photocopier, and made a dash for the door. Because I was a good friend, and a good maid of honour, which I suppose meant that the joke was on me, because, despite all that, I felt like a prick. Chapter 5. I was just doing an emergency Tesco's run to get sorry or sad food when my phone buzzed again. Thankfully, it wasn't a picture of ambiguous infidelity this time. It was a black and white illustration of a man in a tricorn hat jumping a stiffly drawn horse over a fence. Underneath it, Oliver had sent, "Thinking of you." "Dick Turpin?" I texted back. "Yes. I'm amazed we haven't got around to using him yet, but I checked and we definitely haven't." I paused in front of the freezers with one eye on my phone and one on the ice cream. Choosing the right emotional support ice cream was important, but some questions demanded answers. "What do you mean you checked? Do you keep a list?" "No." It was an unusually short message from Oliver, which suggested he was attempting to use comic timing in text. "It's a database." "You have a dick database? A dictabase?" "Now I'm concerned you think I actually have a database." "I bet you have a database," I typed, relieved things between us seemed to be drifting normalwards. "I bet you have an intern who updates it for you." "I think making an intern update my database of dick pics would constitute a hostile working environment." "Depends how nice the dicks are." "That certainly wouldn't stand up in court." Was it weird that I always heard Oliver's text in Oliver's voice? Or was it weirder that Oliver texted exactly the same way he spoke? Probably for the best. That kind of thing could get you disbarred. "If you think that's true," he sent back, "you know very little about the British legal system." Dashing off some laughing emojis, I turned my attention back to the fridge. "Do you think I should get Haagen-Dazs or Ben & Jerry's?" There was a moment of whatever the text version of radio silence is. "It's situational," came Oliver's typically overthought response. "But in the circumstances, I'd suggest getting both." Between juggling my shopping and wrangling with the self-checkout, I didn't manage to put my reply together until I was on my way out of Tesco's, swinging a bag of high-calorie edibles from one hand and texting clumsily with the other. "Good call. It's clearly a two-tub problem." "I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation." I hoped there would be, for Bridget's sake as well as for Tom's. He'd never given me cheaty vibes, and I didn't want to think I'd been that wrong about him. I mean, sure, he'd dumped me for my best friend, but he'd been extremely open about it. Bridge lived in a tiny one-bedroom flat in Plaistow. She was doing well enough at her job that she could have afforded better, or at least bigger, But she'd been resolutely committed to the idea that she was staying in her starter flat until she got her dream home and her dream life, which in her world would inevitably have come with the dream husband and the dream wedding. The worst thing was, she'd been this close to getting all of it. I buzzed on her buzzer, and she let me up without even checking who I was, which was partly typical poor security on her part, but she did it with a sad edge. She opened the door wearing a dressing gown 2 sizes too large for her, fuzzy slippers with half the fuzz worn off, and a look of profound melancholy. "I got caramel choo-choo," I told her, "also one of those needlessly huge bars of dairy milk and also a Toblerone, but I think that might have been panic."
"Come in."
She gave me the weakest effort at a smile I'd ever seen from her. In some ways, Bridget's flat was as messy as mine had been. It was just that in her case, it was a mess that said, "I love everything so much that I can't possibly bear to be parted from it, because my world is full of beautiful memories," and not, "I hate everything, and my pants live on the coffee table now." She sat down on the battered old sofa that she'd been dragging from flat to flat with her since we'd been at university, and wrapped herself in an even more battered purple blanket that she'd been dragging with her even longer. I tucked up next to her. "Just to establish some ground rules," I said, "do we hate him and think he's evil, or do we trust him and think it's a misunderstanding?" Bridge laugh cried.
"I don't know. Either. Both. How could he do this to me?"
I thought both would be a bad call, so I picked a lane. And with uncharacteristic even-handedness, I picked the lane marked benefit of the doubt. He might not have. Liz might have made a mistake.
"Liz is pretty smart. Plus she's a vicar."
I don't think that makes her infallible.
"No, but it means I feel bad calling her a liar."
Bridge snapped off a triangle of Toblerone.
"This was a good call, thanks. I don't know why we only buy them at Christmas."
I took a nibble of the dairy milk. There was an art to this kind of supportive binge, one I'd learned mostly from being on the other side of it. You needed to share enough that you weren't just watching the other person eat, but not take so much that you actually limited their access to comfort food. I don't think she's lying, just that there's lots of reasons Tom could be talking to a random woman in a cafe.
"Name 5.
I nearly choked on my chocolate. "That's not fair. 5 is loads."
"OK.
Bridge pulled the blanket a little tighter around herself.
Name 3.
"Old school friend. Sister he's never mentioned."
"I've met his sister,"
interrupted Bridge.
"Also, the woman in the photo was white."
"Adopted sister we've never heard of?" She gave me a disappointed look.
"You're only on the second one, and you've already gone to bad sitcom territory."
"Hey, that trope has been in some very good sitcoms."
"I'd ask you to name 3, but that's how we got into this mess in the first place."
"Fine." I stared at the Toblerone for inspiration, and found none forthcoming. "What if he's hiring her to set up a lovely surprise for your wedding, and when he tells you what it is, you'll be so overjoyed that you forget this ever happened?" Bridge glanced up suspiciously from the caramel choo-choo.
"What sort of surprise?"
"Maybe he's arranging a flash mob to do All You Need Is Love." For about 18 nanoseconds, Bridge let this idea calm her.
"I do love Love Actually."
Hell, maybe he's even arranging for some creeper with a camcorder to take stalkery footage of you all night. The 18 nanoseconds were over.
Or maybe he's cheating on me like Alan Rickman. What if he bought that woman a necklace? What if he got her sex and a necklace? What if...
Whoa. I put my hands up. I know I started this, but we can't just go through every subplot in that entire movie. If we do, you'll wind up being worried that he's going to ditch your wedding to get drunk and watch porn with Bill Nye. Bridge flopped back on the sofa.
Is everything going to be a little bit worse now?
If the Love Actually gambit had been a plan, I'd have felt bad, because it had taken us to a very unhelpful place. As it was, I felt bad because I was shit at this. No, I tried. Tom is not Alan Rickman, you are not Emma Thompson, and that woman definitely isn't... Okay, I admit I don't know who plays the secretary.
Heike Makach, said Bridget immediately.
And I briefly wondered if the way to keep her spirits up was giving her plenty of opportunities to correct me on rom-com trivia. How did you know that?
It's my favourite film.
Even though at least half the stories are incredibly problematic?
Yes.
She gave me a defiant look.
Now pass me the other ice cream.
I passed, and for a while we just sat like that, curled up on the sofa, dual-wielding frozen dairy products and watching romantic movies from the early 2000s. Every half hour or so we paused so Bridge could try unsuccessfully to reach Tom.
How did it wind up like this, Luke?
She asked, as we watched the credits roll on While You Were Sleeping.
I thought we'd finally cracked it. You know, life. I mean, we were both with great guys.
Instead of both trying to get with the same great guy, I added.
Exactly. And now here we are again, eating strawberry cheesecake Haagen-Dazs and watching old Sandra Bullock movies like nothing has changed.
There was a strange back-in-halls feeling to the evening, and that made me uncomfortable on a number of levels. You mean nothing has changed because you're having a relationship crisis, and I'm with somebody who seems great but is inevitably going to fuck me over? Because that was how it went back in the day.
No, I mean... Shit, sorry, Luke. I really do believe you and Oliver are endgame.
I believed you and Tom were endgame too. Then again, I dated him first, and my taste in men is legendarily awful, so maybe he is just a cheating, necklace-buying scumbucket you're better off without. Bridge balled up the foil from the Toblerone and threw it at me.
Hey, you're supposed to be making me feel better.
Fuck, I was, wasn't I? And I'd been doing a passable job of it up until then too. Sorry, I let self-hating Luke take over for a moment there. I'm back now.
It's all right. I got used to not feeling this way, and now I'm having to feel this way again, and I'm not enjoying it.
I put down the Ben & Jerry's and turned to give Bridget my best sincere look. Okay, since we're having a back-to-our-youth moment, I put my hand over my heart. As your token gay friend, it is my duty to say that you are a fierce, sickening, incredible woman, and that when you find a man who deserves you, he'll make you feel like a princess every day of your life in a way that somehow manages to avoid reinforcing problematic gender stereotypes. And if it turns out that Tom isn't that guy, then that's his loss, not yours. And you should have the wedding anyway, just to celebrate how awesome you are. Bridget leaned across the sofa and hugged me. Since she hadn't put down her ice cream, it was a mixed experience that I was pretty sure got Haagen-Dazs in my hair, but it was good to know I'd done friending right.
Thanks, Luke,
she said, and then, in a slightly smaller voice, added,
Would you be okay to stay, if I can't get in touch with Tom?
Of course. Oliver will understand. He wouldn't like understanding, but he'd understand. Swivelling around, she lay down with her head on my lap.
I'm honestly sure you two are going to make it.
Even though I have terrible taste in men.
Because you have terrible taste in men. You spent so long refusing to go out with Oliver that he's bound to be right for you.
I wasn't totally sure that tracked, but it was a comforting thought. Fine, I conceded. But in that case, you have to accept that my letting Tom get away proves he's a good guy too. I paused. Unless he isn't, of course. Bridge managed half a laugh.
We'll see. I don't want to think about it any more tonight.
So we didn't. We queued up Muriel's wedding into 27 dresses and let ourselves stop thinking about anything at all. In the break between movies, I slipped into the hall to ring Oliver and tell him the situation. I'm really sorry, I said. I don't think I'm going to make it home tonight. Things are looking bad, so I should probably stay with Bridge. Once more I could hear Oliver breathing in that I will be calm way that I hated. Of course, That is, if you think it's... Are you sure you're helping? What do you mean, am I sure I'm helping? This wasn't the tack I'd expected him to take. Just that, well, sometimes it's best to let people stand on their own 2 feet. I got that I'd let him down, and I got that he was trying to be reasonable, but this was becoming the kind of reasonable that was worse than angry. She thinks her fiancé might be cheating on her. This isn't an own feet situation. And you're going to drop everything and run to her every time she and Tom are in trouble? Yes, because she's my best friend, and she's always supported me, and I'll always support her. There's supporting. Oliver's tone was getting more restrained and less warm by the moment. And there's being codependent. It's not codependent to be there for your friends. You just meant that you're cross with me for bailing on you, which is fine. But you're taking it out on Bridge, which is not. And also, you're doing it in a way that makes you sound weirdly like your dad. I do not sound like my father. He's never used the word codependent in his life. He'd think it was psychobabble nonsense. This was beginning to feel nastily like a hole, and I should have stopped digging. You know what I mean? All that let people stand on their own feet, stop mollycoddling stuff is pure David Blackwood. I also never said mollycoddling. It was true, he hadn't, and maybe I was just projecting. After I told the Blackwoods to go fuck themselves 2 years ago, we'd barely spoken. But occasionally Oliver would need to go do a family thing, and then he'd come back and spend a couple of days being distant and irritable before we could get back to normal. All right, perhaps that was unfair, but our mutual friend is really going through something right now, and you know being with her is the right thing to do. I'm sorry I let you down. I'm sorry I spoiled our evening, but I had to make a choice. I'm choosing to be a good friend instead of a good boyfriend. There was a long silence. I could practically hear Oliver's brain clicking at the other end of the line. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm being selfish. You've been very distracted recently, and I've been very busy, and this has all come out of... Go and look after Bridget. I'll be fine. Okay, I said. Because there was kind of nothing else I could say, and because I needed to get back to Bridge, and most of all, because I wanted to believe him. Chapter 6. There'd been no word from Tom by the following morning, or indeed from Oliver. But then I hadn't texted him either, and it wasn't because I didn't want to. It was more that I couldn't tell if we'd had a fight or not, and if we had, whose fault it had been. I mean, I had kind of dropped him on extra special date night. Like a dick. Except I'd only done that because I needed to take care of my friend. Like definitely not a dick. Fuck. I was in a grey dick area. Still, that was way better than wherever Bridge was, which was a barely slept, woke up crying, increasingly convinced her fiancé was cheating on her area. We both called in sick, because she was in no state to work, and I wasn't going to leave her in no state to work. And then we took a box of Frosties with us to the sitting room, and huddled on the sofa together. I just don't understand, Bridge said, through a mouthful of oversweetened breakfast cereal. The wedding is next week. He can't have just vanished. Vanished with a strange woman and thrown his phone away. And I'm sure he hasn't, I told her, although I wasn't, and hadn't ever been, and was getting less sure by the minute. Something has probably come up at work. Something that just happens to involve him putting his arms around women who aren't me. I'd hoped sleeping on it would make things seem better, but it hadn't. It had made them seem a whole lot worse. How do you want to play this? I asked. Because Bridge had made me her maid of honour, which meant it was my job to help her plan her wedding, or to help her burn it down, if that was what she needed. Bridge put down the Frosties and re-huddled into her blanket.
I don't know. I just want to talk to him.
At this point, I couldn't tell if I was being supportive or useless. Honestly, it was a bit of both. We could... Do you want to... Should we tell people? I mean, our friends' people, not like strangers in the street. For a long while, Bridge stared at her phone.
Do you think they could help find him?
I gave a deeply uncertain shrug. The thing about our friendship group, and I very much included myself in this, was that we were always helpful, but rarely useful. It can't hurt.
I suppose it's worth a try.
I didn't send the call out on our usual WhatsApp group, currently going under the situationally unfortunate name of Bye Bye Baby, Baby Bye Bye, because Tom was in it. And however this played out, it was unfair to be having the Tom might be cheating on Bridge conversation in a group chat he was technically part of. It had all the worst elements of talking behind his back and to his face. Instead, I pinged a message around the Bridges Bitches in the reclaimed sense list. Minor wedding emergency, I texted. Tom seems to have vanished. Help, please. A few moments later, Bridge followed up with,
And he is seeing another woman, and I am sad.
From there, the conversation got quite complex, in the way that multi-person text chains always did. Priya got in first with a,
Luke, is this legit?
And James Royce crossed that with an,
Oh, what a prize bastard, assuming this isn't all a tremendous misunderstanding.
Then Liz came back, probably replying to Priya with,
It might be legit. I saw him with somebody and it looked suspicious.
Which she followed up with,
But I don't know anything for sure.
But not before Bernadette had stepped in with,
Whatever you need, darling, we're here for you.
And Priya had shot a,
Not sure that's helpful.
Probably replying to James Royce, to which he had replied with,
Well, excuse me for caring.
I'm sure while the other James Royce had followed up with, I think we can locate him if we work systematically from his last known location. All of which Bridget capped off with a,
You're so lovely, but I don't know what to do.
Neither did anyone else, so we called an emergency in-person meeting for those who could make it, with those who couldn't keeping up as best they could via text. By noon, Bridges' tiny flat was packed out with me, Liz, Priya and James Royce, who'd spent 10 minutes manoeuvring an incredibly complicated stroller up a flight of stairs, and then another 10 minutes painstakingly de-strollering baby J and strapping him to his chest.
This is going to involve you lot needing my truck again, isn't it?
Said Priya, helping herself to what was left of the Toblerone. Liz, a small blonde woman, who was currently not wearing a dog collar, presumably because she was off duty, leaned back against the wall.
I don't think driving around London without a plan is necessarily going to be the most useful thing to do.
Do you think we should just leave it to God?
Asked Priya.
In my experience,
Liz replied,
God really hates being taken for granted.
James Royce was gently swaying for what I presumed were baby-related reasons.
Come on, baby J. We have to help Auntie Bridget.
Priya watched this little routine with visible incredulity.
He can't speak or walk. What help is he going to be?
He's providing moral support,
put in Bridge loyally,
by being adorable.
What's that, baby J?
James Royce made a theatrical listening gesture.
He's wondering, Bridget darling, if you've spoken to Tom's friends. One of them is bound to have seen him.
I think it said everything about Bridge that, even in the middle of a personal crisis, she didn't want baby J to feel left out of the conversation.
Well, that's a good idea, baby J. But I don't quite know what I'd say to them. I can't just ring them up and go, Can you tell me where Tom is? I think he's cheating on me.
How about, suggested Priya, can you tell me where Tom is? I'm his fucking fiancé.
Maybe just a scooch?
James Royce held his thumb and forefinger together in the universal gesture for tiny.
Less sweary than that? Also not in front of the baby.
Priya gave him a cold look.
He's a fucking baby, James. He's not going to be offended.
Yes, but if it's all the same to you, I don't want my beautiful son's first words to be...
He put his hands gently over baby Jay's ears.
Go fuck yourself.
Be honest,
Priya told him.
It's more interesting than Dada.
You know, once he'd gone full baby, it was hard to recalibrate James Royce.
I think he almost said Dada the other day. Well, it was more sort of a blur, but he's getting there.
Mercifully, my phone buzzed with an update from James Royce. If Liz saw him in Harrow, the woman probably lives locally. Followed by, that means your best chance of catching them would be around lunchtime or rush hour in that area. Then, if you want a more solid plan, I'll need more information. I looked up. James suggests we check out Harrow around lunchtime, which is kind of now. Bridget winced.
But what if I find something I don't want to find?
Then you'll have all your friends around you, I said, hoping I sounded reassuring, as opposed to platitudey. Well, a lot of your friends. At that moment, the intercom went off, and another of the bridesmaids stumbled up. Her name was Melanie, and she'd been working with Bridge for years.
Sorry I'm late,
she said, dropping her handbag onto the floor.
Couldn't get away from work. Huge crisis. We're just about to launch an adorable children's book by a very promising new writer about an adventurous puppy who loses his favourite bone. But somebody on the art team has only this second realised that in the final illustration of the book, where the puppy has recovered his bone and it's framed very nicely against the sunset so it's sort of silhouetted. It looks like he's got an enormous erection,
asked Priya.
How did you guess?
Sixth sense.
Melanie crossed the living room and gave Bridge a lingering hug.
I'm so sorry, babe,
she said.
We'll get this sorted out, you'll see. I think...
Bridge relaxed into the hug.
I think we have to sort it out by going to Harrow.
Priya gave a long-suffering sigh.
Fine. Get in my truck. Someday one of you bastards is going to have to buy a car.
We all dashed outside to the truck and piled in like clowns in reverse, only to immediately have to pile out again because James Royce needed to fit a car seat, or at least transform his stroller into a car seat. Because obviously the James Royces hadn't just bought a stroller. They'd bought a multifunctional infant transportation device that looked like a spaceship. It was a weird folding contraption with wheels and a pod, and a kind of padded area that you could tuck a baby into like Superman being blasted off from Krypton. There was a lot of clunking, and a lot of moving parts that didn't seem to be moving quite right, and a loud yelp as James Royce closed his finger in something that really wasn't designed to have fingers closed in it.
Perhaps,
Priya suggested,
it'd be easier if you didn't have a baby strapped to your chest.
No, James Royce flapped his injured hand.
No, I can do this. It's just we've never used the car seat function, because we're normally walking or taking the tube.
Bridge came forward, helpfully/hurryingly.
Let me take him.
With the kind of reluctance you only see amongst new parents and people struggling to kick serious addictions, James Royce unbuckled baby Jay from his chest and handed him over to Bridge.
Support the head! Support the head!
Oh, come on. Even I know that, I said, and I'm the last person you should ever trust with a baby. Bridge was already bouncing baby Jay in that instinctively calming way that some people have, and I definitely didn't.
But Luke, you and Oliver would make such sweet parents.
Would we? He works all the time, and I've never had a goldfish last more than 2 days.
Babies aren't goldfish,
insisted Bridge. I just know I don't know, forget to feed it, or leave it on the bus or something. James Royce looked up from the impossibly complex mechanism from which a car seat was meant to emerge.
That's hard to do. They make quite a lot of noise.
Something clicked, and a pair of wheels popped down.
Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. James usually does this. Shift over.
Priya elbowed James Royce out the way, pushed down on a button, yanked on a lever, and collapsed the shuttle racer pod machine into a little tilted basket that looked unmistakably car-seaty.
How do you even survive?
James Royce contrived to look both huffy and smug.
I have a very helpful husband.
Baby J was transferred to the seat, and the seat was transferred to the truck, where it was strapped in securely by people who knew what they were doing. Then we piled in again, and were just about to get underway, like we were in a disappointingly middle-aged road movie, when Bridge burst into tears. And I abruptly discovered it was really hard to comfort somebody when they were sitting behind you in a truck.
Bridge.
Melanie reached over to make the most reassuring physical contact she could make, given the whole truck situation.
Babe, it'll be okay. We'll sort this out.
Bridge sobbed.
I know. I don't know. It's just the last time I was jammed in a truck doing something silly, we were taking Luke to Durham because he was in love with Oliver, and Tom was with me and everything seemed so wonderful.
That was not wonderful.
Priya and I chorused. Because my relationship had fallen apart, I went on.
And,
Priya pushed in,
I had to drive you bunch of ungrateful shits the whole length of the country.
And Oliver wasn't even there.
And none of you chipped in for petrol.
And then you dumped me on his doorstep in the middle of the night.
Even though you always say you're going to.
At which point Baby J started crying, which meant James Royce had to unstrap him and do parental things to calm him down, and we were still outside Bridge's flat.
Sugar plums, said James Royce. I love you, but if you keep shouting, you'll upset Baby J, and if you upset Baby J, he'll cry all afternoon.
I'm sorry, Baby J.
Bridge half turned, in an attempt to join in the baby soothing.
It's just we were so young and hopeful then.
It was 2 years ago, said Priya, and I wasn't hopeful. I was pissed off.
I've never been hopeful, I added.
Well, I was so young and hopeful.
Weirdly, Bridge seemed to have stopped crying. Maybe because it was quite hard to cry and bicker at the same time. Liz leaned forward from the very back seat.
How about we get on the road? It might help you feel better, and your youth and hope might come flooding back to you.
Hang on. James Royce started bundling and strapping. Got to get Baby J settled again. I thunked my head gently against the dashboard. We are kind of on a clock here, James.
Fine. I'll just leave my child untethered so he flies through the windscreen the first time we brake suddenly.
I think it's more, I tried, that emergency marriage rescue and baby aren't completely compatible. I'd mostly meant that we should prioritise helping Bridge, because she was the one having a crisis. But now everyone was staring at me like I'd taken the last After 8 mint without even apologising.
Luke,
said Bridget, definitely not crying now.
That's an awful thing to say.
It's your fiancé we're looking for, I pointed out.
But not without Baby J.
Bridget sat back with her arms folded.
He's part of the group now.
I just thought it would be more efficient if we... James Royce glared at me.
If we what? Left my child alone in an empty flat with a kitchen knife and a box of matches? Or am I not welcome amongst you now that I'm a father?
Of course you're welcome, James, I tried. It's only... The truck lurched into gear, and Priya eased us out into the road.
Drop it, Luke. You sound like a prick.
I dropped it. Because if Priya was telling you that you sounded like a prick, it meant you'd gone way over the prick line. The magic of everyone being slightly angry at me got us back into an old groove, as we bombed, well, not quite bombed, more travelled at a responsible child-transporting speed, along the North Circular. And while I freely admitted that it had been insensitive of me to suggest that having a child made James Royce a bigger liability friend-wise than, say, me, there's no getting away from the fact that if you'd rated our emergency marriage rescuing out of 10, we were pulling somewhere between a 4 and a 2. I mean, Bridge had stopped crying, so we probably got a point for that. And if there were points for effort, we got at least one of those. But in terms of what we were actually achieving, we sort of weren't. We arrived in Harrow about an hour after we needed to, which meant that even if Tom and his mystery woman had been out getting lunch, they'd have been able to eat, have coffee, tip the waiter, and slink back to their love nest before we'd even parked. This left us sitting outside a random cafe, with Bridge once again on the verge of tears, not really sure what to do next. "What should we do next?" I asked, hoping to keep the action ball rolling so no one had to have emotions. Bridge threw her hands in the air.
I accept that love is for everyone else in the universe except me, so I'm going to die alone, surrounded by cats, even though I don't like cats. And I'll only be found when the juices from my lonely, suppurating corpse leak through onto the married couple below me, while they're having a beautiful Sunday dinner with their children.
So score 0 for the action ball, then.
That will never happen, said Priya. Your cats will eat you way before you start leaking.
I'm so sorry.
That was Liz, who had been sinking farther and farther in the back seat.
I feel this is all my fault. It's not your fault.
Bridge twisted round.
You're not the one cheating on me. We don't know he's cheating on you. I should never have sent the picture. Jesus would not have sent the picture.
Melanie glanced up from Baby Jay's toes, which she'd been leaning over, to this little piggy.
St. Paul might have. I bet he'd have sent it straight to the Ephesians.
That doesn't help, cried Liz. I'm a vicar. I'm not supposed to gossip. It's just you're my friend and I'm bad at keeping secrets.
Blowing her nose into a tissue, Bridge made a visible effort to pull herself together.
You did the right thing. I don't want to marry a man I can't trust.
All is not lost, my little shoebun. That was James Royce, and for a moment it was genuinely unclear whether he was talking to Bridge or the baby. My marvellous husband has just texted us a set of instructions. It's a long shot, but apparently if we spiral outwards, then we maximise our chances of seeing Tom, if he's here. And if he's not here? I asked. James Royce looked apologetic. Then we'll have had a rather long afternoon in a rather hot van. Truck, corrected Priya. But she followed James Royce's instructions anyway, taking us on a spiralling path out to the edge of Harrow, then back in again, then back out, then back in. Then we stopped at a pub, so that James could change Baby Jay and the rest of us could get something to drink, before we got back in the truck and went back to spiralling. The thing about spending hour after hour trapped in a metal box with 6 other people, one of them a baby, was that it made you acutely aware of all the times in your life when you'd been doing literally anything else. Like, for example, not quite arguing with the man you'd somehow managed to stay in love with for the last 2 years, and who, miraculously, had somehow managed to stay in love with you. Suddenly, it didn't seem all that important anymore whose turn it was to text. I miss you, I sent. I didn't get anything back, which I knew rationally meant Oliver was in court, but which I felt emotionally meant I'd destroyed my relationship by being insufficiently committed to Pretty Woman.
This is hopeless, said Bridge, for the 9th time.
There's no such thing as hopeless, said James Royce, also for the 9th time. Bridge pressed her nose tragically against the window as she scanned a gaggle of passing Harrovians.
There is such a thing as hopeless. It is this thing, by which I mean what we're doing right now. And also me, because I'm doomed. Oh my God, it's him.
What? I jerked alert. Are you sure?
Yes.
Bridge was already unbuckling her seatbelt.
He went into that Tesco Express, the bastard.
Priya obligingly stopped dead, and absolutely not suspiciously, in front of the Tesco Express, and Bridge dove out of the passenger side door. I dove after her, and Mel dove after me. Liz stayed behind with James Royce, because they were all sitting together, and diving over a finally sleeping baby Jay seemed like an exceptionally bad idea. We approached the doors of the unsuspecting late-night reduced offering supermarket like we were a crack squad of secret agents. Okay, possibly more like we were a crap squad of secret agents, with Bridge yelling at us to cover the doors, and Mel pressing herself against the wall, and, I swear, coming this close to holding her hands like a gun, while I, in a fit of either enthusiasm or paranoia, tried to conceal myself behind a sign advertising massive savings on frozen pizzas. As inconspicuously as, well, as three people who didn't know much about being sneaky, trying to sneak into a public building with massive windows, we dashed inside. Bridge grabbed a copy of one of those magazines with stories like, "My husband murdered my dog, but then he left me for my sister," from an end display, and held it over her face. "What are you doing?" I asked, in the quietest voice I could manage, while still making myself heard past the couple buying Diet Coke next to me. She peered around the corner of the magazine.
Well, I don't want to be recognised.
"You're Tom's fiancé, Bridge. I'm pretty sure he knows what you look like."
Watch out.
Mel ducked behind a precariously balanced pile of 4-quid tubs of Cadbury roses.
Somebody's coming.
The somebody turned out to be a man buying 1 bottle of milk, 3 teenagers buying nothing, and somebody whose evening plans I didn't want to speculate about, who was carrying a basket of scouring pads, cling film, and chocolate.
There,
Bridge pointed. And she was, in her defence, completely right. It was Tom, looking extremely calm and inconspicuous, swiping a few essential items through the self-checkout. The three of us moved into flanking positions, but since he was a professional spy, and we weren't, by the time we'd got into our flanking positions, he'd already vanished again. We pursued him into the street, where Bridge spotted him again, walking up College Road past the Costa Coffee. We almost managed to kid ourselves he hadn't seen us, on account of our amazingly effective spying techniques. But then he turned sharply into Harrow-on-the-Hill station, with the air of someone who knew exactly how to find a crowd when he had to.
"He's escaping!" cried Bridge. "My fiancé's escaping!"
She broke into a run, shedding a shoe as she went. I retrieved her shoe and followed. Melanie followed me, and then, annihilating the last remnants of our subtlety, Priya's truck pulled over and began curb-crawling along beside us. "What are you doing?" I demanded, only mildly hysterically, as Priya rolled down the window.
What do you mean, what am I doing? We're following Tom.
"Yeah, but—" I was rapidly running out of breath. "Discreetly?"
Mate, Bridge is pelting through London with one shoe on, and I'm driving a giant black truck. Discreet was never an option.
"Okay, but we still need to get him." Priya kept driving.
Fine, I'll just ditch my truck here in this pedestrian crossing.
The door opened, and Liz stumbled out, realising slightly too late that slow for a motorised vehicle was unreasonably fast for a human being. "Come on!" She made a beckoning noise to James Royce, who was unbuckling Baby Jay's car seat.
Be very careful,
he admonished us as he scooted across the truck and passed Baby Jay to Mel, who had joined us in the walk slowly next to a truckathon.
James would have kittens if he knew I'd passed our little boy out of a moving vehicle.
After Baby Jay was safely transferred, and then, once James Royce was on the pavement, safely transferred back, we dashed up the station steps to follow Bridge. Or at least, Mel and I dashed. James Royce followed as quickly as he could, given his embabiment, and Liz kept a vicarly pace beside him. Inside, we'd just hit rush hour crowds, and I could barely tell where one face began and another ended. But then, I wasn't Bridge, and hadn't developed her highly attuned Tom senses. She saw him swiping his way through a ticket barrier and dashed after him, scrambling over the gates rather than stopping to find her card, and drawing the attention of a Transport for London guard, who immediately set off after her. Which left me with two choices: either hang back with an air of supportive dignity, or kick off a ludicrous Benny Hill chase through a crowded tube station. Benny won. Tom was just ducking behind a pillar, talking urgently into his phone, while Bridge, minus both shoes now, was sprinting to catch up with him, and the guard was sprinting to catch up with her, and the rest of us were... Well, honestly, most of us weren't in the mood to sprint, but we were at least jogging lightly to keep pace.
Tom,
said Bridge. Bridge? Said Tom.
Gotcha!
Said the Transport for London guard. Bridget turned around.
You haven't got me. I haven't done anything.
You jumped the barrier, miss.
She gave him a defiant look.
Yes, but I'm not getting on the train.
That doesn't make a difference.
Maybe having a barrister boyfriend had gone to my head. I think it does, I panted. The crime is fare dodging, but if you don't go anywhere, there's no fare to dodge. This did not endear me to the Transport for London guard.
Who works here, me or you?
By now, Bridge's army of wedding guests had arrived and surrounded Tom, wearing expressions of varying betrayal and exhaustion. Except for baby J, who was, a baby, which meant he looked like all babies always look, grumpy and a bit squashed. Apparently resigned to being caught, Tom put his phone down and said, "Sorry, she's my fiancée."
Oh, am I?
Asked Bridget. Which, if he'd needed one, was Tom's big clue that maybe not everything was in a perfect state of totally fineness. "And as you can see," he continued, "we've got a lot to talk about. So would it be okay if we just left and pretended none of this ever happened?" The guard looked uncertain. Then again, he'd been looking uncertain since we showed up.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can do that. I think I'm supposed to issue an on-the-spot fine.
I am really sorry,
offered Bridge.
And I really wouldn't have jumped the barrier, except it was a romantic emergency.
Wait, what romantic emergency? Tom's unflappable demeanour flapped very slightly.
Yeah, what romantic emergency?
Asked the Transport for London guard, suddenly getting interested. Bridge adopted a posture of supreme indignance.
We're getting married in a week, and he's running around with other women.
I am bloody not, protested Tom.
I have proof,
Bridge told the Transport for London guard. The Transport for London guard gave Tom a disappointed look.
Mate, if you're running around on your bird, be a man and admit it.
I'm not, protested Tom again.
Look at this.
Bridge brandished her phone in Transport for London guy's face.
What's that, if it's not running around on his bird?
The guard assessed the evidence dispassionately.
I agree it don't look great, but there could be an explanation.
I've been trying to get him to explain himself for days,
Bridge wailed.
He ghosted me.
Tom's face had gone very, very impassive. It was work, Bridge. You know, work.
What?
The Transport for London guy visibly scoffed.
Are you some kind of spy or something?
Bridge gave the fakest laugh I have ever heard.
No, of course not.
Her voice had lifted by at least an octave.
He's a...
She paused, way longer than any woman should have had to before saying what her fiancé did for a living.
Fireman!
There was a long silence.
Oh, crap!
The Transport for London guard's eyes had gone very wide.
Is this an MI5 thing? Is that woman some kind of secret agent?
Yes, said Tom, without missing a beat. She's a defector from a foreign power, and it's vitally important that my fiancé, he gave the word a verbal air quote, and I be able to discuss the rest of this in private. Transport for London guy nodded and backed right the fuck off.
Course, won't say a thing. You can count on me, agent.
The moment he was gone, Bridge rounded on Tom, brandishing her phone in his face.
Look, I know she's not really a spy, so who is she? What were you doing? And why are you leaving me for somebody from Harrow?
Tom looked more flustered than I'd ever seen him, which, to his credit, was a lot less flustered than I was in most situations. I told you, it's work, and she's not from Harrow. That's why we're here.
That,
Bridge said sharply,
makes no sense.
His flusterance intensifying, Tom glanced around the increasingly crowded platform. Can we go somewhere else?
No.
Bridge, still brandishing, was now also bristling.
I have been trying to call you since yesterday, Tom. Since yesterday. Where have you been?
Tom took a deep breath and leaned in very closely. The rest of Bridge's bitches, used in the reclaimed sense, gathered in. I have been, he whispered, in a safe house with an informant. Bridge de-bristled, very slightly.
Oh.
Now maybe, suggested Tom, we can finish this conversation somewhere that isn't incredibly public. Trying not to catch the eye of the Transport for London guard on the way out, we all trooped back to the truck and squeezed in.
Found him then?
Observed Priya.
Yes.
Bridge was sitting on Tom's lap in the front seat and still not looking totally mollified.
And he's going to explain everything, aren't you?
Tom surveyed the assembled band of demi-strangers. You realise this is the opposite of operational security.
Just tell me.
Bridge could be very firm when she wanted to be. The woman in the photograph is married to a major drug smuggler we're investigating. I was moving her into a safe house. We now have to move her to a different safe house, and I'm going to take myself off the case because somehow you got a picture of us together.
Sorry,
said Liz.
That was me. The Lord works in mysterious ways and all that.
Behind his eyes, I could see Tom doing some very painful calculations. And you sent it to Bridge?
And I sent it to Luke,
Bridge added. And, I finished, I sent it to sort of the entire WhatsApp group. Tom thunked his head against Bridge's shoulder. Everybody, delete. The picture. It's important. Sorry, Bridge. I should have taken this week off. She kissed him on the forehead.
It's okay. I knew you were in intelligence. I just didn't know you were James Bond.
You didn't? Tom risked a smile. I thought that was why you wanted to marry me. James Royce leaned between the seats.
Oh, that would be a very bad call. James Bond only got married once, and she was dead by the end of the film.
James, said Tom, stop helping.
And?
Bridge seemed to be having a lot of feelings.
And she really was an informant, not like an international sex assassin.
She's an informant, Bridge. There are no international sex assassins. International assassins are just ordinary-looking blokes who stab you with an umbrella or slip you an exploding cigar.
And you haven't bought her a necklace?
It took me a moment to remember what she meant by that, but Tom got there immediately. I haven't even bought her a Joni Mitchell CD.
And we're still getting married?
Tom gazed up at her, with a loving, exasperated expression that Oliver sometimes got when he was looking at me. I fucking hope so. Otherwise, you just compromised a major drug bust over nothing. They kissed. and they kept kissing for long enough that we all had to suddenly get very interested in our phones, which was convenient, because mine chose that exact moment to ring. And thank God, it was Oliver. "Lucian," he said, "I got your text, and I just wanted to call to make sure you were okay. I would have texted back, but I was in court." "I definitely knew that," I told him, "and wasn't in any way worried you were going to dump me." He gave an embarrassed little cough. "I've been behaving badly because I miss you and want to spend time with you. Dumping you in retribution would be extremely counterproductive." Lovingly logical Oliver was one of my top 5 favourite Olivers. "I miss you too. But we found Tom. It turned out he wasn't cheating on Bridge, and we actually caused a minor national security incident." "That does sound on brand for you." "Minor national security incident is the name of my sex tape." "Well, that's ruined any possible segue I could have come up with. But when are you coming home?" "Pretty much now, unless—" My phone screen flashed ominously. "Shit, the venue's calling. I have to take this." And so I hung up on the boyfriend I was just patching things up with to do a bit more wedding admin. 5 minutes later, I realised I was going to have to do a lot more wedding admin. Guys?" I did my best to attract Bridget's attention.
Yes, Luke?
She was all smiles again.
And thanks for being there for me. You're the best.
"Yeah, about that, you know the church?" Bridget's face fell.
The church where I'm getting married?
"That would be the one. That was their vicar on the phone, and it's... well, it might have, ever so slightly... well, it might have burned down?" Chapter 7. "Okay," I said. "I understand. Basically what I expected. Thanks." It was the 45th venue I'd called in 2 days, and it had given me the same answer as the other 44. "No, funnily enough, we can't fit in a lavish wedding of your dreams at less than a week's notice. We're kind of booked up." I directed a bad news expression at Bridge. We were back in her flat with Tom, who was taking a couple of days off to be with his fiancée and avoid getting an informant murdered, and Liz, who was working the church angle. "Sorry," I told them.
No, it's fine.
Bridge had a severe case of "it's not fine" face.
We'll keep going. We can keep going, right?
Liz looked up from her own phone. She'd annexed a corner of the room and had an enormous leather-bound planner bulging with sticky notes and spare bits of paper open in front of her.
I think churches are a no-go. I'd have to find one you had a connection to that wasn't already hosting another wedding, then meet up with their vicar at extremely short notice and arrange a lot of complex theology things, and that also means I'm ruled out of officiating.
It was the latest item in a long run of bad news, and Bridge gave an involuntary sob.
But we promised, she said, when you first became an ordinand. We originally promised that you were going to be my first wedding, and that didn't pan out either.
Both of them glared at Tom. "Hey." He put his hands in the air. "Would you really want me to have proposed before we were ready just so you could keep a promise you made in your early 20s?
Yes,
cried Bridge.
It would have been romantic, and it would have been perfect, and because we waited, we're cursed, and everything is falling apart.
Liz shifted uncomfortably.
I think as a vicar, I should be on the side of taking marriage seriously. Traitor.
Bridge wasn't genuinely angry, but given how emotional the last couple of days had turned out to be, she was straying close to it. I think a civil ceremony might be out of the question as well, I added. Every registered venue I've tried has been booked for months. Staring at his laptop screen, Tom shook his head. He's right. We're not going to find anywhere.
I think.
Liz stood up, and ran her hands through her hair.
"That you might have to decide whether you want a wedding or a wedding ceremony."
What's the difference? Asked Tom, glancing up.
A wedding has legal status. A wedding ceremony is just a party, and then you do the legal bit quietly afterwards. "I don't want my wedding to be just a party,"
Wailed Bridget.
"This is supposed to be the most important day of my life."
Well, I tried, I suppose it depends on what you think makes it important. I must have done a good job with my calming voice, because Bridge seemed genuinely calmed.
"What do you mean?"
Ugh. That was what happened when you said nebulously reassuring things you hadn't thought through. You had to back them up, and I had a seriously limited up-backing game. I guess, if I was marrying Oliver, what I'd really want, what would really matter to me, would be making sure that it was him and me saying how much we loved each other and wanted to be together in front of all the people we cared most about. Our friends, our family, well, my family, well, my mum. I wasn't quite sure why I'd gone to myself as an example, because Oliver and I were a long way from the till death do us part conversation. But it was hard not to have weddings on the brain when everyone around you, including your dickhead ex, was getting married. Still, now that I'd put the possibility out there, it didn't seem entirely terrible. There was a certain something to it, wasn't there? The idea of your thing being a thing that you shared with everyone in a way that, made it an official thing. In any case, I'd pressed the right bridge-distracting button, because she leaned across the sofa and hugged me.
"Oh, Luke, that's beautiful. And are you?
Are I what?
Are you and Oliver getting married?"
Ah. That was the other side of the everyone getting married stage of life. I guess I was going to have to get used to that question. We've not really talked about it. Bridge? Tom had closed his laptop. Can we get back to our wedding? You know, the one that's meant to be happening in 5 days? She de-hugged.
"Right, sorry. I suppose if we can get everybody there, and if it's somewhere nice, and..."
Her phone buzzed.
"Oh, God. The dress is still being adjusted. I was meant to pick it up today, and now I can't. What's wrong with me? Why can't they make a dress fit my weird alien proportions?"
You don't have weird proportions, said Tom, with a timing that I suspected came from practice. But I would love you and find you sexy even if you did.
"Then why won't my dress be ready till tomorrow?"
Tom did not look like he had any idea what might make adjusting a dress take longer than average. It's probably just technical issues at their end.
"Technical issues?"
Bridget's voice rose.
"It's a dress, not a Dyson Airblade."
There was a soft flump as Liz manoeuvred her planner into her bag.
"How about we take a walk? Maybe grab a cocktail? It's 2 PM, Bridge pointed out. "You say that like it's a bad thing."
Bridget's lip wobbled.
"Right now, everything feels like a bad thing."
Being Bridget's maid of honour had taught me a lot about how weddings worked, and not necessarily in a good way. Because, sure, it was a joyous celebration of your relationship, but it was also a logistical nightmare that you had to be the James Royce Royces to enjoy. And to be fair, their wedding had kicked quite a lot of arse. "I agree with Liz," I said. "Why don't you give us a rundown of what you want in your dream venue, and Tom and I will try to swing it for you, while you go and have a relax?"
"Maybe 2 relaxes,"
Liz added.
"if we hit happy hour."
For a moment, Bridge looked mutinous, and then her shoulders slumped.
"Thank you, everyone. I suppose I want somewhere, I don't know, beautiful. The nice thing about doing just the ceremony is that you can go outdoors if you want to."
Liz was also doing calming voice, and way better than me, partly because it was her literal job, and partly because I'd always been quite bad at it. That seemed to genuinely cheer Bridge up, and fuck knows she needed it right then.
What do you think, Tom? We could have the wedding in some kind of park, or a garden.
Or a field, I suggested.
Not a field.
Bridge was pretty adamant about this. I think a garden would be lovely, said Tom, if we can get one. 2 hours later, it turned out we couldn't. Unlicensed venues were as booked up as licensed ones, and unregulated celebrants were as busy as ministers and registry officers. While Liz and Bridge were sitting in a relax bar, downing relaxes, Tom and I had tried every park, hotel, and stately home that Google would throw at us. It's no good, I concluded at last. I am a shitty maid of honour. And I, added Tom, am a shitty fiancé. There's just no way we're getting a venue at such short notice. We'd have to be royalty. Tom laughed. He'd always had an irritatingly sexy laugh, which I think I could comfortably admit now he was getting married and I was in a stable relationship. Yeah, that or massive celebrities. Well, fuck. How massive? I asked, with a sinking feeling. I was mostly joking, said Tom. Okay, I get that, but how massive? I didn't think Tom was quite on board yet, but he went along with it anyway. I don't know, Love Island runner-up level? Or 80s rock star who's just released a multi-platinum album and has a hit reality TV show level? Tom gave me a suspicious look. You don't have to do that. I know, but I mean, what's the point of your dad being a dickhead superstar if you can't use it to help your mates? What's the point of having mates if they're just going to use you for your dickhead superstar dad? That was also fair. But when it came to my friends, my balance of sacrifices made versus bullshit dumped was tilted heavily towards bullshit. I can't make any promises, I said, because, well, he is still a dickhead. But I'm hoping that he'll like the opportunity to flex. It's worth a try, Tom agreed. And no pressure. No pressure was, as always, one of the most pressurizing things a person could possibly say, but it sounded like Tom meant it sincerely. Yeah, I might take it outside, if that's okay with you. Tom gave me a nod, and I sloped downstairs with my phone. I wasn't completely sure who I was going to call. The last time I'd reached out to my dad's manager, he'd fobbed me off with a "pull the other one, Charlie," and Dad had only got in touch with me because, at the time, he'd thought he was dying of cancer. Since he now definitely wasn't, I didn't think going through official channels was likely to work. Huddled on the steps outside the converted townhouse that was now Bridge's block of flats, I texted Oliver. You know, that wonderful boyfriend who I hadn't seen for days. No luck finding a venue. I'm going to try and call my dad. For a while there was nothing. Then, is this a support me text or a talk me out of it text? How the hell should I know? Support me, I think. Another texty silence. It's a very kind gesture. That was Oliver code for, I will be there for you even though you and I both know this will end poorly. It's a bad idea, isn't it? There was another ominous silence. Not necessarily. A pause. You need something. He can help you. Another pause. As long as you don't go in with any expectations. Oh, trust me, I'm going in with zero expectations. For a while I carried on sitting, trying to psych myself up to start making calls. Take as long as you need, Oliver texted. I'm making sticky miso peppers this evening, and they're quick, so they can be ready whenever you're home. Another pause. Assuming you do come home. Pause. Though I understand if you can't. God, I hoped I could. This had been a lot, and I'd expected it to be a lot, but I hadn't quite been prepared for how much of a lot it was. And while I was slowly letting myself accept that my best friend's wedding wasn't going to kill my relationship, I'd have accepted it much more easily if I actually got to spend time with Oliver. Which, if I swung a venue for bridge, maybe I'd be able to. I took a deep breath and rang Mum. She picked up as speedily as ever.
Alors, mon canton?
Hi, Mum. I sometimes worried that I wasn't staying in touch as well as I used to, but, on balance, it was more that Mum was no longer my go-to panic dial, and given I was nearly 30, that was probably healthy. How are you?
Oh, Luc, some very bad things have happened.
Part of me was instantly worried. Part of me suspected she was talking about something very minor. What's wrong?
Judy and we were thinking we may have to break up with the drag race. There is just too much of it these days. It is like when you buy something on the internet and then the internet, it thinks to itself, well, she bought this thing, she must like this thing, so I will show her adverts for this exact same thing that she just bought from now until the day she dies.
I'm sorry you and Drag Race are going through a tough time at the moment. She gave a deep sigh.
It is very sad for us. There is the Drag Race UK, there is the Canada's Drag Race, the Drag Race Down Under, the Untucked, the All Stars, and there are queens on the new series of All Stars who are on the last series of the main show. That does not make them an All Star. That makes them someone who lost on a reality TV show quite recently. Also,
she paused ominously.
Your boyfriend is incorrect, and Bimini was robbed.
I'd taken it as a good sign on a number of levels that Oliver was willing to argue quite fiercely with my mum about Drag Race. Not only did it show he cared about me enough to regularly watch reality TV with my family, but it also showed he was comfortable enough with them to be himself, instead of the perfect house guest he'd been raised to be. He'd even stopped eating the special curry. Lucky git. Mum, I'm not going to get into a proxy debate about whether Lawrence Chaney's consistently strong performance should have counted for as much as Bimini's growing confidence.
Well, of course it shouldn't, retorted Mum. She had no arc. The whole point of the show is to have an arc so people can say, oh, I thought this person was rubbish, but now they are great.
You say that, but that's why mediocre dancers keep winning Strictly.
They are entertainment shows, Luc. I am going to vote for who entertains me. If all you wanted to see were people being good at dancing, they would take away the celebrities completely.
She did kind of have a point. Not that I could address it, because I'd rung up for a reason. I said, look, there's no good way to raise this, but do you have a private number for Dad? The silence at the other end of the line suddenly radiated concern.
Luc, I thought you had decided that your father was a miserable, bald, old piece of shit with a tiny penis you never wanted to speak to again.
She had a point there too. He is a miserable, bald, old piece of shit whose penis I'm not comfortable talking about, but I think I might... I swallowed a gagging noise. Need him.
What could you possibly need him for?
There was an edge of hurt in Mum's voice, and I couldn't blame her. She'd given me everything my whole life, and all Dad had ever done was mess me about and screw me over. Bridget's wedding venue has fallen through, and I'm hoping Dad can pull some magic celebrity bullshit for her. I tried to keep it light, but Mum still didn't seem happy.
You know, I am a celebrity too, Luc.
Technically that was true, and if Bridge had wanted to get married in an indie recording studio, the name O'Deal O'Donnell would probably have opened every door in the building. I do know, but right now Dad's got that big I'm on TV, give me free stuff energy, and I really need free stuff.
I understand,
she said, in a way that implied that understanding didn't stop her resenting.
And Bridget has put up with you for a very long time, so she deserves to get something back.
I nodded, which was unhelpful in a voice-only medium. Yeah, I wouldn't have asked otherwise. It's just, maids of honour got a maid of honour.
I understand,
she said again, and this time she sounded more like she meant it. She gave me the number that Dad reserved only for people whose calls he would actually take, and after rehashing the great Lawrence Bimini debate one last time, I rang off. Then, hands shaking slightly, I called my dad. At first, I was relieved when he didn't pick up, but then I felt bad for being relieved, because I was doing this to fix Bridge's wedding, and I loved Bridge, and wanted her to be happy. So I tried again, and again, and again. Eventually, Bridge and Liz came home, several relaxes to the wind.
Have you and Tom had a fight?
Bridge asked with mock gravity. I looked up with what I hoped was a not traumatised expression. No, I just didn't want him to see me before the wedding.
Seriously, though, what are you doing on my doorstep?
Calling my dad. I thought he might be able to strong-arm a venue into taking us. Bridge looked at me with the biggest big eyes I'd ever seen.
Oh, Luke, you don't have to.
I know, but I want to. Think of it as an early wedding present. She stooped and hugged me.
It's the best present.
Then after a moment she added,
But just to be clear, I do want a real present too.
Of course. Bridge opened the door, and she and Liz squeezed past me into the house, and I gave my dad one more go, which was kind of the story of my life. Once again it rang, and once again there was no... Hello? There was no mistaking that voice, as if top-shelf whiskey could speak, if you liked whiskey, and if whiskey was a prick. Part of me, the part of me that had thought this was a bad idea from the start, wanted to hang up straight away. But I'd come this far, so bottling it at the last second would have been the worst of all possible worlds. Dad, it's Luke. I felt small, and was worried I sounded smaller. I was wondering if you could help me out. He gave me that low, narcissistic chuckle that I'd once mistaken for affection. So, you need the old man for something, do you? What can I help you with? I was wondering if you had any contacts who could get us a nice place for a wedding at literally no notice. We were thinking maybe a park, or a house with a garden. If you can't, that's fine. No. That seems like it should be pretty straightforward. After all, what's the point of being famous if you can't help out your own family? This was worryingly easy. Suspiciously easy. And we need to know as soon as possible because it's this weekend and we need to work out how to get everybody to the new venue. I said I have it covered, Luke. Technically, he hadn't said anything of the sort. Trust me. And for a moment, against all the odds, and against all evidence, I did. Thanks. Leave it to me, he said. You've got nothing to worry about. And then he was gone. Honestly, the whole thing started to feel unreal 3 seconds after he'd hung up. Partly it was just the image my dad worked so hard to project. That larger-than-life sense of magic and wonder, like he was a grizzled angel from rock heaven who you'd be lucky to have touch your life for an instant before he moved on. And it was partly that I knew from experience that relying on John Fleming to do anything for anybody not named John Fleming was a complete sucker's game. I buzzed the buzzer, and Bridge let me up to the flat, where I gave her the good news.
You don't seem very excited,
observed Liz. I know. I sat down on the sofa. It's...
He has a complicated relationship with his father, explained Bridget, which is why it was so sweet to reach out to him for us.
It'll probably not come to anything, I told them. He's not exactly reliable. But that didn't stop me hoping. And hoping didn't stop me being surprised when, 3 hours later, my phone rang. Except it wasn't my dad. It was my mum.
I just wanted to find out how it went with your father,
she said. About how you'd expect. I tucked the phone against my shoulder and mouthed, "It's my mother," to the room, before putting it back to my ear.
The thing is, mon canton, after you called, I spoke to Judy, and she said that if your father couldn't help you, or if you, if you wanted to tell him to go and fuck himself, then you could have the wedding in her garden.
I shouldered her again. We do have a backup bridge, I relayed. Apparently you can have the wedding in Mum's friend's garden.
I heard that, said Mum from shoulder height, and I will have you know it is a very nice garden.
Apparently it's a very nice garden, I clarified.
Look, I think you are being very dismissive of Judy's lovely garden.
I scooped the phone back to my ear. Sorry, Mum. It's been a long day, and a long few days, and while I'm sure Judy's garden is lovely, I really want this to be special for Bridge.
Just have a look on the internet and see if you would like it.
It was the least I could do. Tom, I said, can you grab the laptop and Google something for me? Tom obligingly opened up a browser. Is she on Facebook or something? I asked. It seemed improbable. But then again, everybody was on some kind of social media these days.
No, they have a proper website. Well, English Heritage does.
I made an "I'm not sure I heard that correctly" noise. English Heritage?
Faffel Court is a very old building. According to Judy, the Edge Maze goes back to the Restoration.
I passed the words Faffel Court, no, Faffel with a P, and English Heritage to Tom. Hang on, so when you said in her garden, did you mean in the grounds of her palatial estate?
I did say it was a very nice garden.
Bridget was staring over Tom's shoulder with a look of mounting joy.
Oh, Luke, she said, it's perfect. Was that Bridget?
Asked my mum, who was never one to stay out of other people's conversations.
Does she like the garden?
Yes, I told her. Yes, she likes the garden very much. But why didn't you tell me about this earlier?
You never asked. And you seemed so set on talking to your father, I thought maybe it was important to you.
Mum, he's never going to be important to me. He's a cockweasel.
With a small penis, she added. Actually, he doesn't, but I can pretend. So, shall I tell Judy you want her help?
I glanced at Bridge and Tom for confirmation, and they both confirmed enthusiastically. God, yes, please. Thank you so much. You are the actual best.
I know. And you should try to remember that instead of running off to your cockweasel father when you need a favour. In any case, Judy will be very pleased. She said she hasn't officiated at a wedding since 1987.
Wait one tiny minute. Officiated?
Of course. It's her garden. She should be involved.
I was about to protest, but this was getting far too complicated, and there was still the massive logistical task of shifting a large, meticulously planned wedding with over 100 guests from West London to somewhere in Surrey. You know what? I said. I'm sure that'll be fine. After all that, I didn't get to try Oliver's sticky miso peppers. But then, neither did Oliver, because he came to Bridges, where he helped us re-invite the entire guest list and arrange transportation and accommodation for everybody who'd already arranged transport and accommodation for somewhere else entirely. By the time we'd got everything sorted, or as sorted as it could possibly be given the circumstances, we were exhausted. The good kind of exhausted you got from doing something hard but rewarding. And I barely even noticed that my dad had never called me back. Chapter 8. As it turned out, I didn't only miss sticky miso peppers. I also missed asparagus and lemon spaghetti with peas, stuffed butternut squash with maple syrup and freekeh, and spicy aubergine with Szechuan sauce. And Oliver didn't make a big deal out of it. What with being a lawyer, he wasn't exactly a stranger to things coming up at the last minute, but I felt bad anyway. Yes, we were in a good place, a good enough place that adapting to each other's lives was just a part of being together that we both accepted and were cool with. Except I was beginning to worry I wasn't so much adapting as bailing. It had been nearly a week of staggering home after another evening of intense wedding planning to find Oliver already in bed. And not in bed in a sexy, "I've been waiting for you, tiger" way. More in an "I've put on my pyjamas and read my book" way. And it was temporary. I knew it was temporary. And Oliver, I'm sure, knew it was temporary too. Or at least, I hoped he did. Because if he didn't, then he was being worryingly calm about being in a relationship where we were never conscious in the same room. It didn't help that since the wedding was in Surrey now, Bridge and all her bridesmaids were going to be spending the night before in Judy's enormous stately home for a kind of non-gendered person's night, which I assumed would involve braiding each other's hair, drinking champagne, and talking about boys. Which, honestly, I'd normally have been up for. Only my personal boy would be at home without me, where he'd been every night that week. Still, best friend code, maid of honour code, and unless something went catastrophically wrong, I would never have to do this again. My plan for the evening involved calling a cab to take me to my flat where I'd stashed my suit, then to Oliver's house where I'd somehow managed to stash nearly everything else I owned, and finally back to Bridges so we could bundle into a hastily rented limousine and get the party started. And maybe, somewhere in the middle of all this, close my eyes for like 10 seconds so I wouldn't show up in all the wedding photos looking like Bridget's stoner cousin. I was just waiting for the cab, and definitely had not closed my eyes for any length of time, when Bridge sidled over to me, with an apologetic look on her face. "Oh, God," I said. "What's happened now?" She winced.
Nothing, but...
She broke off for a moment.
You know I love you, Luke.
You bloody well better after this week.
And I do. But I was wondering, would you be hurt if I said I wanted this evening to just be the girls?
I wasn't hurt exactly, but I was a bit confused. Well, no. Except that doesn't sound like anything you'd ever say in real life. I've been one of the girls for a clear decade.
Damn it.
She curled her hands into fists.
You caught me. I was talking to Liz and she pointed out that you're knackered and I should give you the night off. But I also knew if I said that, you'd get all defensive and pretend you weren't.
I'm not getting... I began, then stopped. Okay, yeah, maybe a bit. Bridge gazed at me earnestly.
It won't make you a bad friend or a bad maid of honour. In fact, a good maid of honour should be well rested so he doesn't ruin the most important day of my life.
Oh, I wanted to go home so badly. Really? I asked, trying to sound like I wasn't begging.
Really?
She gave a decisive nod. You know I love you too, right?
You rang your dad for me. If I hadn't worked it out before, I'd have worked it out then.
I was too overweddinged to put up even a token show of resistance. Bridge, thank you so much. She prodded me lightly in the shoulder.
Go home, and I'll see you tomorrow, which is, in case you've forgotten, the most important day of my life.
So I went home. Or rather, I went to Oliver's, which was what home meant these days. Although I didn't like to dwell on that, because I was scared that if I looked too closely, it would disappear. In any case, I was going to be crap company this evening, because I was exhausted, seeing seating plans every time I blinked, and still slightly raw from having spoken to my dad, who, surprise, surprise, hadn't called me back, despite the fact the wedding was tomorrow. I suppose I was at least consistent when it came to boyfriending, much like I'd been consistent at sports in school, which is to say, terrible in every respect. I got to Clerkenwell about 7, hopped out the cab, and let myself in with the actual key I actually had. I hadn't been in a key-exchanging relationship since Miles, and that hadn't counted because we'd rented the flat together, so he hadn't so much given me a key as received a key at the same time I had. Anyway, I'd texted ahead, so I'd expected Oliver to be expecting me. What I hadn't expected was for him to be standing in the hall in full black tie, holding a blue velvet jewellery box. Oh shit. I'd forgotten something important. It definitely wasn't our anniversary, because while we hadn't worked out when it officially was on account of the whole pretending to date before officially dating thing, we'd agreed it was before the Beetle drive, which had already happened. And it wasn't Oliver's birthday, because while I had forgotten when that was exactly, I knew it wasn't in May. "What's going on?" I asked, in the wary voice of a man who felt he should have known, but didn't. Oliver had gone a little pink. "Well, I felt bad that I wasn't more supportive when Bridget needed your help, and I thought since we missed Pretty Woman the musical, I could, instead, bring Pretty Woman to you." My gaze flicked from the jewellery box to black tie Oliver and back again. "You'd better not be taking me to the opera. You know I hate opera." "I'm not taking you to the opera," Oliver said. "I couldn't get tickets, and my private jet is being detailed." Thank God for that. I'd do many things for Oliver, but I drew the line at watching people sing their feelings in languages I didn't understand. Relaxing slightly, I gave him a quizzical look. "Do I need to be in a red dress?" "You can if you want to be, but I'm not sure it's quite your style. Although," he offered the jewellery box, "there is something missing." "I'm not sure anything else is going to fit in these." I peered down at myself. "Jeans?" "You do wear very tight jeans," agreed Oliver. He flipped open the box to reveal a necklace of love hearts, the weird chalky sweets with little messages on them, threaded on elastic. "You mustn't get too excited," he went on, "because they're on loan." I gaped at him. "From whom?" "Well, I can't say, 'Don't get too excited, I bought these for £1.30 from a sweet shop.' You could say, 'Don't get too excited, these are disgusting,' which would be true. My rule is never buy a sweet that's more famous for how it looks than how it tastes." Oliver's brows dipped scowlishly. "Just take the fucking necklace, Lucian." I reached out, then hesitated. "You're going to snap the box on my fingers, aren't you?" There was the slightest of pauses. Then Oliver smiled. "For verisimilitude." So I reached out, and he snapped, and I tried to look as adorable as Julia Roberts, but I think I mostly looked like someone who'd had a jewellery box closed on his fingers. "Oh, come on," said Oliver. "That did not hurt. I was very careful." "It's not the pain, it's the shock." "You knew it was coming. You literally told me you knew it was coming." I glared in a not really sort of way. "Then you try it." We swapped roles, and I tried to offer him the necklace like I was a multi-millionaire with daddy issues, instead of a completely normal bloke with daddy issues. He reached, and I snapped. "Ow!" protested Oliver, shaking his hand. "Sorry, that happened much faster than I thought it would." "You have to control it on the way down." Oliver massaged the red line that was forming across his fingertips. "Or gravity takes over." "I'm sorry," I said again. "You clearly have more jewellery box snapping practice than I do. Why do you have jewellery box snapping practice?" He gave a little cough. "I might have rehearsed in the mirror a couple of times. I didn't want to hurt you." "Oh no." I took his hand and gently kissed it better. "I'm the worst." "I should have known better than to trust you with a dangerous jewellery box." "Not going to lie." I kissed him again. That was a bad call. We both should have known better. The kissing drifted from hands to mouths, and ended with Oliver pressed against the wall and me pressed against Oliver, as seconds, minutes, slipped past in a haze of heat and homecoming, and the pleasure of being together again. Eventually Oliver, looking nicely dishevelled in an otherwise pristine tux, drew back. Under normal circumstances, I'd be delighted to take this to its logical conclusion. By logical conclusion, I asked, do you mean sex in the hall? Maybe. But unfortunately, I left some candles burning upstairs, and it's probably best not to leave them unattended for too long. I stared at him. You did candles as well? It's been a very long week without you. This was not making sex in the hallway any less appealing. On the other hand, Oliver had gone to a lot of trouble, and burning his house down would have been a crappy way to thank him. I gestured at the jewellery box. I think you're maybe supposed to put it on me? In the movie, Richard Gere had stood behind Julia Roberts, gazing passionately into a mirror as he fastened the delicate chain around her equally delicate neck. Oliver had to kind of stretch a piece of elastic over my face, nearly dragging one of my ears off. I feel very sexy and desirable right now, I said. Oliver squinted anxiously at me. Can you breathe? I think it was designed for children. Yeah, I clawed at my throat. It's digging, but it's not choking. Oh, good. Because unnegotiated choking was not what I had planned for this evening. I'd be relieved to hear that, I told him, but now I want to know when we're going to do the negotiated choking. Perhaps after the movie? Wait, you got the movie as well? He took my hand and started drawing me upstairs. Yes, and I moved the television upstairs. In my head, it was all very romantic. It is very romantic, I admitted. It's probably one of the most romantic things anyone has ever done for me. But you know, like, feelings make me self-conscious, and being self-conscious makes me defensive, and when I'm defensive, I'm sarcastic. And I love you anyway, Lucien. Yeah, I muttered. I love you too. Despite my best efforts with my socks and sex toys, Oliver kept the bedroom immaculate, and it was still immaculate. Only now it was immaculate with the downstairs TV balanced on the chest of drawers, candles arranged artfully on every spare surface, and, with typically Oliverian attention to detail, new bed linen in shades of red and gold. And the worst thing was, I couldn't even find anything glib to say. The thing, Oliver began, about Pretty Woman, is that when people first watch it, they either love it or hate it. If they love it, they will always... Oh, shut up, Oliver. I pushed him down on the bed and straddled him. For a moment I could only look at this ridiculous, kind and beautiful man who made ridiculous, kind and beautiful gestures and was ridiculously, beautifully mine. And he was looking right back at me, his eyes grey velvet in the soft light, the severe lines of his face that couldn't, in moments like these, quite hide how vulnerable he got when he knew he'd been, frankly, extra and was expecting to be rejected or laughed at for it. Leaning down, I kissed him again, the way you only kiss someone when they've filled the room with candles for you. We were definitely going to watch Pretty Woman, but maybe not for a while. Chapter 9. As a legal professional, said Oliver, as we set off for Surrey at unspeakable o'clock in the morning in the car Oliver had hired for the occasion, I feel I should point out that Edward actually has a fiduciary responsibility to his company and his investors, which means dropping $1 billion deal in favour of a shipbuilding contract is somewhat unethical. I fished the final piece of homemade French toast from the Tupperware box on my lap. Very much the point of that movie, Oliver. I'm aware it's not part of the central romantic fantasy, But it is made explicit earlier that he doesn't work with his own money. So, by deciding at the last minute to make boats with a surrogate father figure, instead of doing what he told people he was going to do, he's technically committing massive fraud.
Isn't, I licked cinnamon from my fingertips, the implication that he'll make more money from the ships long term?
It's $1 billion deal. The contract with the Navy is only for a few $1 million. That's still over $900 million unaccounted for. No wonder Stucky is incandescent. Not, I hasten to add, Oliver hastily added, that this justifies his sexually assaulting anyone.
Are you going to be like this when we go and see the musical? I asked. He slid me a mischievous look.
Only if there's a song about business ethics.
I'm kind of assuming it'll be songs about shopping, and maybe, I don't know, sex work?
Ah, said Oliver. So you think it'll open with Vivian climbing out of a window in her thigh-high boots, singing... He sang. The laws that are supposed to protect me make things worse in practice, and well-intended regulations can have negative
He tapped the steering wheel.
Sequences. If my profession was decriminalized, it wouldn't be unfairly stigmatized, and I wouldn't have to worry about the sexual offences.
He paused and finished in his normal voice.
Act 2003.
I was sitting in a car with a man who would, and thinking about it, could, improv a mediocre show tune about the complexities of the UK sex industry. And for some reason, I was okay with it. You, I told him, are a dork who cares too much.
And it has taken you 2 years to work this out?
I worked out the cares too much thing pretty quickly. The dork has been creeping up on me. Oliver was blushing very slightly.
Yes, I try to keep it close to my chest.
Oliver, the only dork you need to keep close to your chest is me.
You do realise that according to some etymologists, dork means penis.
You can keep that close to your chest too if you like.
I think that's poor road safety.
Fine, I said, in a fake huff. I'll go to sleep then. Oliver's hand briefly left the gear stick to pat my knee.
You should. It's going to be a long day for you.
And how? I was sure it was going to be a worth-it long day, but I was probably going to be in post someone else's wedding recovery for at least a month. Or, to put it another way, I was going to be in post someone else's wedding recovery until the next time I needed to go to someone else's wedding. But how will I entertain and delight you if I'm unconscious?
I'll put a podcast on.
I groaned massively. Not the Magnus Archives.
What's wrong with the Magnus Archives?
I'm trying to sleep. It'll give me nightmares. About worms. I paused. Or spiders. Or strangers. Or the sea. Or the sky. Or meat. Or Edinburgh.
It's Magnus, said Oliver firmly. Or This American Life.
I groaned massively again. Fine. Put on Magnus. So Oliver put on Magnus, and we either trundled or whooshed, depending on traffic, our way to Surrey. And, fortunately, I was knackered enough that whatever horrendous things were happening to the employees of the Magnus Institute, this time I slept right through it. When next I stirred, we'd arrived. Or rather, we'd arrived in the car park, which, given how English stately homes worked, meant that we were still a moderately long walk from the actual house. In a display of unexpected couple efficiency, given that 50% of the couple was me, we retrieved what was left of our wedding costumes from the back seat and took turns straightening each other's ties and brushing off each other's lapels. Not that Oliver's lapels needed that much brushing. I just wanted an excuse to cop a feel. Because while Oliver wore a suit to work every day, this was a special occasion suit. And Oliver in a special occasion suit was different from Oliver in a barrister suit, in a way that was only noticeable if you'd spent slightly too long looking at him. He was in pearl grey, which brought out the silvers in his eyes, and he'd gone with one of his "I'm secretly more flamboyant than I let on" ties, with a pattern of subtle pewter swirls and dusty pink roses.
As it happened, my tie was pink as well, but that was because midnight blue and rose gold were the wedding colours, and given the choice between blue suit pink tie or blue tie pink suit, I'd put my foot very firmly down on the side of not looking like a lost flamingo. "Is there something wrong with my lapels?" asked Oliver. I kept stroking. "Oh yeah, they're a mess, extremely dusty." "Thrilled as I am for you to dust me in a car park, are there not maid of honour duties you need to attend to?" Leaning in, I nuzzled needly into his neck. "I know. I think it'll mostly be standing around providing moral support while Bridge gets her hair done, or whatever. But your lapels, what if they get dusty again?" "Then," his voice was soft and full of his smile, "I shall seek you out at once." "Please do. Spending a whole wedding without you would be awful." "I promise you faithfully, Lucien, you will only have to spend parts of weddings without me." Duly reassured, I left Oliver's lapels alone, and we set off down a long gravel drive towards the speck on the horizon that was apparently Judy's house. "You know," Oliver had taken my hand as we walked, a habit we'd honed over a number of slightly embarrassing strolls around the parks of Clerkenwell, "it's occurring to me that one day you might have to admit that you're just a bit posh." I made a choking sound. "I am not posh. I've only got one surname, and I come from a broken home." "So does Prince Harry, and generally people who make a big deal out of being too common for opera can't also get a baroness to lend them her front room at short notice." "It's not her front room, it's her—" "Grounds," finished Oliver. OK, that sounded worse. And worse still, Oliver totally had a point. "Oh, this is nice," I told him. "It reminds me of when we were first going out and I didn't like you." And it was testament to how far we'd come that I could say something like that, and he'd laugh. And Oliver laughing in a special occasion suit was a very good Oliver indeed. Eventually we arrived at the court bit of Faffel Court, and while I didn't know much about history, it was definitely the kind of place that the kind of person who wanted to get married in that kind of place would want to get married in, which was to say, big and fancy-looking, with lots of windows and a dedicated posing staircase between two ornate pillars. "Oh my," said Oliver, "what a lovely Tudor manor." And again, it was testament to how far we'd come that I had only a slight desire to shove him into a ditch. "Stop showing off." "But I've always felt my passing familiarity with well-known, highly distinctive architectural styles is an essential part of my bad boy image." It felt bad to be laughing at the notion of Oliver having a bad boy image, because I knew he could be a bad boy when it counted. "Should I ask how you know it's Tudor, or will I regret it?" He shrugged. "We do a special house-recognising course in barrister school." "I know you're joking, but even if you weren't, that would not be the weirdest thing about your job." "My job," began Oliver, with the gravity of a legal professional, "is—" Before he could insist that his job wasn't weird, and I could point out that any career that involved wearing a wig but never lip-syncing was weird by definition, Melanie came flying towards us with impressive speed for a woman in a rose gold frock and matching stilettos.
"Luke!" she cried. "Great to see you. Can you tell Bridge I'll be back in 2 minutes? There's an emergency at work. Don't really have time to talk about it." She took a deep breath. "But one of our authors is starting a book tour of the States on Monday, and we've accidentally booked him appearances in New York, Los Angeles and Las Vegas." This seemed a fairly minor crisis by the standards of Bridge and Melanie's jobs. "Aren't they quite good places for a book tour?" "Not when they're New York, Texas, Los Angeles, Texas, and Las Vegas, New Mexico. This is why we don't normally have the UK office book the US tour dates." Oliver was doing his interested in everyone face. "I take it none of those are big book towns?" "New York, Texas," replied Melanie, sweeping a stray braid out of her face.
has a population of 20, and Los Angeles, Texas is less than a mile across. But there's quite a nice library in Las Vegas, New Mexico, so he might like that. Anyway, I have to go and sort this out. Bridge is in a small guest room in the lodge. That way.
And with that, she dashed off to disappoint a dozen Texans. You should probably commence maid of honouring. Oliver gently decoupled our hands. I'll see if I can be useful somewhere else. Call me if you need me. Or even if you don't. I certainly wasn't sappy enough to stand and watch as Oliver made his way up to the house, and I certainly wasn't shallow enough to linger on the effect some steps and a well-cut suit had on his arse. So, having done neither of those things, I went looking for the lodge and for Bridget. I found them both in roughly the direction that Melanie had indicated. The guest room looked kind of like the pyjama party scene from Grease, although I was sure nobody had been sing-dissing any of the other bridesmaids. There were clothes literally everywhere, and every spare surface was covered in either cosmetics or mimosas. Bridge, mimosa within reach, was sitting at a dressing table with a huge mirror, having arcane things done to her hair by someone I hoped was a professional.
Luke,
Her reflection beamed at me.
have a mimosa.
On the one hand, I really wanted a mimosa. On the other hand, it was 9 a.m, and I was barely conscious as it stood. Maybe in about 6 hours?
In 6 hours, I'll be married and we'll be starting on the champagne.
A look of wonderful yet terrifying realization crept across her face.
Oh my God. I'll be married in 6 hours. I'll be Ms. Bridget Wells.
Wheels stared at her.
Bridge,
Said Jennifer, emerging from what I assumed was the ensuite.
that's already your name. Yes, but I'll be Ms. Bridget Wells who's married.
Liz pressed the mimosa into my hand anyway.
I think you're going to need this,
She whispered. I looked round for somewhere to sit, and found nowhere that wasn't a lap, and that was one step too gay best friend even for me. Eventually, I propped my coccyx against the corner of a chest of drawers, which was very much a side grade from just standing.
So?
Began Liz, in a tone that seemed far too implication-laden for a woman of the cloth.
How was your evening? Was it lovely?
For a moment I wasn't sure what she meant. Then I glared at Mirror Bridge. Oh, so you were in on it then? She gave me a look of winsome triumph.
Oliver said he'd missed you, and you'd been so nice to me I thought you deserved a night off.
It was great, I said, offering the PG, appropriate for relative strangers version of events. We watched old movies and got a relatively good night's sleep.
That does sound great,
Agreed Jennifer.
Perhaps it's because I'm in my 30s now, but a good night's sleep is one of my top 5 bedroom fantasies.
Bernadette looked around from where she was adjusting the line of her deep blue bridesmaid's dress.
What are the other 4? New bookshelves, a husband who knows how to share a duvet, one of those pillows that are good for your back, and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson covered in lemon sorbet.
Lemon sorbet? Asked the hairdresser, who until that moment had been screening the bridal banter with consummate professionalism.
I like lemon sorbet.
Liz squinted like someone trying to solve a difficult maths puzzle.
Wouldn't it sting? I don't want him totally covered in lemon sorbet, protested Jennifer. Oh, right.
Bridget's mirror face was also trying to solve a difficult maths puzzle.
Because that would be strange.
Also, I added, wouldn't it ruin your nice new pillow? Finding the room as seat-deprived as I had, Jennifer slumped against the wall.
Given that I'm married, he's married, we live in different countries, and he's the most electrifying man in all of entertainment, I don't think sorbet logistics are the largest barrier to my having a night of steamy passion with the bloke from Jumanji. Actually,
Bernadette poured herself another mimosa.
if you are going to use a dessert in a sexual context,
Sorbet is a really good choice. It's mostly water and sugar, so it doesn't stain, and it doesn't curdle, and it's not as sticky as you might imagine.
Jennifer made a vindicated gesture.
See, I apparently have incredible sexual instincts. The rest of you would be covering Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in completely the wrong kind of condiments.
Asking for a friend?
Asked Liz. For a friend.
Bernadette, what other foods is it either good or bad to lick off somebody?
Bridget's mouth dropped open.
Are you allowed to lick things off people?
Not at the moment, no,
Liz admitted.
But within the confines of marriage, the church has no policy for or against licking things off people.
I can't tell.
That was the moment when Melanie rejoined us.
If I have the best or the worst timing, who is licking what off whom?
Jennifer,
said Liz.
Lemon sorbet, The Rock.
The look of confusion on Melanie's face was, in context, understandable.
Johnson or Gibraltar?
I'm not even going to ask.
Jennifer slid slowly down the wall.
Why you think I might want to lick the Rock of Gibraltar?
Melanie shrugged.
I dunno. White people shit?
If I had to lick a geographical feature,
said Bridge, with the air of somebody who had drunk way too many mimosas and was giving this way too much thought,
I'd pick Arthur's Seat.
The ensuing discussion of which parts of the country we'd put which parts of our body on lasted long enough for the hairdresser to be replaced by a makeup artist, and I found myself wondering what the hell this ritual would look like if I was, say, marrying Oliver. Would I sit around in a new suit, drinking cocktails with Priya, Bridge and the James Royces, while a highly trained professional ran a comb through my hair exactly once? Of course, maybe that said more about my hair than the institution of marriage. Though I had to admit that when the experts had done their work, Bridge did look fucking fantastic. Not that she ever looked unfucking fantastic, but she looked fucking fantastic. Just all happy and glowy, and with her flower-woven hair framing her face in ways I could appreciate, but not understand.
Oh my God.
Bridge stood up, wobbling slightly with nerves.
Oh my God. I'm getting married in less than 6 hours.
I checked my phone. In 2 hours. So unless you want to walk down the aisle in a fluffy bathrobe, you should probably think about getting the dress on. She gave a little squeak.
Oh my God, the dress. Jennifer, can you grab it for me? Sure.
Jennifer climbed gingerly back to her feet.
Where is it?
There was a silence where you would very much hope there would not be a silence. Bridge turned slowly round.
Bernadette, where's the dress?
I thought, said Bernadette,
Jennifer was taking care of it.
Bridge kept turning.
Melanie, where's the dress?
I agree with Bridge, said Melanie. I thought it was Bernadette's job.
Oh my God.
The tenor of Bridge's "oh my gods" had changed dramatically.
Liz, tell me you picked up the dress.
Liz put her hands in the air.
Hey, I'm not even a bridesmaid. I'm just a redundant vicar. I'm here for the booze and the sex tips.
I'm sure, I said, not at all sure, that it's here somewhere.
It's a wedding dress,
cried Bridge.
It's enormous. It's not going to be under someone's lipstick.
From a mixture of helpfulness and denial, I started looking inside, behind, and beneath anything you could conceivably have hidden a very large frock inside, behind, or beneath. Bridge sank back into her chair.
I can't believe this is happening. This is my perfect special day. I can't have a perfect special day Without my perfect special dress!
I exchanged horrified looks with the rest of the bridesmaids, because it was looking a lot like she was going to have to. And, as maid of honour, it was my job to tell her that. Chapter 10.
Don't cry.
Jennifer was kneeling in front of Bridge.
You'll ruin your makeup.
What does it matter if I ruin my makeup?
Wept Bridge.
I don't have a dress.
I'd given up the search and was now trying to find literally anything else Bridge could put on her body. We must be able to pull something together. Bridge looked up.
Oh, right. I can get married in my hippo pyjamas and Liz's hoodie.
Hey,
said Liz.
I got that hoodie at an ecclesiastical retreat. It's practically sacred.
Pulling out my phone, I checked the time. It was 12:10. It's fine. There's just enough time to send somebody back to London.
I'll go, offered Melanie.
The ceremony starts at 2.
Bridge was attempting to signal despair without touching her hair or face, which made her look like an emoji.
You won't make it back, and then I'll have to get married in hippo pyjamas and a hoodie while I'm missing a bridesmaid.
Liz was already scurrying towards the door.
It's fine. I can go.
Bernadette gave a wary look.
How many mimosas have you had?
Liz ceased scurrying.
Enough that it took me a moment to realise why this would be a bad idea.
A buzzing emanated from my fonnular region. It was a picture of a smug man with white hair. A second or two later, Oliver sent Richard Dawkins. A dick, a dork, and a dork. My heart sank. Not because Oliver was at peak Oliver, but because I was going to have to send him away. I called him, and true to form, he answered within 2 rings. Lucien? Oh, God. I'm really sorry, I said, but I might need you to go back to London. I'm choosing to believe that if you were breaking up with me, you would have done it in a less bizarre way. Although, knowing you, I'm not sure why I think that. I wanted to bounce back, but there wasn't time, and this wasn't about me. Bridge's dress got left behind. Can you, pick it up? While driving fast enough that you have a chance to be back here by 2, but not so fast you get arrested or killed. I will certainly try. It was his, I don't think this is a good plan, but I'll do it because I love you voice. Incidentally, he had used the same voice when booking tickets for Pretty Woman the musical. But this is going to be a very tight turnaround. I'll meet you outside. I hung up, then turned to Bridge. Keys, please. Oliver's going. We all knew he wouldn't make it. But the fact that someone was trying made us feel very slightly better, the operative word being slightly. Because when I'd got back from sprinting to the main house and sending Oliver sprinting to the car park, the mood was teetering between sombre and inconsolable.
I don't want to sound pessimistic,
began Melanie,
but I think we should have a backup plan, because even if Oliver makes it, you still might not have time to get changed.
Bridge made a noise that was an unholy amalgamation of a hiccup, a wail, and a sob.
Fine. I'll get in my pyjamas.
There must be something else we can do.
Jennifer had a mimosa in each hand.
What if you wore one of our dresses?
Then,
Bridge's voice clicked up half an octave,
I'll be dressed as a bridesmaid at my own wedding. I'll be always the bridesmaid, never the bride, at my own wedding.
We all paced and drank and thought. Honestly, the drinking wasn't helping with the thinking, but it was helping with the not freaking the fuck out. Eventually, Melanie lifted her head from her hands.
Hang on a sec. We're in a rich old woman's house. She must have something fancy you can wear. There's a suit of armour in the main hall, Bridge said. I'll just slip into that.
The great curse of Bridge's life was that she had a tremendous ability to solve other people's problems. But when it came to her own, she could be, and I say this with love, unhelpful sometimes. No. I gave her an encouraging shoulder pat. Judy's been married about 20 times. I bet she's got a dozen wedding dresses lying around. There was a pause as Bridge considered this.
So, my choices are naked, pyjamas and hoodies, bridesmaid, or whatever your mum's friend can drag out of her bottom drawer.
Maybe, I admitted, feeling like the worst maid of honour who had ever made honour. But I think 4 might be the least worst option.
Naked would be a statement,
offered Bernadette. I was edging towards the door. I'll see what I can dig up. Bridge's reply was kind of a burble, but it sounded like an appreciative burble, so, hoping that all this dashing backwards and forwards wasn't turning me into too much of an unattractive ball of sweat, I set off back to the main house. Of course, I didn't know where Judy was, but I was hoping that if I rang Mum, I'd find Judy not far away. She picked up somewhat less quickly than Oliver had, not because she cared less, but because she had a more relaxed attitude to life in general. Actually, come to think of it, I wasn't sure I could imagine 2 people more different life attitude relaxedness-wise than Mum and Oliver.
Hello, Luc.
I heard the sounds of clinking crockery over the phone. Hi, Mum.
You sound out of breath. Are you getting enough exercise?
Right now, I definitely was. There's a lot to sort out.
I'm sure there is, but you are a young man. A little bit of wedding drama shouldn't be making you so tired.
I've been running all over the place. She made a dismissive Gallic noise.
When I was your age, I ran everywhere. It is your job. That is the problem. You are at a desk the whole day, and you never get any fresh air or sunshine.
I walk to work.
That does not count. The air in London, it is not fresh at all.
Getting into a debate about air quality in the capital didn't seem likely to help with my current predicament, so I let it slide. I don't suppose Judy's with you, is she?
She is. She is having a croissant.
A croissant?
We are having breakfast.
It's noon. I heard the chink of a knife being set down.
Of course. Who eats breakfast before noon?
A muffled posh voice said something at Mum's end of the telephone.
Apparently Judy does normally because she has to get up to feed the chickens, but I do not think that counts. Chickens get up far too early.
More commentary from just out of hearing.
They cannot be that sensible, or they would not let themselves be eaten. Anyway, mon canton.
She seemed to be addressing me again.
What do you need Judy for?
There's no dress. For a moment, Mum was quiet.
What do you mean there is no dress?
Somehow the bridal party forgot to bring the dress down from London. We were hoping that Judy might have something. I heard Mum explaining the situation, and Judy responding, and the 2 of them carrying on for quite some while about, from the little I could gather, what a terrible state the younger generation had got themselves into.
I am handing you over,
Mum said at last, and then there was a phone passing sound before Judy assumed telephonic control.
Luke, my boy, spot of bother with the old frock, is that right?
Yes, in that we don't have one, and we were hoping maybe that you did.
Bound to. Old place is full of tat like that.
That was reassuring in some ways, but not in others. I was hoping for something non-tat.
Pish-posh, just a figure of speech. Tell you what, let me rustle up some bits and bobs and I'll let you know.
I'd have asked to be handed back to Mum, but Judy had already rung off, so I made my way as quickly as I could up to the main house and hoped they'd come down to meet me. And they had. The courtyard was already swarming with caterers, who, on the whole, had been very good about the last-minute venue change, and was now also graced with 2 women of a certain age staggering under the weight of more white silk than any reasonable person could have any reasonable use for. I rushed forward to help, and Mum, at least, gratefully unburdened herself, dumping a half-ton of dress into my woefully unprepared arms. Judy, who prided herself on making light of all burdens, just fell into step beside me.
"Can't make any promises," she told me, over a cascade of organza ruffles. "But there's a fair bit for her to choose from, at least. You know, I do miss weddings. Perhaps I should get married again."
She turned to my mum.
"How about it, Odile? It'd make it harder for my bastard relatives to object to your being in my will."
Please tell me you're joking. I glanced between the 2 of them. Mum, you can't just marry your best mate for a laugh. She gave me a disapproving look.
Don't tell me what I can do, Luc.
Then, to my immense relief, she turned to Judy.
But I do think he's right. Besides, being married to you would clearly be awful.
Judy gave a won't-stand-for-this disparagement huff.
"I beg your pardon. Being married to me is a wonderful experience. That's why so many people have wanted to do it."
I'm with Mum on this one, I said. Marriages are like court appearances. The fact that you've had a lot of them doesn't necessarily mean you're doing them well. That didn't seem to help.
"You're missing out, Odile."
Perhaps, but I wouldn't want to ruin our friendship. And anyway, I do not think I enjoyed being married so much the last time.
I could see that, but I wasn't sure I liked the implication. Do you not think Dad was a bit of an outlier? Like, he's basically the worst person you could possibly have been married to? Mum gave me a reassuring pat.
I am sure that is the case, mon canton. And I am sure that if you and Oliver want to be married, you will be far happier with each other than I was with your father. But for me, I think it is a boat that has sailed.
There was no melancholy in the way she said it, even if it was in some ways an inherently melancholy sentiment. And Mum was always very adamant that she was proud of the life she'd lived and the choices she'd made, which was good, because I was proud of them too. And I wouldn't really have minded if she'd wanted to marry Judy, although since it might have put me in line to be Baron Faffel, I would at that point have had to admit that Oliver was right, and I was posher than I thought. We bustled back into the guest room and laid down our various offerings on top of the discarded articles of clothing that Bridget decided she didn't want to get married in.
"Well," said
Judy,
"here they are. Not all of them are mine, technically. That one was my sister's."
She pointed at a long, flowing gown in an 80s style.
"That one was my aunt's, and that one, I think, I wound up with after a particularly heavy night of drinking somewhere in Monaco. Don't ask."
Bridge came hesitantly over and took a look.
"Oh,"
she said, with a tremor in her voice that should have sent ripples through people's mimosas.
"They seem lovely."
"No need to be polite,"
insisted Judy, for whom no need to be polite was practically a family motto.
"Well aware that half of them are ghastly, and the other half are worse, but they are suitable, and certainly better than wearing nothing at all, and I speak from experience in that regard."
The bridesmaids gave her a look of collective interrogation.
"It was the 60s. He was American. There was a lot of mud and flowers," she explained. "All very harmonious, I'm sure, but one does get rather bitten."
Bridge was holding dresses up to herself and checking the mirror.
"I think this one's too short."
60s again, explained Judy. "Fabulous time."
"And this one,"
she tried another,
"might be too frilly."
"That's the sister. Frilly woman all around."
"And this one?"
Bridge held up a full-sleeved, almost fairy-tale gown with a train that stayed on the bed as she took the rest of it across the room.
"Luc, talk me out of this, because this is exactly the dress I wanted when I was 9 years old, and 9-year-olds have no taste."
Judy had a faraway look on her face.
Now that is from my 1980s husband. Rich as Croesus, fabulous in bed, otherwise a complete shit. Well,
Mum gave a laconic shrug.
that was the 80s for you. Yes, I don't know how I'd have got through it if it hadn't been for the cocaine.
I looked at the dress. It was definitely of its era. From a time when, if you wanted to show your friends how much better and happier than them you were, you had to blow a ton of money on something vulgar and expensive, instead of just Instagramming yourself in front of something you didn't really own, like we did in our more enlightened age. It might be the best option. Bridge was staring at herself in the mirror, with an expression of profoundly mixed emotions.
Is it wrong that I sort of love it? You can do nothing wrong today, said Bernadette. That's the joy of being a bride.
Jennifer set down her mimosa and moved to a better vantage point.
I think I unironically like it. It's got a Princess Diana vibe.
Sign of the times,
Explained Judy.
All wedding dresses had a Princess Diana vibe for a full decade. Wasn't precisely a model marriage, though, was it?
Melanie pointed out.
That wasn't the dress's fault,
Protested Bridge, suddenly strangely defensive of the honour of a 40-year-old taffeta gown. Judy clapped her hands.
Well, if you like it, you can absolutely have it. We might need to make one or two tiny adjustments, but that's why Matron taught me to sew all those years ago.
So Bridge got changed, and while it wasn't quite what she'd chosen, and didn't fit quite perfectly, even after Judy had gone at it with pins, I had to admit Bridge did look remarkable in it. Sure, it was a bit dated, but it really did make her look like a princess. And since she'd always been one, deep down, I thought she deserved to look like one, too. Chapter 11. By the time the bridal party was lurking outside the walled garden where the ceremony was due to take place, there was still no sign of Oliver, which meant the replacement dress was definitely the dress, and I was going to have to maid the honours without my boyfriend. It was barely 2, I was already knackered, and all the running around had left its mark. Its sweaty, sweaty mark. So, from a certain perspective, Oliver's absence was a plus, because he wouldn't be able to see, or for that matter, smell me. I was just reflecting on how disgusting I was, when the wedding march kicked in. Bridge gave an "I've been waiting for this all my life" squeak, and letting her father take her arm, glided triumphantly through the archway and towards where Tom was waiting. And, to give him credit, he looked a lot less shocked than he might that his bride-to-be had shown up in a frock that Cinderella's fairy godmother would have turned down for being a touch OTT. The music crescendoed, and Bridge sailed on, and Bridge's train very much didn't. We'd been aware there was a lot of it, but between me and the bridesmaids, we'd managed to kind of carry it as a bundle, without getting a full sense of its terrifying magnificence. Now, however, it was unfolding like a giant snake in an exploitative B-movie, and because we hadn't had the foresight to stretch it back in a straight line from the door, it was also cornering really badly, meaning it was dragging heavily past the aisle and making aggressive moves at the guests. A hapless second cousin had to snatch her child out of its way. At last, Bridge was at the altar, and the bridesmaids were 25 feet away, wrangling a cascade of silk that had already swallowed 3 chairs.
"Dearly beloved,"
began Judy in her loudest posh person voice, which was pretty damn loud.
"Oh, I say, that's fun, isn't it? I haven't said that in years. We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of this woman, Bridget Dawn Wells, and this chap, Thomas, no middle name, Ballantyne. Then, once the party's over, they're going to go and do the legal bit at an actual registry office."
I could hardly see because I was miles away, but Bridge seemed happy enough, despite the somewhat unorthodox delivery. And Tom had the same look of slightly dazed contentment that every bridegroom has had on his face since the beginning of time. Judy, too, seemed to be having the time of her life.
Now, I meant to say something about marriage and how jolly seriously you're supposed to take it, but honestly, I've always thought it works best when it's a bit of a laugh. My most successful by far was my 5th husband. We kept each other in stitches constantly. Then, one evening, we were out on his yacht, and he laughed so hard he fell overboard and was eaten by a shark. And as I've told every man I've ever slept with, it doesn't matter how you start or how you finish. It's the bits in the middle that matter. All of which said, I hope this wedding will be a wonderful start to Tom and Bridget's life together.
She paused for about half a second.
Now, vows.
They'd written their own, of course, and they were terribly sweet and terribly sincere. And this probably makes me a horrible human being. I forgot them the moment I heard them. Then again, they weren't supposed to be meaningful to me. They were supposed to be meaningful to Tom and Bridge. Oliver arrived about halfway through, got stuck in the entrance with the bridal party because of the mega train, and, being a far better person than me, took the whole situation impeccably, and even seemed to find the vows genuinely moving. After the vows came the rings, ably presented by Tom's best man/brother Mike, who, unlike the rest of the male guests, had chosen to rock a rose gold suit and was kind of putting the rest of us to shame.
And so, concluded Judy, by the power vested in me by absolutely no bugger, I declare you a legally non-binding man and wife. You may kiss the bride, if you want to be disgustingly American about the whole thing.
To nobody's surprise, they did, in fact, want to be disgustingly American about the whole thing. I glanced sideways and saw Oliver wiping a tear from his eye, which was unfair, because he wasn't as close to Bridge as I was, and had never slept with Tom. At least, I assumed he hadn't. And to my shock and happiness, my brain didn't vanish down a rabbit hole of wondering who Oliver had slept with before we'd started dating, and instead agreed to carry on being genuinely happy for Tom and Bridge in a really straightforward way. It was almost disorienting to have a positive feeling that didn't dredge up a single insecurity or neurosis. But I suppose all the Tom-vanishing, church-burning, dress-losing chaos had worn that part of my psyche down, which just left the part that liked Bridge and Tom and was glad they were married now. The happy couple turned to face their guests and were about to make a joyful procession out of the walled garden when they ran into the train issue. It was taking up the entire aisle, had already made a good attempt at wrapping itself around Bridge's legs as she turned, and was currently dragging through the crowd in quite an ominous way. "If everyone could stand back," I tried, "I think we're going to have to gather and swing. Bride's family, please keep your heads down." It wasn't the most dignified exit in the history of matrimony, especially because a small swarm of over-enthusiastic page boys and flower girls insisted on showering us all with confetti, while we tried to do the sartorial equivalent of turning an 18-wheel van in a residential street. Everything that followed next was a bit of a blur. I remember Oliver's palm at the small of my back, steering me from handshake to handshake and photograph to photograph, where I'm sure my fears of looking like Bridge's stoner cousin were starkly realised. Then he guided me to Judy's surprisingly fancy 16th century tithe barn for the wedding breakfast. And there, Oliver sat beside me and did the heavy lifting in 6 identical conversations with other top-table guests that I hardly knew. I even managed to start enjoying the food before I remembered that I was soon going to have to make a speech. And actually, I was okay with speeches. I made them fairly often as part of my job. Except this was different, because it was Bridge. It was Bridge's special day, and she'd remember what I said to her on it for the rest of her life. So, I'd worked hard. I'd worked really hard. Almost embarrassingly hard, in fact, because there was still a part of me that defaulted to the "it's okay I got a D because I didn't study" excuse. And eventually, I'd got the speech to a state where I liked it, where it was all written out neatly on paper and everything, because I thought scrolling through my phone at my best friend's wedding would look bad, and now it was tucked away safely in my breast pocket. In the breast pocket of the shirt I had spent the last 7 hours sweating through, a fact that I only noticed when Tom got to the end of his own speech and said, "The maid of honour." I stood. The paper was fine, a little bit wrinkly, although I was regretting having made my notes with one of Oliver's fancy fountain pens. It had felt very grown up at the time, but biro would have stood up to the elements, well, the elements of my stressed-out body, way better. The speech was now mostly little rivulets of blue, within which I could just about make out fragments of what I remembered as moving/hilarious testimonies to my long friendship with Bridget, except now they'd been reduced to "we met at Unit Itty" and "Verdens would be mange." Bugger. Taking a deep breath, I briefly flirted with the strategy of continuing to inhale until I had composed a new, even brillianter maid of honour speech from scratch, but my lungs gave out far too quickly. "What can I say about Bridget?" I asked a room full of glazed-faced guests, and then paused slightly too long, in the vain hope one of them would tell me. "What, indeed," I continued. For some reason, nobody was coming forward to help me out. I felt a light pat on my arm and looked down to see Oliver looking up at me with an expression that, to my surprise, was far closer to saying, "You can do this," than, "Why are you making a fool of me in public?" "I suppose I can say that she's my best friend." Brilliant start, Luke. Just keep doing facts, and you'll be done before you know it. And actually, that's sort of everything. She's the best. She's always there for me, even when I'm not there for her. She's good in a crisis, even though she thinks she isn't. She's kind, and she's generous, and she sees the good in people, and I wish I could be more like her. Fuck. Was I tearing up? Bring it back with a joke. "I was going to tell an embarrassing story," I tried, but I realised it would sound like I was bitter about that one time she stole my boyfriend, which would be particularly petty since she's now marrying him. I turned to the groom. "Tom, yeah, right call, mate. You've got great taste." There. That was a conclusion. I sat down, and was just congratulating myself on a job well done, or at least a job not fucked up too terribly, when I remembered the job had a bit more to it. So, like Chumbawamba, I got back up again. I said, "I think I'm also supposed to thank a bunch of people, but as you might have noticed, I've kind of lost my notes, which means I've forgotten who I'm supposed to be thanking, and for what." I briefly wondered/hoped this was a wedding-themed anxiety dream. But no, I was definitely here, definitely awake, definitely blowing my maid of honour speech. "Whoever you are," I went on with wild optimism, "thank you very much. You're great." I very nearly sat down again when I realised I had to make a toast as well. "To Tom and Bridge, who are also great." There was one of those silences you don't ever want to hear during a speech. "To Tom and Bridget," said Oliver firmly, "who are also great." "To Tom and Bridget, who are also great," the room dutifully echoed. And I sat down faster than I had ever sat down in my life. "Well done." Oliver leaned in to kiss me on the cheek. Thank God that was over. Now I could just sit here and clap politely while the next person... Fuck. I sprang up again. "Shit, the best man." Now that I'd actually introduced him, Mike stood up with, I noticed, very unsweated-on cue cards in his hands. While I was sure his speech would be excellent, I wasn't quite able to stay conscious for it. Instead, I plopped my head onto the table, narrowly missing the remains of my souffle, and then felt Oliver rubbing reassuringly between my shoulder blades. "I fucked that up," I whispered. "I really wanted Bridge to know how much she means to me, and I fucked it up so hard." Oliver levered my face gently out of the crockery. "Lucian, you've spent the past 3 months helping Bridget with everything. You organised her non-gender-specific bird party with the slightly offensive T-shirts. You helped track down her fiancé when he went missing. You found her a venue, and, for that matter, a dress. And while your speech was—" He gave a tactful little pause. "Unstudied. It was clearly heartfelt." "Yes, but—" Putting a hand to my jaw, he turned my head towards Bridget, who was gazing across the table, misty-eyed, and doing heart hands at me. "I love you," I mouthed.
"I love you too,"
she mouthed back. And I absolutely did not cry. After that, things were back to being blurry, not that they'd ever stopped. Once we were done with the speeches and the coffee, the dancing began, and at some point Bridge vanished and came back in the dress she was supposed to have been wearing all day. It was simple to the point of minimalism, which felt totally unlike Bridge until you realised it was exactly like her, just a clean sweep of white satin with a scoop neck and a full skirt. And she did look stunning. Even more stunning, I mean, and I did tell her so. At least, I think I told her so. But the music was loud at that point, and she and Tom had a first dance, and a third dance, and a 9th dance to be getting on with, which wasn't the kind of thing I wanted to interrupt. Sometime around sunset, as the evening buffet was being laid out, I got something that felt a little bit like a second wind, although, given the day I'd had, it was more like a 4th or 5th. Grabbing Oliver by the hand, I dragged him towards the dance floor where my friends were already clustered, and suddenly it was like seeing a decade telescoped in front of me. There were the James Royce-Royces, inseparable as always, except now James Royce-Royce had baby J strapped firmly to his chest. And there was Priya, still doggedly goth-stomping to a song you couldn't goth-stomp to, except the girl who didn't do relationships was now in a relationship with 2 other women. And there was Bridge, except she was on the other side of the room, in the arms of the man she was going to spend the rest of her life with. Which felt bad for a moment, then good, then something else that was neither. A sort of soft, nostalgic ache for a time you didn't particularly want to go back to, but resented that you couldn't. Then, I noticed Oliver was being slightly resistant. "Lucian, you know I'm a terrible dancer." "You're good at everything," I shouted over the music. "It's one of the things I like/find intimidating about you." "There are many things I am poor at, Lucian, and dancing is one of them." I kept dragging. "Your dancing can't be anything like as bad as my cooking." I waited for a reply, but there wasn't one. "Well?" "I'm afraid I can't think of a rebuttal. Your cooking really is that bad." "Then dance with me." "Lucian." "Seriously." I stopped dragging and stepped in close. "Dance with me." He gave a long-suffering sigh. "If it will make you happy. But be warned, I am not exaggerating. If I were on Strictly Come Dancing, they'd put me with Anton de Beck." "You know," I told him, "I would legitimately love to see that." We hit the floor just as the playlist flicked over from Thinking Out Loud to I Want to Dance with Somebody Who Loves Me. And I did. I did want to dance with somebody who loved me. And I was, which was pretty cool. Although, it turned out that Oliver's dancing was, in fact, as bad as my cooking. All elbows and rocking side to side, like a dad at a disco, which, thinking about it, was the age group we were both rapidly entering. And wasn't that a sobering thought? The soberingness of my thoughts must have leaked onto my face, because Oliver abruptly stopped flailing and stood stock still in the swirl of bodies. I told you I was terrible at this. If you're embarrassed, it's your own fault. You could never embarrass me. I put my arms around his neck and kissed him. And for just one moment, it wasn't Bridget's day. It was mine, and his, and ours. Then the sleeplessness and the rushing around and the fatigue caught up with me all over again, and I sagged against him, and Oliver, being Oliver, led me to a free table at the side of the room without having to ask what was wrong or what I needed. I was pretty sure I only put my head on Oliver's shoulder for a moment or two, but when I opened my eyes again it was full dark, and Tom and Bridge were saying their final round of goodbyes, which meant that it was no longer a dereliction of duty for me to sneak off as well. So Oliver guided me around one final time, taking me through all the people I had to hug and wave at and say goodnight to before he could finally, mercifully, take me back to the car and drive me home. When we got in, he let me lean on him as I staggered upstairs and helped me undress before I flopped into bed. Then he lay with his arms around me while I murmured whatever came into my head. Maybe we shouldn't get married, I suggested to the night in general. It's so much work, and it makes you so sleepy. Oliver pressed a kiss to the back of my head. Whatever you want, but rest. You deserve it. I wasn't sure I did, but I was too exhausted to protest. I shut my eyes and let the cotton wool darkness swallow me. Part 2. Mr. Miles Edward Green and Mr. John Joseph Ryan. The Archways, Shoreditch, 26th of June. Chapter 12. What, I asked Alex Twaddle, do you call a deer with no eyes? Alex blinked. I don't know, he said gamely. What do you call a deer with no eyes? No idea. Oh. Alex blinked again. That's disappointing. I thought it was a joke. He opened Bing. Shall we Google it? Fuck me. No, Alex, it's a joke. The joke is no eye deer. Because it's a deer with no eyes. Yes, I know it's a deer with no eyes, and I know you've no idea what it's called, but you've got me wondering now. Alex, it's called a no— I say, cried Alex, with fatal enthusiasm. Reese, you wouldn't know what the technical term for a deer with no eyes is, would you? Reese, influencer, walked into the office, with his phone at the optimum streaming angle. Not sure that's really the kind of thing there's a technical term for, Luke. I don't want to know what the technical term is, I yelled. I just said, what do you call a deer with no eyes? No idea. He considered this for a moment, and then, of all the many ends of the many sticks in front of him, he grabbed tightly to the wrong one. So it's a specific deer, then? Are you adopting a deer? No, Reese, I'm not adopting a deer. Where would I keep a deer? This is tragic. Alex actually had a slightly teary look. The poor little deer, with no eyes. Was it pollution? If you can't keep it at your house, Luke, I'm sure we've got room on the estate, though the other deer might bully it. Just when I thought this had got as out of control as it could possibly get, Rhys Jones Bowen addressed his increasingly vast audience. Hello, aristocrats. Got an exciting new conversation challenge for you. My friend Luke is adopting a deer with no eyes, who's going to live on Alex's estate, and we need to find a name for him. Or, he glanced back at me, or is it a her or some kind of non-binary deer? I flailed like I was Oliver dancing. It's not a non-binary deer. It's a completely hypothetical deer. So far, Reese told me.
The names that are winning are Deirdre, Deary McDearface, and Steve.
I might go with Steve, I suggested, hoping vainly that a quick surrender would end my suffering. Reese was still checking his feed.
Oh, somebody here has suggested you call it No Idea, which I think is very inappropriate. I mean, you can't make the poor thing's disability its whole identity.
I was just about to flee back to my office when Professor Fairclough descended from the upper floors.
I heard a commotion, she said. Has there been a disturbance?
I think this place is a disturbance, I replied. Oh, Professor! Alex looked up excitedly. You'll know. What would you call a deer with no eyes?
Capreolus caecus, clearly.
She shrugged.
Assuming it was a trait endemic to the species. If it was suffering from an unknown disease, I'd call it Subject 1.
You can't call Luke's poor little dear Subject 1, protested Alex. Oh, God, why did I keep doing this to myself? There is no deer. Everyone stared at me in aggrieved confusion. Then, Alex looked genuinely wounded. Why did you ask me what to call it? You know something? I threw my hands in the air. I have no idea. Before the situation could degenerate any further, I escaped into my office. Of course I say escaped, but the moment I sat down, I saw that I had an unread email from Barbara Clench.
Dear Luke, unfortunately, your request contravenes CRAPP's new policy regarding the photocopiers. In order to avoid a repeat of last month's incident involving Alex, the feed tray and the fire engine, it has been agreed by the directors that no changes may be made to the photocopiers under any circumstances without the approval of a qualified engineer. I see no reason to make an exception for you. Kind regards, Barbara.
It had been a while since I'd been in a back and forth like this with Barbara, and in her defence, it was generally a good idea to have a nobody-touch-the-machines policy when Alex was around. Although possibly Alex don't touch the machines would have got more to the heart of the issue. But this was getting in the way of my ability to do my job. Dear Barbara, while I understand the value of this policy in broad terms, the photocopier is out of paper. If we need to call an engineer every time the copier runs out of paper, it might prove unnecessarily expensive. Kind regards, Luke. I didn't expect that to be the end of it, and it wasn't.
Dear Luke, the current policies have been set by the directors, and I do not have the authority to alter them. The rules are clear. You are not to tamper with the photocopiers in any way. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, then can you please call an engineer? The photocopier is out of paper. Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, I have spoken to our reprographics supplier, and they have told me that their engineers can only be dispatched to deal with genuine malfunctions. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, fantastic. Then can I please be permitted to restock the paper? Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, you may not. The policy remains clear on this matter, and I do not have the authority to alter it. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, do you not see that this is a problem? Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, if you disagree with the policy, you may bring it up at the next directors' meeting in September. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, and until September, we're just not going to use the photocopiers at all? Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, the average UK office worker prints 10,000 sheets of paper a year, of which 6,800 are wasted. This is equivalent to 4.8 trees per person. As an ecological charity, CRAPP should be doing its best to reduce printing and photocopying, not enabling it. Kind regards, Barbara.
Dear Barbara, While I'm sure we all agree we should reduce waste, I can't help but feel that there's a more elegant solution than turning our office photocopier into the world's most boring modern art piece. Kind regards, Luke.
Dear Luke, the current policies have been set by the directors, and I do not have the authority to alter them. Kind regards, Barbara.
I was just resigning myself to 3 months of working in a paperless office, with none of the technologies that made paperless offices actually work, when the door opened, and Alex Twaddle stuck his head in. "If this is about the deer," I began.
No, fully acknowledge that the deer was a cruel hoax.
I made a frustrated noise at the back of my throat. "It wasn't a hoax. It was a joke."
"Luke,"
Alex folded his arms.
"I don't think it's at all funny to mock a deer with a serious disability."
"There was no deer."
"It's the principle of the thing. And if you're going to be insensitive, I'm not going to invite you to my wedding."
The old me would have thought if I ever needed encouragement to be insensitive, this was it. And frankly, the new me thought the same. "You're getting married?" I asked. Alex's sleepy eyes flashed shock at me.
"How do you know?"
"Oh, for fuck's sake. You just threatened not to invite me to your wedding, and that would be a weird thing to do if you weren't getting married. Also, you've been engaged for at least 2 years.
"I say, well deduced. That dashed clever boyfriend of yours must be rubbing off on you."
"Clearly."
"Anyway, Miffy and I thought we should, do the decent thing. Being engaged is smashing and everything, but one is technically supposed to get married at the end of it. Besides, can't keep a girl waiting around forever, and neither of us are getting any younger."
Crap. I'd reached the stage of my life where people who were younger than me were worrying that they were getting too old for stuff. "I mean," I said, "you've still got plenty of time, haven't you?" "Really?" And now what was I doing? Why was I trying to talk Alex out of marrying the gorgeous heiress fiancée he'd probably, although knowing Alex not necessarily, been engaged to for years? He shrugged.
"Well, maybe, but you never know what could happen. You could get trampled by a horse tomorrow."
"In London?"
"No, but back at the house. Happened to my Uncle Freddie. 3 days before his wedding. Wasn't looking where he was going. Wandered into the middle of a polo match. Absolutely flattened. Or my Uncle Simon. 2 days after his wedding. Celebratory shooting party. Wife mistook him for a pheasant."
"Did she?" I eyed him carefully. "Because that sounds like a murder to me."
"Oh, no!" exclaimed Alex. "She was terribly upset, poor thing. So upset that my Uncle Timothy had to move into the house to comfort her, and when she wasn't feeling better a year later, they moved to Tokyo."
"Big fan of Japanese culture, was she?" Alex screwed up his face.
"I think it was something they didn't have that they were more interested in, strangely."
"An extradition treaty?" I suggested.
"That's the blighter. Anyway, fearfully nice lady. I do hope she comes back to see Miffy and me tie the knot."
"I wouldn't pin your hopes on it."
"I suppose it is a long way."
He paused.
"But you'll come, won't you?"
"Technically, you haven't invited me yet."
"The proper invitation will be along in a day or so. So sorry at such short notice. Dashed thing. It turns out a surprising number of people aren't in Debrett's."
He gave me a faintly chiding look.
"You should get that seen to, old boy."
"I'll get right onto it," I said. "Right after I get my seat in the Lords."
"I wouldn't bother. It's all political now."
I decided to let that one die on the vine. "Thanks for the tip." Alex beamed.
"Any time. Well, not any time. Not if I'm asleep, for example, or when I'm in the bath. Chap should never talk politics with another chap in the bath."
"What should?" Why was I asking this? What was wrong with me? "Another chap talk about with another chap in the bath."
"Rugger."
"Noted." Alex gave me one of his vague, amiable looks.
In any case, do save the date, won't you? I mean, when I send you the date. I'd tell you, but can't remember it off the top of my top.
Shall do, I said. Thanks. And then Alex drifted away, leaving me with a nebulous sense of unsettlement. Obviously, I was happy for him, at least as happy as I could be for a man who, when you thought about it, embodied literally everything that was wrong with the British class system. But I was also... I don't know. This was a lot of... yeah. It was kind of like I was at a station, and everyone else was getting on trains, or like I was at a restaurant and everyone else was on their main course, while I was staring at the departure board, or menu, or... Ugh, fuck. This made no sense. I was happier than I had ever been in my life. So why did I feel like I was failing? Chapter 13. We still don't have to do this, said Oliver, as we got off the tube in Shoreditch, on our way to do this. This being attending the wedding of the man who'd ruined my life. Well, ruined a bit of my life. A bit of my life that had seemed quite important at the time. I took his hand decisively, and definitely not desperately. We do. I mean, I do. I mean, it's a closure thing. Look, I think I need to, okay? And Oliver, being Oliver, just said, of course. The problem was, I wasn't actually sure why I needed to. I was calling it closure because that seemed a healthy and usefully vague label I could point other people at. And maybe it was closure. Maybe after tonight the little box in my head that had Miles written on it would finally be closed, and I'd never have to think about him, or what we'd been to each other, or what he'd done to me, ever again. Besides, if it wasn't closure, what did that mean? What was I trying to prove? Or, if I wasn't trying to prove anything, what was I looking for? Or, if I wasn't looking for anything, what the fuck was I doing here? Fuck. It turned out that Miles, true to form, had chosen to get married in an abandoned railway tunnel lined with artisanal graffiti. It would have been a cool and daring choice, except this particular abandoned railway tunnel lined with artisanal graffiti was a fully licensed venue with its own bar. Right now, the exposed brickwork was splashed with rainbow-coloured lights because it was going to be one of those gay weddings. We still don't have to do this, said Oliver, and this time I was pretty sure it wasn't for my benefit. Sorry, I whispered. At least 12 people I know have already seen me. And while I think no showing at your ex's wedding is fine, about facing it isn't. Mercifully, Miles and Jojo were far too trendy to do assigned seating, much as I'd enjoyed having a confused usher come up to me at the James Royce's wedding and ask me, groom or groom? Which meant Oliver and I got to skulk at the back like we hadn't done our homework. I kept hold of Oliver's hand, partially because it was nice, and partially just to apologise. He leaned in slightly. I bet you £50 they have a drag queen officiating. Okay, this was going to be way more fun if I'd accidentally brought mean Oliver with me. I am absolutely not taking that bet, I whispered back. Then I paused. I'd put it off for as long as I could, but I had eventually cracked and web-stalked the guy my ex was marrying. And that led me down a hell of a rabbit hole, because he was a fucking YouTuber, with a subscriber count in the millions. He had several channels dedicated to various areas of his life, including a new one just for wedding prep, but his main source of influence revolved around videos of him looking fabulous and claiming you could look similarly fabulous if you followed his tips and bought the products his sponsors paid him to recommend. Point was, there was no way he was going to be upstaged by anyone on his big day. Actually, I said, you're on. And my instincts proved dead right. Although, to be fair, Oliver's did too. Kind of. To a sudden round of applause, the minister entered and took his place on a stage that had been meticulously designed to look hastily improvised. Of course, I say minister. What I meant was tiny drag king in full leather daddy get-up, wearing a t-shirt that, from the back of the room, I could just about make out read, "Gender is over." "Shit," I whispered to Oliver. "That's Roger Moore." "He's looking good for a dead man in his 90s. I gave him a look. Not Roger Moore as in the fourth best Bond actor. Roger Moore, as in sexually penetrate with greater frequency. He used to be one of our best mates back in the day. Oliver looked like he was about to ask a follow-up question when Roger began his typically bombastic introduction.
"Dearly beloved," he began, "in case you haven't noticed, this isn't going to be a traditional service. We aren't in a church, and I'm certainly not a priest. But ladies, if you want to see God, call me after the ceremony."
He rode the laughter a bit before he continued.
"We are gathered here today to celebrate the love of two totally fucking amazing people."
And I sort of checked out after that, because I was having feels. Complicated feels. Because for all I could snark about the indie venue and the rainbow lights and the drag minister, this had been my world for years. Until one of the fucking amazing people we were here to celebrate had blown it up.
"And here they are,"
Roger finished, with a stagey snap of his fingers. All eyes turned to the back of the room, where Miles and Jojo entered from opposite sides of the archway. Linked arms, with a precision I suspected they'd practiced at least 112 times, and proceeded down the aisle. A well-hidden speaker system kicked in, and Slip Away by Perfume Genius played over the procession, while two professional cameramen captured the whole thing for what I was willing to bet, and a sneaky check of Jojo's Twitch channel confirmed, was a live stream. And I did have to admit that they both, in their radically different ways, looked great. Irritatingly great. Miles was dressed in a very traditional suit that made him every inch the perfect groom, and even managed to make his hipster beard less risible. Jojo was in full makeup, with rainbow eyeshadow out to the temples, and wearing a silk tailcoat over a denim shirt and a black skirt flowing with organza. Fuck. The man who'd ruined my life was a spread in gay hello, which I guess would be bona te vade your eek. The ceremony that followed was irreverent, joyful, and occasionally vulgar, but it was also depressingly touching. Miles and Jojo were clearly head over heels for each other, and the guests, me and my cynical boyfriend aside, were clearly head over heels for them and their future happiness. "Jojo," said Miles, looking legitimately glisteny-eyed as he kicked off the exchange of cloying sincerity that made you really miss love, honour and obey. I mean, sure, it was outdated and misogynistic, but at least it was short. He swallowed. "Jojo," he tried again, "when we met, I was in a dark place." "Oh, poor you. If you give me some of your 50 grand, I'll buy you the world's smallest violin." "But," Miles continued inexorably, "you showed me how to be happy again. You came into my life like a bolt of sunshine. You make me feel safe and loved and seen, and I know that I'm a better person when I'm with you." Considering the kind of person he'd been when he was with me, that was a pretty low bar. "You've given me so much. Your generous spirit, your dauntless heart. You've filled my days with joy and my nights with a frankly astonishing collection of fancy lube." Pause for laughter. Eye roll. Miles continued gazing at his husband-to-be with intense devotion. I love you, Jojo. I always will. I stole a look at Oliver. It was his blankest face, and that was oddly reassuring. Miles, Jojo gazed back, you're my rock. You're the best, kindest man I've ever known. Except, of course, for my amazing Patreons. I'm kidding. Another pause for laughter, although I like to think he wasn't joking. Miles deserved to marry a man with sponsored vows. I was lost when we met, Jojo went on, but you found me. I'd forgotten how to believe in myself, but you remembered how to believe in me. Mean Oliver leaned over and whispered as softly as he could, Have I developed spontaneous aphasia, or are they just saying words at random? You should object, I told him. You know it doesn't work like that. He paused, especially because this is a wedding. I was lonely, Jojo went on, and on. And now I'm not, because I've got you, and I know you'll always be there for me, and you've made me happier than anyone ever has. Oh, God. He was crying, and not in an artful gets-me-clicks way. He actually meant every word of this, and as usual, I was being a prick. He dabbed at his eyes, smearing his rainbows a little, but looking so offensively radiant it didn't matter. I love you, Miles, and I always will. Pause for awes. For about 90 seconds, I felt real bile rising up in my stomach, because people were awing for my arsehole ex and his jailbait boyfriend. Sorry, jailbait spouse. I'd sort of convinced myself that the wedding would prove to me that Miles was nothing but a tired hipster chasing a YouTube trophy husband, and the ceremony would just be a self-congratulatory wankfest to cover their sham of a marriage. Except, in the end, the ceremony had been a self-congratulatory wankfest that had been really sweet and meaningful. And rather than being doomed forever, it was clear that Miles and Jojo kind of had something. And I was, once again, the one left behind with nothing. Wait. No, I wasn't. I hadn't been that for years, even though I'd believed I was for quite a long time. It had been a pisser of a journey, but I was slowly working out that I was more than the shitty things that had happened to me. And one of the best things that had happened to me was sitting right there, helping me mock the vows at my ex-boyfriend's wedding. Which, and maybe I was an overcompensating person or just a rubbish person, was some #relationship goals shit right there. I gave Oliver's hand a little squeeze. I could do this. I could totally do this. I was fine. Well, fine-ish. Finoid. Definitely heading in a finular direction. Maybe. Chapter 14. Once the ceremony was over, and the new couple had finished kissing, which took longer than it had to, the celebration jumped straight to no fucks given dancing. Food was provided via a buffet along the sides of the room, and speeches were made intermittently by microphone from the main stage. In a lot of ways, had the context been very different, it would have been a great evening. I'd loved Bridge's wedding because I loved Bridge, but sitting around while elderly relatives made corny jokes over a meal that, while exquisite, you'd never have ordered in a restaurant, wasn't exactly the way most people I knew would choose to spend a Saturday. A gigantic party in a train tunnel with live music and speeches largely made by professional cabaret artists, on the other hand, was. Or rather, it had been. Now I spent my Saturdays doing boyfriendly things, like hoovering the living room and going to art galleries and or IKEA, occasionally fielding calls from the James Royces because baby Jay had done something so unbearably adorable that they had to tell everyone immediately. And it wasn't that I missed my party days, at least not the way they'd ended with me drinking, dancing and filleting my way into oblivion. But it had been good for a while, and looking back, it didn't feel so much like something I'd grown beyond, as something that had been taken from me. So, I looked around the room with this weird mix of nostalgia and... Actually, maybe it was just nostalgia, but in a serious pain for something lost sense. And then I looked at Oliver, and his reaction was very much not nostalgia. It was the opposite of nostalgia, like fuck this shit algia or something. I think he'd have been more comfortable at a bullfight. "Are you hating this?" I asked. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the music. "By what metric?" Any metric?" "I believe I can honestly say," he shouted, in that nightclub nobody can hear this because nobody can hear anything way, "that I cannot imagine a scenario in which I would enjoy watching two people I don't know get married in a disused train tunnel full of repetitive electronica and flashing lights more than I currently am." I tried to be cool with that, or even to be flattered by it. After all, it would have been a bit weird if my boyfriend had been super happy at the wedding of my arsehole ex. But the truth was, the arsehole ex wasn't the only issue. This issue was that Oliver was... well. Okay, this was difficult. Because the reason I'd needed to date someone like him to begin with was that I'd needed to distance myself from the parts of queer culture that looked bad to a certain kind of rich straight person. And while I'd come to realise that Oliver was more than a respectable job and a wholesome jumper, it still weirded me out that he found so little value in what I'd always instinctively thought was our community. "You don't feel, like, connected to any of this?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. He winced. "I wish I did, and I'm sure I should, but no." "It can be fun, though," I tried. "I mean, isn't it great to be in a place where you know nobody's judging you for who you are?" There was whatever passed for silence in a room full of wedding noise. I got that sinking sensation that I hadn't had for a while, where I knew I'd said the wrong thing, but I wasn't sure how. "Lucian..." Oliver had a pained, sincere look about him, and I wished I'd kept my mouth shut. "I love that you feel accepted by this world, and I'd never want to take that away from anyone. But I've never felt any of..." He made a slightly helpless gesture. "This is for me." "It could be for you." That probably wasn't right. "I mean, it is for you." That probably wasn't right either. He leaned a little closer to my ear so that he could stop having to yell complex things about his relationship to identity politics over wedding music. "I understand that you're trying to make me feel included, but I'm afraid you're doing the opposite." Fuck. How was I doing the opposite? "I didn't mean to," I whisper-yelled. "I just mean, you've got a right to be part of this." "That's not the reassurance you think it is." Shit, this was turning into Drag Race all over again. "Can't you let it be?" I tried. It was the wrong thing to try. "Lucian..." He was using my name a lot, which was never a good sign. "I absolutely don't want to denigrate anybody's values, but places like this are... well, I'm sure for people who like to express themselves in this kind of way that they're very empowering. But for me..." Now he ran a hand through his hair, also not the best of signs. "It's like this whole event is telling me I'm doing my identity wrong if I'm not draping myself in rainbows at every opportunity. Ironically, it makes me feel judged." It was nothing he hadn't said before. It was just extra weird for him to be saying it at my ex-boyfriend's wedding, while we were surrounded by my ex-friends, because there was a part of me that still belonged here, and hated that he didn't. I think that's just in your head. He gave a cool blink. I'm aware, but I'm also aware that I've told you on more than one occasion that I don't feel especially represented by this kind of thing, and you've consistently failed to believe me. So I sometimes think it might not be quite as much in my head as all that. Fuck. Were we having a fight? Was this a fight? Had I tried to show off my amazing barrister boyfriend to my arsehole ex and wound up having an embarrassing fight in the middle of said ex's fabulous queer wedding? Oh my God, Oliver! I hugged him in the hope of de-escalating. I didn't mean to make you feel... Shit. I'm a crappy boyfriend, and you're so great for doing this for me. And you don't have to like anything you don't want to like, and we can go if you... Luke O'Donnell. I turned to see a man with an obscenely expensive suit and no sense of timing, making his way around the edge of the dance floor towards us. It took me a moment to recognize him. Jonathan. We didn't hug. Even at university, Jonathan had never been the hugging type. Honestly, we hadn't massively got on account of him being driven by a passionate desire for success, and me being driven by a passionate desire for naps. He was one of those people who had sort of aged laterally, in that he looked almost exactly the same as when he was 20. He'd somehow picked up a single grey streak in his hair, which gave him a bit of a werewolf vibe, only not in a sexy way. But otherwise he was the same lanky, grumpy git I vaguely remembered. He stared at me for a long moment. I have to say, you are the last person I expected to see here. Same. You don't even like Miles. Since when is I don't like you an excuse to get out of a wedding? His mouth, which was a sneery kind of mouth, got sneerier. I mean, you felt obliged to show up, and Miles literally sold you out of a Daily Express. What chance did I have? The thing about Jonathan was that he'd occupied a strange position in our friendship group. Someone told me once that the reason Christmas cracker jokes are so bad is that they're designed to be shared with the whole family, and it's way easier to get everyone to agree that a joke is awful than to get them to agree it's funny. Jonathan was a human Christmas cracker joke. We all hated him, and we were pretty sure he hated us, but somehow that brought us together. Unfortunately, without that context, he was just a mildly unpleasant man. Then again, so was I. Anyway, I gave a sickly smile. This is Oliver Blackwood, my boyfriend. Oliver, this is Jonathan... And I couldn't remember his surname. This is Jonathan, who I knew at university, but we didn't like each other. Good to know you're still a cock, Luke, said Jonathan. Strangely more in his element now I was asking him to be polite to an arsehole in a suit, Oliver offered his hand. Lovely to meet you. If it helps, Luke didn't like me either. I like you now, I protested. Oliver laughed. I should bloody well hope so. It's been 2 years. So... Jonathan had always had the eyebrows of an angry cartoon character, and now they knitted together ominously. What didn't he like about you? He thought I was boring. Me too, said Jonathan. Oliver, I didn't, I lied. I just thought you were, overachieving and a bit serious. And too good for me, but I was fucked if I was admitting that in front of Jonathan. Being overachieving and serious are very underrated qualities. You could never tell if Jonathan was joking. He delivered everything in the same unplaceably accented monotone. For whatever reason, Oliver had concluded that was both a joke and one he could join in on. Perhaps we can exchange details. Then we can meet up someday and discuss our favourite shades of beige or compare pension plans. Jonathan glanced at me. "Keep this one, Luke. He's all right. Anyway, what are you doing these days?"
"I work for a charity that protects bugs that eat shit."
2 years ago I'd have cringed. Now I like to think I was owning it. Okay, renting it. "You?" "I run a shop." I opened my mouth, then closed it again. "You run a shop?" "Yeah, big building. People come in and buy things. I know your parents are pop stars, but this is basic stuff." How I'd known this man for 10 years and not punched him once, I'd never quite worked out. I suppose the 7-year gap in the middle helped. "I know what a shop is, you utter turd. I just thought you'd be in finance or something, not selling groceries." "I don't sell groceries. I sell bath and bedroom furniture because people will always need it. I've got 3 stores, about to open a 4th. And yeah, I'd probably earn more in the city, but I'd have to work for some prick with a hedge fund." "From where I'm standing," I said, "you're still working for some prick." In hindsight, we didn't know each other well enough anymore for me to be making that kind of joke, but I was a bit on edge on account of Miles and how Oliver and I hadn't quite got a resolution on doesn't like rainbows gate. "Fuck off, O'Donnell." He turned back to Oliver. "Nice meeting you." "And you," returned Oliver, because he was a better person than me and didn't randomly insult people at weddings. "Sorry," I said, once Jonathan had vanished into the crowd. "I'd say I don't know what happened, but he was always like that." Oliver gave me a faintly chiding look, which I'd have found sexy if it had happened in the bedroom. "As I suspect, were you?" "No, I just act like a wanker. He really is one." "I would say wankers are in the eye of the beholder, but that raises some disquieting images." I gave an involuntary blink. "Yeah, I definitely don't want to think about Jonathan wanking, let alone wanking in my eye." In an effort to be a good boyfriend, I asked Oliver once more if he wanted to go, and he told me he was fine, and not dog in a burning room fine. And I still wasn't quite ready to draw a line under the evening, still hadn't quite got whatever nebulous thing I was hoping to get and couldn't describe, but was increasingly sure I'd know when I saw it. So we stayed, and for a while we bounced around half-forgotten acquaintances, repeating the ritual of "how are you, what have you been doing?" all over again. Over the next couple of hours, I caught up with at least 6 people I hadn't seen in the best part of a decade, and found that they were almost all either city bankers or performing artists, with precious little middle ground. Most of them were also married, and I wasn't sure how I felt about any of that. We were on our 2nd or 3rd circuit when I almost collided with Roger, or Heather, I suppose, given she wasn't performing, and since she'd taken off the moustache, I was fairly confident we were back in a she-her pronoun space.
"Fuck, Luke," she said. I did not expect to see you here."
I'd been hearing that a lot, in tones ranging from pleasantly surprised to unpleasantly surprised. Heather, though, sounded genuinely shaken. We'd been close back in the day, but she'd been one of Miles's best friends, and she'd really vocally sided with him at the time, which, for some reason, hadn't gone down well with me. I gave a limp shrug. "Yeah, but bygones, I guess." Her eyes narrowed. I'd forgotten quite how good her bullshit detector was.
"I don't buy that for a second. What Miles did to you was fucked up, and you have every right not to forgive him."
"You forgave him pretty quick," I pointed out. Beside me, Oliver was sliding very quietly into "I am not a part of this conversation" space. She stuffed her hands very firmly into the pockets of her leather jacket, somehow projecting an attitude of apologetic defiance.
"I stuck by him because I was more his friend than yours, and we're all entitled to our mistakes.
even massive mistakes that hurt people. But I'd have completely got it if you never wanted to see him again. Or me, for that matter.
One day, I was going to have someone fuck me over and then not play the "you've got every right to be angry" card to guilt me out of being angry. I'm sure that would have made things much easier for you.
Is that why you're here, then?
The look on her face was still 80-20 between suspicion and regret.
Are you just Banquo's ghosting at us?
And that stung a little, because I wasn't quite ready to admit that what went down between me and Miles had affected other people as well. People that, once upon a time, I'd cared about, and who'd cared about me. Honestly, I said, I'm not great at self-awareness, but I think it started as a sincere attempt to be over it. Oliver was maintaining his tactful silence, but he laid a hand softly on my shoulder.
And are you?
Asked Heather. I had no way to answer that yet. Can I get back to you after the wedding?
For what it's worth, she told me, I'm sorry things went down the way they did.
I sighed. Not your fault.
No, but it was still a mess, and I could have handled it better. Just at the time, I don't know, I felt like Miles was getting a lot of shit and...
Wait a minute. I'd had my sex life splashed all over the news of whatever. How was Miles getting shit? She shot me a withering look.
Oh, come on. You know what Priya is like. You know what Bridget is like. You know what James Royce is like. They might have had good reasons, but they were fucking vicious. Not just to Miles, but to everybody who didn't directly take your side as loudly and vocally as they did. So, yeah, I stood up for him, and I said a bunch of things that I shouldn't have, and...
She took a deep breath.
I'm sorry.
I'd never looked at it like that before. Not that I'd ever had any obligation to, because I was still very much the shaftee in this situation. But while Miles had wound up with custody of most of our associates and acquaintances, the Jonathans of the world, I had taken most of our real close friends with me. As alone as I'd felt, as little as I'd appreciated them for it, I'd always had all the people that mattered in my corner. Fuck. Was I going to have to be nuanced about this? Being nuanced about things sucked. I guess I see how that was tough, and probably a lot of us could have behaved better.
Thanks.
Unexpectedly, she hugged me.
This must be really strange for you.
I said, and how? But I hugged her back in a way that I hoped communicated something more along the lines of, this is weird and complex, but ultimately I think positive, and I'm glad we got a chance to reconnect, even though it was in less than ideal circumstances, and I wish our past had involved less bullshit, even though neither of us was directly responsible for the bullshit in question. When we'd parted, with the usual promises to definitely stay in touch for real this time, no lie, for serious, Oliver slipped his arm around me. I hope I wasn't too unhelpful, he whispered as we wandered off. That seemed quite intense, and I was concerned I'd be intruding. Yeah, it was kind of intense, and I gave a non-specific hand wave. Blah. Ah, yes, Oliver agreed. The blah will get you every time. I guess. Apparently my mouth had more words to release. I guess I hadn't really thought about how big the whole Miles thing was. How many people it affected who weren't, me. I was too busy getting wasted and feeling hard done by. I understand getting wasted and feeling hard done by are what your early 20s are all about. I gave him a skeptical look. I suppose you spent yours studying for the bar and, I don't know, developing a deep sense of altruism. Don't talk nonsense, Lucian. His lips twitched. I've always had a deep sense of altruism. The annoying thing was, he probably had. Yeah, And I bet if your boyfriend had sold your sex life to a newspaper, you'd have been all, "It's okay, you have hurt me, but you are entitled to make mistakes." I'm not sure any newspapers would want to pay for my sex life. Hey! I poked him in the shoulder. Don't do yourself down. You're a saucy legal stud, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. He considered this. Of course, prior to 1967, I'd have been a saucy illegal stud. Very illegal. You'd have been -20. I meant for reasons of orientation rather than age. Well, that was embarrassing. Oh, right. Yeah. Pausing our wedding circuit, I tipped up his chin and kissed him lightly on the lips. Fine. You're a better gay than me. It's not a competition, Lucien, he said loftily. But, yes. Yes, I am. I kissed him again. I think you're a better most things than me. You know that's not true at all. Name... I was about to say 3, but then I remembered the way Bridge had outmaneuvered me. 5. Only 5? He asked. Very well. You can eat a dessert without feeling unnecessarily guilty about it. Wait. In my head, Oliver had just laughed it off, but in reality he'd gone for it. Of course he'd gone for it. You don't have... You have a good relationship with your mother. You don't blurt out insulting things at people you like. Have you met me? That one doesn't count. Fair enough. You don't need a live-in boyfriend to remind you what work-life balance is. I think, I said, you'll find I do. It's just the other way round. You were always good at your job, Lucien. You sometimes pretended not to be, but you were. I grinned. Are we counting that as 1 or 2? Neither. That was justifying the previous assertion. Malud, I added for him. Shush, he told me, getting all stern and exciting. That's 3 so far. You're more willing to do things that frighten you, and, as we've established, you can dance. Okay. I narrowed my eyes. Name 7. He didn't miss a beat. You're slightly taller and more annoying. Oh, for fuck's sake, I muttered. I completely love you. And thank you for coming today. I know it's, like, the opposite of your scene. It's fine. He gazed at me in that sincere, silver-eyed, Oliver-y way. I'd say I'd do anything for you, but as a lawyer, I'd never use such imprecise language. I am, however, happy to accompany you to an ostentatious wedding for an unpleasant person. Did you get what you needed? I sighed. Honestly, I'm not sure what that would even have been, unless you count Miles pooing himself on the way to the altar. Would that not just have been quite unpleasant for everybody? Well, yes, but then years from now I could look back and say, sure, he fucked me over and turned our whole life into a jagged, broken lie, but he still took a massive dump in his pants at his own wedding. I suppose that's why there's a popular saying, the best revenge is living well, or watching somebody soil their underwear. I mean, I admitted, I probably don't actually need to see him poo himself. Oliver glanced speculatively towards the happy couple. Are you sure? It could be arranged. How? Laxatives in the champagne. There's a 24-hour chemist up the road. I'd heard people say the key to a good relationship was still being able to surprise each other. But I think, maybe, it was an unexpected willingness to arrange public defecation. We shouldn't. And anyway, I'm over Miles. Not, like, in the romantic sense. I mean, definitely in the romantic sense, but also in the what he did no longer has power over me sense. And I'm not a therapist, but I think trying to make him shit his kecks isn't the best way to signal I've moved on, and I'm now a more complete human being. Oliver offered a conspiratorial smile. What if I did it, so we had an excuse to leave? How about, I suggested, we just leave? Because I'm done with this, and you're clearly hating every minute of it, and I'd rather spend time with, you, than a bunch of people I've not spoken to in a decade. I see no flaws in this plan, although we should give our congratulations to Miles and Jojo before we go. Oh my God, you can't even bail on a party impolitely. 8, said Oliver. You bail on parties better than me too. Ideally, I would not have given our congratulations to Miles and Jojo. Except no. Fuck it. I'd made the choice to come here, and I was, if I said so myself, fucking nailing it. Okay, maybe not nailing it, perhaps pinning it, or putting it up with some of those little adhesive Velcro things. Either way, I was being mature and evolved and above it all, and if I was now hurtling towards a space in which tradition demanded that I kiss Miles on his smug beardy cheeks and tell him that he and Jojo looked amazing and had thrown an amazing party, I could do it. I could do it with a smile on my face, because none of this mattered anymore. Miles, I said, as we entered handshaking, cheek-kissing range. Jojo, congratulations. I'm so glad you could make it. Miles gave me an awkward half-embrace. Jojo nodded. Yeah, it meant a lot to the both of us. Wouldn't have missed it, I lied. This is my boyfriend, Oliver Blackwood. Oliver shook both their hands with the disarming formality of a man who was professionally formal and disarming. Delighted. I'm really glad you found somebody, Miles told me. I know things got pretty rough for you after we broke up. They had indeed got pretty rough after we broke up. Or, to put it more accurately, they'd got fucking hellish after he'd completely betrayed me. But no, calm, centred, rising above. If you looked in the dictionary under over it, you'd have found a picture of me. Yeah, got to admit I was in a bad place for a few years. But, Miles went on cheerfully, it's great to know we can be friends now. Wait. What? The party was loud, but it felt like everything had come to a crashing halt. I blinked. Then, when opening my eyes failed to reveal that the last 3 minutes had just been a dream about unmitigated gall, I blinked again. Since the world was resolutely failing to dissolve into fairy dust and sugar clouds, I figured I was stuck with it. Reaching out, I patted Miles companionably on the shoulder. Let's be clear, I told him, trying to match his air of casual matiness. I'm glad you're happy. You and Jojo seem like you'll be great together. But we are never going to be friends, because you will always be the guy who sold me out for the price of a Toyota Supra. Then I leaned in, kissed him on his beardy cheek, turned around, and left the wedding. Chapter 15. As mature and grown up, and mostly over it as I'd been at Miles's wedding, the drive home was by far the best part of the evening. Now that I was no longer feeling the pressure to be supportive of my dickhead ex and his child bride, I could join in with Oliver in mocking their vows. We get it, you like each other. Their choice of venue. We get it, you're unconventional. And the guest list. We get it. You know a lot of artsy people and rich bastards. Although, that did make me feel a bit bad in retrospect when, 2 days later, Jojo showed up at my office. Chap to see you, explained Alex. I mean, I say chap, but he is wearing rather a lot of makeup and, well, one's supposed to be sensitive about these things, isn't one? The list of people it could have been was very short. Not that I had any idea what Jojo Ryan was doing at crap. If it is who I think it is, Alex, then you're good. He's a chap.
Pleased to hear it. Wouldn't want to call a chap when a chap was actually a chapess. Fearfully bad form to go around mischapping chaps, isn't it?
Oh, fearfully, I told him, and went through to see what the hell was going on. Unfortunately, Rhys Jones Bowen had got there first.
Hello,
he was saying, directing his phone at himself and Jojo.
Don't be alarmed. I'm just making some content for our social media. Perhaps you'd like to tell the aristocrats who you are and why you're visiting CRAPP today.
Jojo looked a little perplexed, but more patient than I think I would have been under the circumstances. I'm Jojo Ryan. He gave a camera-ready smile. And I've come to speak to somebody who works here.
I work here, offered Rhys. How about speaking to me?
No, I mean a specific somebody.
Oh, how about me?
Asked Alex.
I'm pretty specific.
I got the slow, creeping sense that this was going to turn into one of those work moments. Alex, you know he's here to see me. He already told you.
Might have changed his mind, Alex pointed out. Fellow can, you know.
Alex, you don't even know who this guy is. That made Alex do his indignant face.
Yes, I do. He's Jojo Ryan.
Who is? I prompted.
Who is here to see somebody who works for CRAPP, and frankly, Luke, I think it's very selfish of you to want to keep our visitor all to yourself.
Rhys looked around from his phone. Apparently the chat had been updating him.
According to the aristocrats, Jojo Ryan is some kind of YouTuber.
Grinning, he extended a hand.
Lovely to meet you, Jojo. Always nice to meet a fellow influencer.
I sighed. You're not an influencer, Rhys.
Excuse me, I have 974 followers.
He paused.
Well, 972 really, because one of them is my Auntie Marjorie, and another is my Auntie Marjorie's python.
I wasn't going to ask. I wasn't going to ask. I wasn't going to ask. Why does your Auntie Marjorie have a python? And why does it follow you on YouTube?
She's got a python,
said Rhys, and I instantly regretted my lack of self-control.
Because she's allergic to cats, and because she got used to snakes when she was an exotic dancer. And he follows me on YouTube because Auntie Marjorie thinks he finds my voice calming.
There was so much to process there. Your aunt was an exotic dancer?
Oh yes, very tasteful, minimal nudity.
I wasn't going to ask. I wasn't going to ask. I wasn't going to ask. What does minimal nudity look like?
Honestly, Luke.
Rhys gave me a look of admonition.
Asking a man what his aunt looks like naked is low even for you.
I wasn't... But there was no point protesting. I'd only dig myself into a deeper hole. Actually, Jojo finally managed to get a word in. I was here to talk to Luke about something a bit personal. Alex gave me an apologetic look.
Ah, as it turns out, he hasn't changed his mind at all. Well played, old boy.
This was never a game. I made my best welcome to crap gesture at Jojo and led him through to the relative privacy of my office. To be honest, I wasn't thrilled to be leading him through to the relative privacy of my office, but having already made a scene at his wedding, I didn't want to compound it by making a scene at my place of work. Sitting down at my desk, I tried to psych myself up to apologise, which was going to be difficult, because in a lot of ways, I wasn't fucking sorry. I'd done more than my fair share of reconciliation bullshit by showing up in the first place. Expecting me to be, yes, we're bros now, was a bridge too far. And not like a little tiny bridge over a brook on a nice walk in the countryside. Like a giant fucking steel suspension bridge over a river of fuck right off. Come on, Luke. Be the bigger man. I'm sorry if I spoiled your big day, I tried. I know all the internet rules say you're not supposed to begin an apology with, I'm sorry if, but it was what he was getting. Jojo laughed. It seemed like a sincere laugh, which was more than I'd expected. Sweetheart, I was marrying the man I love in a big party filled with all my friends, plus a bunch of other people who aren't my friends but were still telling me how amazing I was. One slightly mean conversation wasn't going to ruin that. Oh, okay. So why are you here? Just to say... Jojo stared down at his immaculately manicured nails. Just to say that I suppose I get it? Was I offended by that? I thought I was at least a little bit offended by that, because this guy was 12 and trying to tell me he knew what it was like to get betrayed and abandoned by the fucker he'd just married. Although, now I thought about it, Jojo wasn't that much older than I'd been when I'd dated Miles. Of course, Miles was now substantially older than he'd been when he'd dated me, which was why I felt justified taking the piss. The thing was, though, I hadn't felt young at the time. I'd felt pretty grown up. And here was Jojo, looking at me with the confidence of a young man who didn't quite realise how young he seemed to other people. See, this was the problem with trying to be a better human being to impress your boyfriend. You ended up having to be a better human to everybody. Get what, exactly? I asked, warily. He kept giving me his earnest early 20s face. I've been on the internet since I was 16. I know you got the whole old media paparazzi treatment, and I'm sure that was crappy in a slightly different way, but I've had a million strangers telling me what they think of me every day since before I did my GCSEs. Okay, that did sound awful. Although old Luke would have pointed out that the person who was financially compensated for Jojo's constant harassment was Jojo, not the person who dumped him. So, Jojo went on, I do understand that what Miles did to you was fucking terrible. That's why I wanted you to come to the wedding. When Miles had told me that he'd invited me to the wedding for Jojo's sake, I'd assumed he was just rightfully ashamed of how selfish it sounded otherwise. Wait, you actually wanted me to come to the wedding? Yeah. I'd heard more sheepish yes, but only from actual sheep. I think I just wanted to see, I don't know, that you were okay, I guess. So you could tell yourself you weren't marrying the king of the arseholes. It was probably an unfair comment, but I was trying to ration my enlightenment. He squirmed, in a way that didn't quite fit with the YouTube starlet persona. So I could tell myself I'd be okay too. Ah, that was more complicated than I was ready for. You mean if he did the same to you? It had been kind of the elephant in the room, and now I don't know. Had I shot the elephant? Had I said, "Hey, is that an elephant?" Was the elephant now rampaging around, stomping on things? I didn't think it was a stompy atmosphere. Perhaps we were just staring at an elephant and going, "Yep, that's an elephant, all right." There was a very, very long silence. At the end of the very, very long silence, Jojo said, "Maybe." And there went my last hope of resenting him, because, and this wasn't a self-esteem issue, Jojo had to be worth more than 50 grand, even accounting for inflation, and in his world, everything would happen at the speed of Twitter instead of the speed of the tabloids. "And I don't think he will," he continued. "Obviously, I wouldn't have married him if I thought he would." At this point, I wasn't sure if he was trying to convince me or himself. I figured. Jojo picked at one of his perfect nails, leaving a little chip in it. "And we've talked about it. We've talked about it so much, and Miles really is sorry, even if he's bad at showing it." "Or saying it," old Luke pointed out, which Jojo completely blanked, either out of politeness, indifference, or the strain of being genuinely upset in the office of a relative stranger. "It almost broke us up when I found out. I wasn't sure I could trust somebody who could do something like that." "Probably too late to say this," I told him, "on account of that wedding we were both at. But probably you shouldn't trust somebody who can do something like that." Jojo gave a shrug. "Probably not. But Miles was the first person I'd ever met who really felt like he was interested in me for me, not for who I was." I sincerely tried to take that at face value and not assume that even if Miles wasn't interested in Jojo's YouTube celebrity, he definitely was interested in being married to a hot young twink. "And the thing is," Jojo was saying, "if I'd walked away from that, I know I'd have regretted it. So—" He flicked away a flake of glittery nail polish and met my eyes again. "I took a chance." What did he want? A medal? Congratulations. You gave an arsehole a second chance. "Better you than me." "Better me than you," agreed Jojo quietly. "And It's been a long time. I never expected you to forgive him. I don't think he did either, really. I think he just got caught up in the moment." That was Miles. Of course, the last time he'd got caught up in the moment, it had been the moment when he was selling... Oh, for fuck's sake, let it go. It's not about you anymore. Good, because I don't. I know I said I was sorry about your wedding, but I stand by everything I told him. And that's fine. Jojo smiled at me, and it was weirdly comforting to be reassured by a man with no sense of irony. You weren't there for him. You were there for me, and you showed me that even if the worst happens, I'll be fine. He paused, and then added, in a slightly vulnerable way, You seem really happy, Luke. I am really happy, I replied, slightly too aggressively. And, look, was I going to let myself say this? Okay, apparently I was. As much as I hate to admit it, I honestly don't think you've got anything to worry about. Like you said, it's been a long time, and Miles is a different person now. Of course, that person was still a prick, but details. Really? Jojo looked at me with devastating hope in his eyes. I wish I could say, once a fuck you overer, always a fuck you overer, but I sighed. Having to see your ex as a person sucked. Having to see the man your ex married as a person double sucked. For the last couple of years, I've been dating a wonderful guy, and he'd want me to say that everybody makes mistakes. And sometimes they make mistakes that hurt other people, but that doesn't mean they should be judged by those mistakes for the rest of their lives. I took a deep breath. This felt almost cleansing. Then again, I added, fool me once bitten leopards don't change their spots, so take your pick. Jojo laughed, and it sounded a bit sad. And that made me feel bad, because somebody that sparkly shouldn't be sad. I think I already have, he said. And I think, when it comes to love, it's worth rolling the dice. I was about to try and say something wise, or at least come up with something wise I could then decide not to say. But the door opened, and Rhys stuck his head in.
I say, Jojo, I was just thinking, you wouldn't want to do a collaboration, would you?
To his credit, Jojo somehow managed not to tell him to fuck right off. What sort of collaboration?
Well,
Rhys had a wild eureka light in his eyes.
I've got a YouTube channel. You've got a YouTube channel. We could do a YouTube together.
Like what? Asked Jojo, who seemed to be giving this proposal far more time than it probably objectively deserved.
I don't know. What do you YouTube about?
Jojo gestured at his face. Makeup.
Oh, right. I suppose not everybody is as lucky as me.
Rhys indicated his own face.
Would you believe I wake up like this?
Once again, Jojo demonstrated that he was far more polite than I am, by not commenting. I believe it, I put in.
Tell you what,
Rhys continued, undaunted.
How about we see if we can work on some dung beetle-themed makeup tips?
That? Jojo gave Rhys a surprisingly warm smile. Sounds like an interesting challenge. To my amazement, Jojo Ryan took Rhys's details and promised to be in touch to talk about the collaboration. Of course, promising to do something and actually doing it were two very different things. Just look at my dad and his marriage vows, or for that matter, any other promise he had ever made. But I had a perhaps naive sense that Jojo might make good on the offer. I left work that day, not confused exactly, but a bit shaken, with something Jojo had said buzzing around my head like the tune to an 80s disco classic whose name I couldn't remember. It's worth rolling the dice. Which wasn't Oprah, but it was something. Chapter 16. Here's the thing. I loved Oliver. I really did. But there was no getting away from the fact we had irreconcilable Saturday differences. In my world, a Saturday was for sleeping until noon, having sex until 2, or, 12, depending on how close to 30 I was feeling, and then hanging out with friends or visiting my mum, or if I was in a super domestic mood, curling up on the sofa with a movie. Oliver's ideal Saturday involved lying in until 9 at the latest, then going for a run or to the gym, following it up with a nutritious breakfast before doing something disgustingly productive. And some days I could lure him with my wiles into a more Luke-friendly set of activities, like cuddling and or blowjobs. Unfortunately, today was not one of those days. And when I staggered downstairs a little after 1, I found Oliver on his knees on the kitchen floor, and not in a fun way. His protein shaker was drying on the rack, and his hair was still damp and tousled from his post-run shower, both of which were signs of an Oliver highly committed to productivity. Plus, he was wearing his virtuous grey sweatpants, and the no longer suitable for work but I am too ethical to throw clothes away shirt that he reserved for cleaning. The marigolds were also a giveaway. I groaned. "Good afternoon, Lucien," he said cheerfully. I groaned again. "What are you doing?" He gave me a look of what I hoped was mock disappointment, but given how seriously he took cleaning, I couldn't be sure. "Are you telling me you've forgotten what day it is?" Saturday? And definitely not... Shit. Is it your birthday? "Yes," he told me. "It's my birthday. This is what I always do on my birthdays." "You think you're joking, but I wouldn't put it past you." He huffed out a put-upon sigh. It's the first Saturday in July.
And? I asked.
So I'm cleaning my cupboards, as I did last year, if you recall.
Oliver, you have cleaned so many things, I didn't realise I was supposed to be putting them on a calendar. He set down his bottle of multi-purpose surface cleaner with a condemnatory click.
As I thought you'd have learned by now, cleaning is a lot easier when you do it regularly, which is itself easier when you have a routine.
I don't know what you're talking about. I knelt down beside him. Clearly, it's much better if you leave it until all your spoons start sticking together and you hate yourself, and then get a nice boyfriend and stealth move into his place.
And what happens, he twitched an eyebrow at me, when my spoons start sticking together?
We'll both have to find a new boyfriend, and we can move into his place together. He readjusted his marigolds uncertainly.
I'm not sure that's a sustainable strategy. And while I have no objection to polyamory in theory, I don't think it would suit me in practice.
Leaning in, I kissed him on the nose. Then I faithfully promise that no matter how sticky your teaspoons get, I will still want to be with you, and only you.
I'm not sure I want to ask,
began Oliver. Apparently, I'd successfully deflected his relationship anxiety by triggering his hygiene anxiety.
But how do teaspoons become sticky?
It's not a sex thing, I protested quickly.
I wasn't assuming it was a sex thing. I'd be less concerned if it was a sex thing.
Oh, God. I was disgusting. I was the creature from the disgusting lagoon. I think, I offered, it's because most of my cooking involved oil, and then if you don't change your washing up water properly, you're washing everything in oily water and it comes out with kind of a, oily film that dries, and it gets... Oliver had gone pale.
I think you should probably stop there.
Are you going to dump me now? He thought about it for an unflatteringly long time.
Tragically, Lucian, I will still love you, even if you make my spoons sticky.
He paused.
Having said which, do not make my spoons sticky.
It's not a lifestyle choice. It's just a consequence of other lifestyle choices. Laughing, Oliver squirted the cupboard again and started to scrub, with a pre-designated surface scrubber. I knew it was pre-designated, because they lived in a separate, subtly different pot from the washing up sponges, and I'd once made the mistake of trying to clean a plate with one. Embarrassingly, it was one of our worst ever arguments. As he scrubbed, his head and shoulders disappeared inside the cupboard, leaving me with ample opportunity to appreciate his arse, which, sweatpants or no, was sort of jutting up perkily and moving back and forth in time with his very diligent cleaning.
Is that what you're doing?
He asked, from the interior of the kitchen unit. Staring at your arse?
Oh, that's what you're doing. But no, I mean, stealth moving.
Honestly, I'd been hoping he wouldn't notice that. Well, your place is bigger than mine, and it's nicer, and you wash your sheets, and you're in it.
I'm glad I merited some mention among the list of utilities.
To be fair, you can come round to my flat. Your dishwasher can't.
You should get a dishwasher, Lucian, he said, somewhat predictably. They're actually more ecologically efficient than hand washing.
I could, but I've gone for the even more environmentally friendly strategy of using someone else's dishwasher, thus saving the upfront environmental impact of installation and the long-term environmental impact of us running 2 separate dishwashers. Oliver sat back on his heels.
Even before we met, I never ran my dishwasher at half load.
I did that one time, and I said I was sorry. I couldn't tell if this was going really off track or really on track. But it does sort of make my point. If I had a dishwasher in my flat, I'd run it at half load all the time,
I'd have to. I've only got 2 plates.
You could always buy more plates,
Oliver suggested. True. Or I could just stay here and use yours. Swapping the designated scrubber for a carefully rationed piece of paper towel, Oliver returned to the cupboard.
I suppose that is the best strategy from a strict carbon footprint perspective.
The scrubbing continued.
And, well, since, as you observe, you've rather stumbled into living here anyway, if you wanted to, well, there's a certain logic in making it an official arrangement.
The part of me that was terrified of commitment, betrayal, and finding myself 10 years down the line telling Oliver to fuck off at his wedding gave a little yelp. The part of me that was terrified of blowing a good thing gave a different yelp. I let them yelp at each other for a bit and tried to distract myself by turning my attention to Oliver's arse.
That is,
Oliver went on,
if it isn't too... And of course you wouldn't have to give up your flat if you didn't want to. It's just, I don't think you like your flat very much.
Since I originally got it with Miles, no, I really don't. My brain was still in crisis mode, which meant all it could think of were endless variations of worst-case scenarios. But that could happen to you as well. What if something goes wrong with us and then you start to hate this house, which you love and clean all the time, because you used to share it with this guy who cheated on you? Emerging abruptly from the cupboard, Oliver stared at me wide-eyed.
Lucian, are you trying to tell me you're cheating on me?
What? I cried. No, it's the kind of thing I would do. I mean, it's not the kind of thing I would do. It's the kind of thing the kind of person I am would do if they were going to fuck up their relationship with the kind of person you are. Oliver took a deep breath.
You are not that kind of person. You just worry you might be every time somebody likes you.
That was at once reassuring and embarrassing. Stop knowing me, I whined.
It's a little late for that. I have, as you've observed, actually been living with you for at least 1.5 years.
He paused.
And as for the house, if it came to it, I'd get a new one. And I'd have more money for the deposit because you'd have been paying half the mortgage.
I stared at him helplessly. Oh God, you really mean it, don't you? You want me to, move in and shit, and keep stuff here, and...
You already keep quite a lot of stuff here.
No, I said, decisively. I've left stuff here. It's a different vibe.
You've left stuff here in increasing quantities for nearly 2 years.
That's not emotionally significant. I left a pair of formal shoes at Priya's after my graduation and she's still got them. Oliver's mouth was doing that thing where he tried to pretend he wasn't smiling.
I find that very easy to believe. But I don't think you have an entire drawer of variously salacious underwear at any of your friends' houses.
He was right. I didn't. This was unintentional. But it was real. It was very real. And it had always been very real. You couldn't get realer than a drawer of pants. And you... trust me to... I made a gesture that frankly could have encompassed anything.
Of course I trust you, Lucian. For a start, as I've said many times, you've already been...
He imitated my gesture. I made a noise, because all my internal yelping had decided to come out of my brain through my throat. Drawing off his marigolds with deliberate care, like he was satisfying a really specific but highly mundane fetish, Oliver took my hands in his.
I know this seems frightening, and it seems like a lot. But it is not a lot. It is exactly what we're already doing.
I made another noise.
It's no different,
he went on, in his gentlest voice,
than when we were first dating. Nothing actually changed. We just agreed to start calling it something different.
My hand-holding was veering into clutching. That's true. You still make me happy, Lucian. You are still everything I want, and a lot of things I couldn't have imagined wanting. Thanks. In a good way. We don't have to do this. We can move at whatever pace you like. But you should know that I am yours, more truly than I have ever been anyone's. Because when I'm with you, I'm me, not someone I think I should be. And I'll be with you however you want, for as long as you'll have me. Only Oliver would say something like that in the middle of scrubbing his kitchen cabinets. And maybe that was why I could listen to him, when I sometimes couldn't even listen to myself. Where he made me feel safe and hopeful and worth something when I had a bunch of reasons not to. Not going to lie, it was kind of annoying. Because he was right. Again. I could do this. We could do this. We were already doing this. We had something strong and right and special, and I'd be more of a bellend than usual if I didn't accept that. Cherish it. Hold on to it. I opened my mouth to tell him, yes, of course I'd move in with him. I couldn't imagine anything better. Except then, somewhere at the back of my mind, a tiny glitter bomb of a boy in internet-friendly makeup said, "It's worth rolling the dice." And so, instead, what came out of my mouth was, "We should get married." Chapter 17. I'd agreed to meet James Royce, the other James Royce, during my lunch hour outside an embarrassingly middle-end jeweller's in central London. He turned up exactly on time with baby J strapped to his chest, making him look like the world's most wholesome kidnapper. "Do you two ever put him down?" I asked. He blinked at me exactly once. "Yes, just not in the middle of London." That was fair. The last thing you wanted to do was put your kid down for 5 minutes and then come back to find he'd been detonated by the bomb squad. "So how's—" I found myself pointing at baby J. I didn't know how to talk to or about children at the best of times, and mostly I got away with it because I usually encountered them as part of large groups of less crap people who did all the cooing for me. But today, it was just me and baby J. Worse, baby J was a particularly difficult child to talk about because when the James Royces had first brought him home, he looked ever so slightly like something Jim Henson had built out of foam and ping-pong balls. And needless to say, James Royce would keep saying things like, "Isn't he darling? Isn't he the most darling thing you've ever seen?" And I would say things like, "Well, he's quite wet. Are they all this wet?" "He's fine," said James Royce, who, where babies were concerned, was definitely my favourite of the James Royces. I redirected my awkward glance from the child to the jewellers. Thanks for coming." "No problem." It had been a little over a week since I'd, accidentally proposed to Oliver in a fit of whatever the hell that had been a fit of. Of course he'd said yes, correctly discerning that if he'd said no, I'd have changed my name, moved to Pluto, and joined the French Foreign Legion. Since then, we'd had one or two short conversations, mostly led by Oliver, and mostly focused on what a sensible choice it was to get married because of next-of-kin benefits and mild tax breaks. Which was what happened when, instead of proposing on one knee at the Eiffel Tower, you did it in a kitchen while your partner had his head in a cupboard. And probably meant I owed Oliver, not a do-over, exactly, I was never doing that again, but at least a decent ring. Well, the decentish ring I could get on my budget. The decentish ring I could get on my budget, given about 80% of engagement rings were total shit. "Shall we go in?" asked James Royce. Yes. The answer was yes. I couldn't get a ring if I didn't go in. Maybe. If you don't like this shop, there are 3 others within 8 minutes' walk, 2 of them within the same price range. It's not the shop. I'm just, I don't know, nervous, I think. That's because you're a commitment phobe. With good reason. Not with good reason, James Royce told me firmly. Dogs aren't more likely to bite people who are scared of dogs. What? I'm getting married, not a pet. He looked down at baby Jay, who was currently distracted by all the sparkly things in the window. You had a bad experience once, and you're afraid it'll happen again. But past performance is no guarantee of future results. I think that was meant to be reassuring. And if I'd been investing in a stock portfolio, it might have been. Or maybe I was unreassurable right now. After all, part of the reason I'd asked James Royce to come with me, instead of anyone else I could have asked, is that I knew I could rely on him to give me an opinion that wasn't overbearingly romantic, like Bridget or James Royce, or crushingly cynical, like Priya, or, well, me. Come on then, I said, with about as much conviction as I could summon. Let's put a ring on it. By which I mean buy a ring that I can give to Oliver, which he can wear if he wants, maybe, if it doesn't need resizing, which it probably will. Pushing open the door, we stepped into that churchy hush that all jewellers seem to cultivate, as if they were trying to instill a sense of inadequacy that could be dispelled only by spending more than you could afford. I was instilled with a sense of inadequacy, and my credit was nowhere near good enough to dispel it. To quell my rising panic, I peered into one of the counters, as if I knew what the fuck I was doing. Except I didn't. I wasn't even looking at rings. Can I help you, sir? I looked up to see a slender, ashen-faced man in a 3-piece suit, who somehow looked like he had a pencil moustache, while also being completely clean-shaven. I said, The unaccountably intimidating shop assistant folded his hands behind his back. And what might Sir be looking for? Somehow he made Sir sound like an insult. I guess, I tried, ring? Estate? Eternity? Wedding? Puzzle? Promise? Semi-mount? Signet? Cocktail? Cluster? Cladder? Oh my God, I'd walked into the lair of the riddling jeweller. Any second now he was going to say, my first is in diamond, but isn't in heart. Engagement, I squeaked. Ah. In one syllable, he managed to express more disappointment than any of my school teachers or university lecturers had ever managed. I visibly cringed. Is that okay? Without another word, he bent at the waist and drew forth a velvet tray that he laid in front of me very much with the air of someone casting pearls before swine. Which, as it turned out, he definitely was. Because, looking at the price tags, I couldn't afford anything. Do you? I asked, with a disproportionate amount of shame for someone who, at the end of the day, was still about to shell out about 500 quid in this guy's shop. By any chance have anything cheaper? The man cleared his throat and took way too long replacing the tray of shit I couldn't afford with a tray of £25 cubic zirconia tat. Oh, come on. I made a gestural, oh, come on, to underscore my verbal, oh, come on, in the hopes of articulating quite how much of an oh, come on situation this was. Something in the middle. The first tray was in the middle, sir. I tried to remember that working in customer service was unrewarding and people had to take their entertainment where they could. Okay, something just under the middle then. Something below average, because I am a below average person, as you have so clearly implied. I beg your pardon, sir, said the gaslighting fuck on the other side of the counter. James Royce stepped forward. We want to see a selection of men's engagement rings in the £500 to £800 range. I don't know how James Royce, despite having a still faintly Muppet-esque baby strapped to his chest, managed to have more gravitas than me, but he did. And approximately 40 seconds later, we were poring over a tray of exactly the type of rings I'd been looking for, in exactly the range of prices I'd been expecting to pay for them. They were, in a lot of ways, quite similar, because this was one of those areas where men's fashions followed some pretty strict rules, though fortunately those rules more or less matched what I knew of Oliver's taste, which was to say classic, masculine, and non-ostentatious. I turned to James Royce. How did you... I gave a non-specific hand wave. For James. He shrugged. It was easy. Got the biggest, shiniest thing I could. Had it custom made. Oh, right, because you're incredibly rich. He shrugged again. Not my fault you didn't do a maths degree, Luke. Welp, he had me there. Once again I leaned over to inspect the rings in front of me. Between my budget and Oliver's aesthetic, I was able to narrow it down quickly to a gold band, a brushed gold band, a white gold band, a subtly different white gold band, and a white gold band with a thin strip of rose gold running around the middle. There'd also been one with a diamond set in it, one with 3 diamonds set in it, and one with a faux Celtic motif, but I discounted those immediately on the grounds that Oliver would have fucking hated them. After a moment of thought, I also discounted the plain and the brushed gold because they'd look too wedding-y. And Oliver was kind of traditional in some regards, so I wasn't sure he'd like a gold engagement ring. Okay, I turned to James Royce. Which of these identical rings is least crap? Excuse me, sir, protested the unaccountably intimidating shop assistant. I can assure you our goods are all of the highest quality. I glowered at him. Leave it out, this isn't Tiffany's. You've made it very clear that I'm a middle-of-the-road guy, but let's be honest, this is a middle-of-the-road shop. Sir appears to have taken offence at my manner, the assistant sneered. I beg sir's forgiveness. Obviously, he was banking on Sir being too lazy to walk 8 minutes down the road to a shop where Sir might be treated less rudely. And he had Sir banged to rights. Sir would take a lot more abuse than this if it meant dodging a short walk or a long queue. Having been momentarily distracted by wiping the dribble from Baby J's chin, James Royce took a shufty at the merchandise. I think that one. He pointed at the ring with the rose gold detailing. Is the most Oliver? Then again, you know him better than I do. I did, but he was completely right. Of course, the competition was 2 completely boring rings with no decoration whatsoever, but Oliver was definitely a subtle seam of rose gold kind of guy. I'll take it, I said, and if my fiancé needs to come in to get it resized, I want you to be nicer to him. Despite being quite a lot shorter than I was, the assistant somehow managed to look down his nose at me. I shall endeavour to accede to Sir's wishes. Although now I thought about it, Oliver had nothing to fear from this guy, because he very much came across as white suit, nice hat Julia Roberts, whereas I was more thigh-high boots with a safety pin Julia Roberts. In any case, I forked over my 700 quid, pocketed the ominous velvet box, and got the fuck out of there. The velvet box was still ominousing in my pocket at the point our evening reached the me on the sofa watching old seasons of American Horror Story and Oliver on the floor with his laptop and his case notes being all hot and diligent stage. Oliver, I said, at the same time he said, Lucian, And then I said, "No, you." And he said, "After you." And we went back and forth like that for a bit, until Oliver managed to squeeze in and, "I think we should talk about the wedding." And I squeezed back, "Me too." Then we sat there in silence for about 1,000,000 years. "Can I?" I tried. At the same time, Oliver said, "Do you?" And this time I followed up quickly with, "Okay, I'll go." I did not go. Eventually, Oliver cleared his throat. "You know that anything you need to say, we can. It'll be fine." I guess, why was I so bad at this? I guess I just think I didn't really think it through. Oliver closed his laptop in a "we are now having a serious conversation" way. "It's all right, Lucien. I understand." "I'm sure you do, but that doesn't mean it was right for me to ask you to marry me when you had your head in a cupboard." "I confess," he confessed, "I was caught a little off guard." "Yeah. So, I fumbled in my pocket for the ominous box. Couldn't find it. Fumbled in a different pocket. Dropped to one knee a bit too hastily so it just looked like I'd fallen off the sofa, which had happened more than once. And then finished up with, Ow! I mean... Are you all right?" A very concerned Oliver got to his feet to help me up, and then stared, with a non-flattering amount of confusion, at the velvet box of doom I was shakily holding out to him. "Well, I banged my leg, but, Oliver David Blackwood, now that you're not in a cupboard, will you marry me?" Oliver went through a range of expressions, none of which I could readily identify, and at least some of which I was pretty sure were positive. "I thought I'd already agreed to that when I was in the cupboard. I assumed you were trying to call it off." "What? No." I gazed at him in mounting horror, with the moderately affordable ring hovering between us. "Why did you think that?" "Several reasons, Lucien. It was quite an impulsive thing to do in the first place. We've barely spoken about it since, and you literally just said you'd made a mistake." I cringed. "Okay, I can retrospectively see how that might have given you the wrong impression, but..." I took a deep breath. "When I said I made a mistake, I meant that I didn't propose in a very romantic way, or in a way that expressed how great you are, and how, feelings you make me." Looking only a little bit as if I'd offered him a live snake, Oliver took the box and opened it. For a moment he stared at the distinctly average ring. Then, "It's beautiful," he said. "Thank you." And then slipped it on his finger, and, "Oh my God!" I cried. "It fits!" Oliver looked down at his hand, half wrapped, as though he almost didn't recognize it. Yes, it does." "And," I added, "it doesn't look awful." He gave a little blink. No, it looks wonderful." It did kind of look wonderful, and he looked wonderful wearing it, because it was like this little piece of Oliver Blackwood was very visibly mine. Eventually we noticed that I was still on one knee, and Oliver was still standing, and it created a weird dynamic. So Oliver sat down on the sofa, and I sat down beside him, my eyes flicking every now and again to... "Nice ring," I said. He normally didn't descend to my level, but tonight he smirked. "I've had no complaints." Then he grew quiet. "About the... He cleared his throat. "Wedding. I spoke to my parents today. Oh dear. For some reason, Oliver's parents had never liked me. I wasn't sure if it was because of the way I dressed, or the fact that my own parents were rock stars, or if it possibly had something to do with that one time I told them to go fuck themselves at their Ruby anniversary. I'd met them a couple of times since, and I'd been marginally better behaved, but the cloud of go fuck yourself had trailed behind me like a fart on the way out of a lift. For the first year, they'd clearly been biding their time on the assumption that Oliver would come to his senses and dump me, much, to be fair, as I had. But when it had become clear I wasn't going away any time soon, they'd come to accept me the way one might accept a piece of spinach between a dinner guest's teeth. They knew I was there, but, for the sake of their continued happiness, pretended I wasn't. And, I asked, nervously, how did that go? They said they'd support me in whatever decision I made. I winced. Bad as that, huh? I'm afraid so. I mean, I didn't even know what I was trying to say. I wanted to be supportive of Oliver, but I didn't really want to spend the next however many months tiptoeing around David and Miriam while they, by infuriatingly either their presence or their absence, made me marrying Oliver all about them. Do they... To my relief, Oliver cut me off. Let's just not think about it for now. Except I wasn't sure that made it better. Especially because Oliver was terrible at just not thinking about things, and my ability to just not think about things scaled proportionately with how important that thing was to think about. Meaning, I was great at ignoring bills, and hopelessly unable to ignore mean things people said on the internet. You know I am always on side with hiding from problems in the hope they'll go away? That's not what I'm doing, Lucian, said Oliver, sharply. It was a bit like what he was doing. But Oliver had been seeing a trained professional for nearly 2 years because of his parents, so I did my best to be sensitive and not poke anything that might be the emotional equivalent of a bear, or a mine, or a bear mine, which would be a bear that would maul you and then explode. I held my hands up in a don't maul me or explode way. All right, this is supposed to be about our happiness, and so you need to think about that, instead of, what your mum and dad will say. Some of the tension faded from Oliver's jaw. I will. Thank you. Well, that was super convincing, but I knew it was all I was going to get. In any case, he went on, making a visible effort to smile, I presume Odile was far more enthusiastic. Oh, fuck me with a rusty coat hanger. I'd somehow managed to not tell her. She was going to kill me. Oliver was going... Okay, he wouldn't kill me, but he might take it as a bad sign, ring or no ring, that I'd forgotten to mention the most important thing in my life to the most important person in my life. Joint most important person. Second most important person? Yeah, I overcompensated. She was really excited. For whatever reason, presumably because he still had a head full of disapproval, Oliver didn't notice that I was talking like I was reading cue cards. I'm glad. I assume we'll be seeing her tomorrow? Oh, fuck me with a rusty coat hanger covered in sriracha sauce. We saw Mum and Judy a couple of times a month, so I should probably have thought of that before pretending to Oliver that I'd told them something I hadn't told them, and needed to tell them in person, and wouldn't see them in person until I next saw them with Oliver. And all I needed to have said was, actually, I was waiting until we next went to visit so we could tell her together. But instead, I was starting my engagement, drowning in lies. Chapter 18. The next day, we were standing in Pucklethroop in the Wold, waiting for my mum to let us in, and I still hadn't worked out what to do about the fact that I'd lied to Oliver. The door opened.
"Hello, Luc,
was as far as Mum managed to get, before I threw my arms around her. "Mum!" I cried, then whispered, "Oliver and I are getting married and he thinks I've already told you," desperately into her ear. She made an "ah, I understand" noise, and letting go of me, immediately embraced Oliver with a loud
"Congratulations on the wedding. I was so pleased to hear about it when Luke told me that it was happening, which he did several days ago."
"Thank you, Odile," said Oliver.
"Oh, you will have to stop calling me that now you are getting married. You will have to call me Maman."
This was going to be a long evening. "Mum, I don't even call you Maman."
"That,"
she glowered at me gallically,
"is because you have no respect for your heritage."
I was about to deliver a fantastically clever and witty reply when the sound of barking echoed from inside and 4 ecstatic spaniels burst from the hallway. I say ecstatic, but they were of course ecstatic to see Oliver, who was great with dogs, and not at all interested in seeing me, who they'd known their entire lives. On the plus side, Oliver did look incredibly cute, kneeling down to receive an armful of fur and puppy dog eyes. "Charles," he said, bestowing scratches, pets and scruffles. "Camilla, Michael of Kent. Hello, Eugenie, old girl. Who's a good girl? You are. Yes, you are." I never worked out how Oliver, or for that matter anyone else, was able to tell the dogs apart. Once Oliver had finished greeting the Woofles, as he occasionally and embarrassingly called them, all 7 of us went through to the front room.
"Judy,"
Mum announced,
"Luc is here. It is Luc and his fiancée Oliver, who, as you know, he has told us he is engaged to."
I sort of liked that Mum was bad at deception. Judy, however, as a result of a great many aspects of her tumultuous life history, had no problem with it at all.
"Ah, of course."
She beamed.
"Congratulations, old boys. Meant to bring you a gift, but it's fattening up in the lower pasture."
"You know," said Oliver, incredibly gently, "I am still a vegan." It wasn't much of a protest, but it was more than he would have managed 2 years ago.
"Not to worry.
Judy seldom let go of an idea once it was in her head.
Keep it in the garden. Good for the grass."
I wasn't sure why I was getting into the details of this, given that the non-specific animal in question was almost certainly fictional, but I couldn't quite help myself. "You realise I live in a top-floor flat, and Oliver's garden is about 8 feet across."
"Well, that changes things."
Sitting back, Judy stroked her chin thoughtfully.
"I'll have to give you a goat instead."
I was beginning to feel like I was in one of those improv games where you had to keep saying yes and to whatever your partner came up with. "I don't think we've got room for a goat either."
"Don't be silly,"
Judy told me, undaunted.
"Everyone's got room for a goat. They're tiny, practically stackable."
Thankfully, and I use this word advisedly, Mum came to my rescue.
"Judy, stop talking about the marvelous wedding present you are getting them for the wedding you definitely knew about. We are here to eat the extra special vegan special curry."
"Mum," I interrupted, "have you remembered Gruyere is still not vegan?" She shrugged.
"I found the vegan cheese. You can buy vegan everything these days. You can even buy the vegan bacon. I said to Judy, I thought vegans did not like bacon. Why make bacon for people who do not like bacon?"
"It's not about liking or not liking." I was hoping my unfailing support of my boyfriend's dietary choices balanced out my entirely failing to tell my mum we were engaged. "It's about ethics, like when you were protesting against nuclear weapons in the 80s. A look of worrying comprehension crossed Mum's face.
"Oh, so he does it to get laid?"
"Yes," said Oliver, as he despanieled the sofa. My refusal to drink milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Well, returned Mum, since, as I already knew, you are engaged now, you need to have only one boy in your yard.
It was at about this point that Oliver's inability to contradict authority figures clashed terminally with Mum's inability to lie. He turned to me. Would I be completely out of line in thinking you hadn't actually told your mother we were getting married at all?
What?
Cried Mum valiantly.
No, that is outrageous. Why would I have said so many times that Luc had told me you were getting married if he had not told me you were getting married? How could I possibly have known?
Oliver was looking unconvinced, but also, and this was the important bit, unfurious.
And what about the goat?
Mum had clearly decided she was going down with the ship.
How could Judy have arranged a goat for the wedding if she had not already heard about the wedding?
Having created a small oasis in a sea of dog, Oliver sat down and was immediately re-dogged. Call me a cynic, but it has crossed my mind that the goat might be imaginary.
Don't be silly, Oliver. How can you give somebody an imaginary goat?
I folded myself onto the floor next to Oliver and put my head in my hands. Mum, it's fine. Thanks for covering for me, but you need to stop helping now. Mum's attitude shifted in a nanosecond.
In which case, Luc, I need you to know that I am very offended.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you, I mumbled. I meant to, but it was kind of a sudden thing, and I wanted to do it in person, but then I accidentally told Oliver I already had. Yes, that was Oliver. Why did you do that, Lucien? My head was staying in my hands. It seemed the best place for it. Well, you'd told your parents, so I was worried you'd think if I hadn't told Mum it would mean, I don't know, something.
It means, Mum said, that Oliver is a better son than you are.
I looked up. Then that's fine, because you've got him now. Mum considered this.
That is a fair point.
She sat down on the sofa and put her arm around Oliver.
Luc, this is Oliver. He is my son. He is a very nice boy. He has a good job and always calls his mother. Oliver?
She gestured contemptuously at me with her free hand.
This is some ungrateful shit who sometimes comes to my house and eats my curry and complains about it.
Mum, I protested, definitely not sounding like a teenager. I'm really sorry. There's been a lot going on recently. She tossed her head.
How would I know? You never talk to me.
I talk to you all the time. I just didn't mention this one thing.
To be fair,
put in Judy,
it is quite a significant thing. I told my parents about most of my marriages. You see? Exclaimed Mum. And Judy was a terrible daughter. She gave her father 3 heart attacks.
I sighed. Fine, I'm a terrible son.
You were a terrible son, Mum corrected me. Oliver is my son now.
Oliver had a faintly panicked look in his eyes, a look that was slowly spreading to the rest of his face. What he still didn't quite get about my relationship with Mum was that we sort of upset each other all the time, sometimes over huge things like, me not telling her I was getting married, sometimes over tiny things, like whether the guy who used to live next door to us when I was 12 was called Jim or John. It was just that it didn't mean anything, because she was my mum, and despite what she was saying right now, I was her son, and we loved each other, and always would. I don't think it's a trade, he said. I think it's more a jointly and severally liable kind of deal. Mum smiled beatifically.
Oh, it is so nice having a son who is a barrister. He always says intelligent things, instead of insisting the guy next door used to be called John.
Hang on. I actually jumped to my feet in a moment of strong emotion. I never said he was called John. You said he was called John.
I did not say he was called John, Mum insisted. I said he was called Jim, because that was his name. But you never listened to me, as well as never telling me anything.
No, you didn't. You said his name was John, and you remembered specifically because of the Beatles. Mum shook her head.
No, that was our other neighbour, Mr. Starkey. In any case...
She rose majestically from the sofa.
I should serve up the extra special vegan special curry before the artichoke goes soggy.
This was Oliver's cue to go through to the kitchen and help, Eugenie's cue to follow him, and my cue to sit in the living room, having a bizarre conversation with Judy. So, I began, how's... things? She absently lifted a spaniel out of the fireplace.
Not bad. Can't complain. Went to see a chap the other day to see if I could have the use of his cock.
And how did that go?
Very disappointing. He'd sent me a picture of it, but it turns out that wasn't his cock at all. Belonged to another fellow. And you could tell immediately. Much smaller, head a completely different shape, and it was bobbing up and down quite erratically.
It happens, I said. Judy gave an indignant snort.
Not to me, it doesn't. Why is it, when you get to a certain age, chaps think you'll take any cock they offer you? I mean, I said to him, Sir, I have handled many cocks in my time, and that is by far the scrawniest, scraggiest, least satisfying specimen I've ever...
It was at that moment that, to my mild relief, Mum poked her head round the door.
Oh, by the way, mon canton, though I am still very angry with you, I should also say that I am over the moon for you and Oliver. Obviously, my own wedding was a cocaine-fueled rager, and my husband was a piece of shit who fucked 3 of the bridesmaids. But I am sure things will be different for you.
I suppose, I said. There'll be less cocaine, and I'm pretty sure Oliver won't want to have sex with any of the bridesmaids. Mum nodded sagely.
It is one of the advantages of being a gay.
I let that one slide. I think it's also an advantage of marrying somebody who isn't a complete arsehole.
I suppose that might also be part of it. But are you absolutely sure about the cocaine? Because if you did want some, I am certain I could arrange it.
There were few things of which I was absolutely surer. No cocaine. Also, you don't have to arrange anything. For a moment I was worried I'd offended Mum again.
But of course I will arrange things. You are my son. You are supposed to plan your son's wedding. You are also supposed to pay for your son's wedding. Technically that's daughters, pointed out Judy. Which was a bit rough on my old man, what with my having so many. Still, the bugger owned half the home counties, so he could afford it. I don't have any daughters, Mum replied. And anyway, Luc is a gay, so...
Can we please not have the gay as a noun conversation again? I asked. Mum shook her head.
Not now, Luc. This is very important.
It took me a moment to realise that the very important thing that she was discussing was why it was okay for her to take over my and Oliver's wedding. Slow down a minute. It's generous of you, Mum, but we really don't need you to pay for anything.
Well, I was just speaking to Oliver, and he said it was very kind of me.
Yes, but that's because in his world, it's very kind of you is code for I'm too polite to say no. Bearing 4 bowls of extra special vegan special curry, with a dexterity that should have been impossible for anybody who hadn't been a professional waiter, Oliver emerged from the kitchen. Did I hear my name?
I was just explaining to Luc,
said Mum, before I could get a word in edgeways,
that you were very happy for me to pay for your wedding.
Actually, he started handing out curry. I'm afraid Lucien's right. What I said was that it was very kind of you, which is true, but doesn't technically signal approval. You see, there are also downsides to having a son who's a lawyer. Mum sighed.
So I am seeing. Bon, I have swapped you back.
Still not a swapping situation, I reminded her. She ignored me.
Stop trying to change the subject. Why do you not want me to pay for the wedding? I am old, I am rich, and I want to be part of your special day.
You will be part of my special day, I told her. You can walk me down the aisle or something. But I wouldn't feel comfortable taking your money, and you're not buying me cocaine." She folded her arms stubbornly.
Luke, if anyone is going to buy you cocaine, it should be your mother. I know the best kinds. I know the best people. Of course, a lot of them are dead because, well, cocaine dealers, they often have very unhealthy lifestyles, long hours, bad diets, and it's a very stressful business.
"We have some savings." That was Oliver, poking nervously at the extra special vegan special curry. "At least, I have some savings. Lucien made the mistake of going into the charitable sector."
Well, that is even worse, cried Mum. That means Oliver is paying for the whole thing like you are one of those brides that you order through the mail.
I scrutinised this analogy from every angle to try and find one that was flattering. It's not like that at all. It's just Oliver's got slightly more money than me and... Okay, it was sounding a tiny bit like that. "And anyway," I finished, trying to steer us in a different direction, "it's going to be a small ceremony, just friends and family, and I don't have that many friends or like half my family." Thinking about it, we hadn't actually discussed the size of the ceremony, or the date of the ceremony, the location of the ceremony, or anything about the ceremony at all.
Then,
Mum went on relentlessly,
if it is going to be so very small, it does not matter if I pay for it.
Putting aside the extra special vegan special curry, which always managed to be worse than the regular special curry because Mum took it as license to indulge her creative side, I tried to have an intense debate with Oliver about whether we should let this happen. Except, since I couldn't talk, I was forced to rely entirely on my eyebrows and nose. Unsurprisingly, we failed to reach a firm conclusion. "Can we," I asked, "think about it?"
Well, of course you can think about it, said Mum. I'm not a monster. To be honest, I only brought it up now so that I could tell Oliver before I told you, so you would know how it feels.
She paused.
It does not feel good, does it, Luke?
I sighed. "No, it doesn't feel good. I'm really sorry."
You are forgiven.
She took her place on the sofa next to Oliver.
But the man next door, he was definitely called John.
Part 3. Alexander Anthony Fitzrovia James Twaddle and Clara Isabella Fortescue Lettice, Coombe Camden Cathedral, Coombe Camden, 4th of September. Chapter 19. When Alex had invited me to his wedding, I'd been not pleased exactly, because weddings were a faff, but at least mildly cheered. It was, after all, nice in abstract to know that a co-worker thought well enough of you to add you to the list of people he wanted around him on the happiest day of his life. Although, given the circles Alex and Miffy moved in, I suspected that the list wasn't exactly short. And a couple of months later, when Rhys Jones Bowen had suggested that since the entire office was invited, it would make sense to rent a minibus and drive everyone up together, I'd found that mildly cheering too. Then, when he'd added that his friend had given us the use of his house to stay in the night before, so we didn't have to get up stupidly early to be on time for the ceremony, I was relieved, because it was always good when somebody else took care of the logistics for you. It seemed like the lowest stress big event wedding I could possibly imagine. All I had to do was show up with Oliver at the end of work, and then we could all pile into a bus like we were going on a school trip. It felt, as Alex himself might have put it, jolly. Except once we were half an hour into the journey, I remembered that I hated school trips. They involved putting a bunch of people who only knew each other in a very specific context into a very different context and expecting everything to work. And it never did. We started out okay, with everybody upbeat and pally and helping each other load their luggage. But things quickly cooled off after we realised that most of us had brought somebody we knew better than we knew the rest of the group, meaning there was no real reason for us to interact as a group. Then they cooled off even more, as each pair realised that most of the things they'd normally talk to each other about were things they didn't particularly want to be airing in a crowded vehicle full of people who were strangers to one half of the couple and professional acquaintances to the other. Even that would have been bearable, but then Rhys Jones Bowen insisted on starting a sing-along.
Come on, you lot,
he tried, with the kind of valour that led brigades of soldiers into valleys full of cannon.
You're being a right bunch of gloomy gusses. Everybody join in after me. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round.
Isn't that a children's song? I asked.
Well, yes, but I don't see why that's causing you problems.
Rhys kept his eyes on the road, but gave me a very expressive look with his shoulders.
Unless you've forgotten the words.
Was I letting myself get sucked into a conversation I couldn't get out of again? I think it's more just a bit embarrassing.
And I think that says more about you than it does about the song,
Rhys insisted. From the back seat, Barbara Clench briefly stopped making out with Gabriel, her unfeasibly attractive, much younger husband.
I agree with Luke. We're adults. We shouldn't be singing nursery rhymes. It's inappropriate.
Only if you sing them to lure children into your van,
said Rhys's date. Her name was Anna with one N, and he said he'd met her on the social media. Given that, like many of Rhys's dates, she was bizarrely hot and carried herself in a way that suggested she had incredible body confidence, I suspected he'd met her on one social medium in particular.
Otherwise, it's just singing.
Beside me, Oliver had that gleam in his eye he sometimes got when he switched into good-at-joining-in mode.
What if you're singing, but a child hears you and gets lured accidentally?
You're the lawyer, Rhys Jones Bowen pointed out. You tell us.
Well, I think it would be hard to establish mens rea, but you still might have to answer some very awkward questions.
No children's songs,
Barbara Clench repeated.
What if we do the dirty version? Asked Rhys. Wouldn't be a children's song then.
I was getting sucked in. One more question and I'd be trapped in a vortex of inanity I couldn't escape. Is there a dirty version?
There's always a dirty version.
Rhys was speaking with the certainty of a man who knew most of them. Schloop, went the vortex. But wheels on the bus? What is it? Like the penis on the bus goes flip, flip, flop? Rhys shoulder nodded.
Something like that, yeah.
I am certainly not singing the dirty versions of any children's songs.
Barbara Clench had a bit between her teeth, and normally in this kind of situation I would get rapidly out of her way. Except I couldn't, because we were stuck in a moving vehicle. Professor Fairclough had been staring out of the window, largely ignoring us, or at least processing everything we were saying on a higher level. Now she praying mantised her head back towards the rest of us.
I'm not sure I do know the words, actually.
How can you not know the words to the Wheels on the Bus song? I asked.
How can you not know the Latin name of the common fruit fly?
Returned Dr. Fairclough. Oliver leaned over to me and whispered, Drosophila melanogaster, in my ear. Dropsophilia melanogaster? I tried, which earned a sharp humph from the professor.
To be fair,
said Anna with one N,
the lyrics are a bit controversial.
Why? I wondered aloud. Is there some hidden meaning to the wipers on the bus go swish, swish, swish that I've been missing my whole life? She laughed. Honestly, she probably laughed more than the joke deserved, but she was clearly on wedding date behaviour.
No, it's just that a lot of kids these days learn their nursery rhymes from YouTube videos, so they get the American version.
I wasn't sure I wanted to know. What's the American version?
Instead of the bits of the bus doing their things all day long, they do them all through the town,
she explained. For a moment that helped, because while we couldn't agree on what to talk about, what to sing, or if singing was even a good idea, we were completely agreed that putting the words all through the town in the Wheels on the Bus song was absolute fucking blasphemy.
How do you know so much about it?
Inquired Barbara Clench in a moment of rare humanity. Anna with one N craned her neck back to look at the rest of us.
I used to be a primary school teacher.
Used to be?
Coming from Barbara Clench, that question had a not going to end well quality.
Yeah, now I take my clothes off on the internet.
For a woman who, by the looks of her husband, had a full and active sex life, Barbara Clench could be difficult about this kind of thing. Her lips got very thin.
Don't you find that rather degrading? Sort of,
Anna with one N admitted.
I mean, when you think about it, there's something pretty degrading about the fact that I went to university, did 2 degrees and a professional qualification, spent 3 years working 70-hour weeks with disadvantaged children, and at the end had nothing to show for it but crushing debts and a few nice thank you cards.
She took a deep breath. It sounded like she did this rant a lot.
So I decided that if the choice was getting wanked over by strangers or fucked over by the Department for Education, I'd pick the one that paid better.
There was complete silence in the bus, while Barbara radiated the kind of stifling disapproval that you could radiate only after a lifetime of never bothering to examine a single preconception. A silence that persisted until Oliver, in his best peacemaker's voice, said, "What if we try London Bridge is falling down instead?" 2 hours into a 4-hour journey, we stopped at a service station so that Rhys could have, in his own words, a slash and a sarnie. I took the opportunity to stretch my legs and grabbed one of the family-sized bags of Skittles that they were, for some unfathomable reason, selling at a discount in W.H. Smith. Once we'd taken our welcome break at the welcome break, we piled back into the minibus for the second and, as it turned out, more complicated part of the journey. Coombe Camden, the technically a city because it had a cathedral, even though it was actually tiny, of which Miffy's father was apparently Earl, was situated a little way south of Liverpool, right by the Welsh border. But Rhys's mate's house was a little way west of that, and a fair distance into the countryside, which meant that we spent the next very long time on narrow, windy roads, occasionally blocked by sheep, trying to navigate by a bickering consensus of low-resolution sat-nav, poorly understood maps, and guesswork. The rain didn't help. It had started drizzling as we passed Birmingham. By the time we hit Stoke-on-Trent, that had upgraded to pissing down. And once we left the M40 and were into the bit of the country where there were hedges instead of pavements, and everywhere was called something like Mucklestone or Wetwood, it was raining so hard that the windscreen wipers were just making ripples on a pond. Eventually, Rhys pulled over on a stretch of grass that I wasn't totally sure he should have been pulling over on, but was too much of a city boy to challenge, and announced, "Here we are," with thoroughly unearned cheerfulness. "Where is here, exactly?" I asked. "Charlie's house." I peered out of the window, but between the rain and the fact that the sun had set an hour ago, I couldn't make out anything except wet and bush. "Are you absolutely certain?" Rhys tapped his phone, which was showing a little blue circle inside a big blue circle. "Google Maps never lies." "No," I admitted, "but it's sometimes very economical with the truth." Oliver patted me gently on the leg. "Perhaps one of us should get out and take a look?" One of us, we all knew, meant Oliver. I certainly wasn't about to go, and Rhys didn't seem to be up for it either. Besides, getting your bearings after a long minibus journey seemed far more like Oliver's skill set than mine, in that it was a useful life skill rather than the brand of occasionally helpful bullshit that I preferred to trade in. Clambering past me and out through the front of the bus, Oliver vanished into the night, only to return a few moments later with his hair plastered to his head, his jacket wet through, and his trousers damp to the shins. "There is a house there," he confirmed, "but it's on the other side of a rather large field."
"Ah, that'll be it."
Reese's aura of cheeriness had never really gone away, but it had ebbed slightly when it had looked like we might be stuck in the dark and houseless. Now it was flowing back with a vengeance.
"The Google Maps do that sometimes in the countryside. They put you in the right general place, but they can't work out where the roads go. I suppose it's because they're hard to see from space."
Anna, with one N, reached out an affectionate hand.
I'm not sure that's quite how SatNav works, sweetheart.
"Either way, it seems to be our best option," said Oliver. "So I suppose we should all grab our things and get going." At the back of the bus, Barbara Clench glowered.
This was not a well-planned excursion.
Reese was still grinning.
"No, but it's been an adventure, hasn't it?"
"I'm not sure got wet walking across a field counts as an adventure," I pointed out.
"You know the difference between you and me, Luke?"
asked Reese, and before I could reply, he said,
"Attitude. If I want to have an adventure, I'll bloody well have an adventure."
While everyone was disembarking and Reese was locking up the minibus, I checked our surroundings. We'd pulled into a sort of dip in the hedgerow, next to a gate that was very firmly chained shut. Up and down the road I could see precisely nothing, except water and darkness. On the other side of the gate I could see... I assumed it was a field, but the way the moonlight was gleaming off the surface made it look almost like a lake. A big, square lake with a cottage on the other side of it. "The plan!" I yelled over the increasingly insistent sound of the rain. "Absolutely can't be to wade across that." I pointed at the aqua field. "To get to that." I pointed at the cottage.
I agree with Luke,
said Barbara Clench. She'd agree with me on something about once a year. I think she just did it to throw me off.
We'd be better off in the bus.
Anna with one N shrugged.
The absolute worst plan is to stand here debating. Come on.
With her jacket over her head and her overnight bag under one arm, she clambered over the fence and set off. To my relief, she wasn't immediately swallowed by a hidden bog. The water actually only seemed to come up to her ankles. But I wasn't particularly keen to follow her. Reese, of course, was, which I suspected was only partly because they were dating, and mostly because he was the kind of person who genuinely enjoyed doing this kind of thing. I gave Oliver a pleading look. "Is it too late to go home?" "Significantly, I'm afraid." Taking me by the hand, Oliver climbed elegantly over the fence, and then waited for me to do the same. Well, to do the same in that I also climbed, but I was way less elegant about it. Squelching down on the other side, I let Oliver wrap his free arm around me, leaned my head against him, and tried to believe that Reese was right and that this was an adventure, not just a gigantic pain in the arse. Chapter 20. Reese had not been right. This was not an adventure. My feet were wet. I was trying really hard not to think about what happened when you partially flooded a field full of cowpats, and like most bits of the countryside in the dark, the house was much farther away than it seemed. Or I walked much slower than I thought. One of the two. Probably the second one. I was both tired and unfit. Reese found the key under the mat, because apparently we were in a part of the world where you could still do that without having your TV stolen, and we all hurried very gratefully inside. Well, nearly all.
I'll join you soon,
said Professor Fairclough. She was at least as drenched as any of us, but it didn't seem to faze her at all. Hell, it made her look like the heroine at the end of a romantic comedy, waiting for some jerk to show up and do a big apology scene at her.
Large areas of stagnant water attract mosquitoes, and I'm interested in observing how the weather affects their behaviour.
"Have a nice time, then,"
said Reese, who seemed to have decided that since this was his friend's house, he was host by proxy.
Everybody else, who fancies a cuppa?
Cuppers were duly provided. A dubious advantage of having worked with the same pack of misfits for more than 5 years was that everybody knew how everybody else liked their tea. Of course, none of us ever actually bothered to put that knowledge into practice, but I preferred to think it was sort of an unspoken pact we had, like the opposite of buying around at the bar. I won't complain if you put too much milk in, if you don't complain that I let it stew too long. We dumped our coats in the hall and our bags under the stairs, then settled down in the sitting room to dry off. Whoever Reese's friend was, he'd done well for himself, because he'd wound up with a cosy little cottage in the Borders, with an inglenook fireplace, exposed beams, and tastefully chosen furniture. I flopped down in an armchair with Oliver sitting in front of me, his back resting against my knees. I admit, I said, it was tough getting here, but this is pretty okay.
You've got to realise, Reese turned to Anna with one N, that pretty okay is about the closest Luke ever gets to being nice about anything.
Anna with one N made an, oh, that makes sense kind of noise that I'd have been offended by if it hadn't been totally fair. What does this Charlie guy do anyway? I asked.
He's in something, explained Reese, in a not very explanatory sort of way.
Broadmoor, suggested Barbara Clench, who was occupied with Gabriel. As far as I could tell, Gabriel's role in their marriage basically involved standing around looking decorative, being disproportionately into Barbara, and letting her do most of the talking. Reese shook his head.
Consulting, I think.
I sipped my tea and did my best to enjoy the atmosphere. We were, after all, in a nice house, and listening to rain drumming on the windows was always relaxing. Still, I said, it's a shame Miffy's dad couldn't have been Earl of somewhere more convenient. Barbara nodded. If she was going to keep being on my side about things, I was going to need to see a doctor, because something was clearly wrong with me.
Yes, I hope you'll be more considerate when you're picking a venue for your wedding.
Our wedding? I asked. Reese rolled his eyes.
Oh, not you as well. I thought it was only Alex who forgot he was getting married.
No, I remember I'm getting married, I began. And then the realisation crept up on me that this conversation was about to go to a very uncomfortable place. I just wasn't sure what you meant about a considerate venue.
Well, you've got to admit, Luke, said Reese, it's been a lovely trip, but it was a bit of a palaver.
Definitely going to an uncomfortable place. Yes, I agree with that. It's just that our wedding isn't necessarily... We're not going to necessarily...
You're both local, though, aren't you? Observed Reese. To London, I mean, not to here. So I'm assuming you'll be having the ceremony somewhere everybody can get to easily.
Yes. This wasn't going well. For everybody who's invited. It's just we haven't discussed the guest list in detail, said Oliver, who was always way better at being diplomatic than I was. And a lot of the venues we're looking at are rather small. Even though Oliver had been the one to say it, or rather imply it strongly enough that they got the hint, they all turned to me.
I hope...
There was a genuine tremor in Rhys Jones Bowen's voice.
That you are not suggesting what I think you are suggesting.
I squirmed. Rhys already had his phone out.
Hello, aristocrats, he was saying. This is a bit of a... Well, I've just had a bit of a shock. As you all know, my friend and colleague Luke O'Donnell is getting married soon.
Did you... I seized on the opportunity to claim the moral high ground. Did you announce my wedding on social media without consulting me?
Don't you try to talk your way out of this. The aristocrats are going to want to know why you think we're not good enough for your wedding.
I don't think we'd put it quite like that, I tried. Barbara Clench was glaring at me, which at least felt familiar.
How would you put it?
This one seemed like an easy answer. Well, in your case, I would probably say, we hate each other, so I didn't think you'd want to come. A deathly silence fell over the room. There was a tiny, tiny chance that "we both hate each other, right?" wasn't the most tactful thing to say when you'd just driven several hours to attend a co-worker's wedding. For a while, Barbara couldn't say anything else. Eventually, she managed,
I never thought.
"Well, I didn't mean it like..."
I knew.
Oh, God. She seemed genuinely shaken up.
That we were sometimes a little short. But I'd always felt that we had a friendly rivalry.
Fuck. I didn't mean it like... just that I thought you hated me, and that I was sort of riffing on that.
It didn't sound like that was what you were saying,
said Barbara, clinging to Gabriel's hand.
She's right,
agreed Rhys.
It didn't.
They were both right, because it wasn't. Would it help if I said I was really sorry? Barbara Clench got to her feet.
I think I need a walk.
Her husband got up and went with her, leaving me and Oliver alone, with Rhys and Anna with one N. She can't have... I tried. Then, how did...
Don't look at me,
said Rhys.
I always thought you two got on.
That made no sense. How could you possibly think that?
Well, you're very similar.
Was it hypocritical to be offended that somebody had compared you to a woman you'd just vehemently denied hating?
We bloody well aren't. You're both rude and think you're better than everybody.
Hey, that is not... I stopped. Probably best to rephrase. I'm nowhere near as bad as I was a couple of years ago. Rhys gave a shrug.
And neither's she. But you're still both awful quite a lot of the time.
Words clearly weren't working for me, so I made a grah kind of noise. Oliver, back me up here. I am not an arsehole. With a gentleness that people normally reserved for angry children and frightened dogs, Oliver patted my leg. You're a wonderful human being, and I love you. But you can be a tiny bit mean sometimes. Betrayal. Rank betrayal. So can you.
This isn't about him.
Rhys was looking as serious as he was capable of, which wasn't hugely serious.
You're the one who isn't inviting us to your wedding.
It's his wedding too, I pointed out. And I never said you couldn't invite your work friends, murmured Oliver, traitorously. I just thought we agreed we wanted to keep it small. I wasn't letting Oliver lawyer his way out of this one. How can we keep it small if I invite my entire office? It's not a very large office, he pointed out. Exasperated, I turned pleadingly back to Rhys. Why do you even want to come? You can't actually like weddings. No sensible person likes weddings. Bridget likes weddings, said Oliver, continuing to jam knives into my spine. Bridget isn't sensible, not where romance is concerned. Oliver gave me a smile that almost made me forget how cross I was with him. True, she thought we'd be a good couple. You see? I jabbed my finger at him triumphantly. He's mean as well. We're a mean couple, a couple of mean people who say mean things and are mean to each other.
If it helps,
said Anna with one N.
I agree that weddings mostly suck.
I slumped back in my chair with unexpected relief. Thank you. Why is the only person who has my back the one I've never met before? Because... Oliver shuffled around to kneel facing me. He still had that mischievous look on his face that was making it hard to stay pissed off with him. She's new, and she's trying to make a good impression.
And also,
Anna with one N added.
weddings really do suck.
Rhys was shaking his head.
Oh no, I love a good wedding, me. Everybody dressing up nice, people being all happy. Only a complete knobhead would have a problem with that.
And now, I turned my jabbing finger toward Rhys, you've just called your girlfriend a complete knobhead. Why am I the bad guy? With her head in Rhys's lap, Anna with one N gave a little shrug.
I suppose because a lot of the time, I can be a complete knobhead.
You see?
Rhys gave a vindicated nod.
A good relationship is based on honesty.
Somehow, I was still outnumbered. Look, I gave up. If it means that much to you, of course you can come to our wedding.
And Alex and Miffy, and Barbara and Gabriel, and the Professor?
Asked Rhys. Alex and Miffy we'd have been pretty much obliged to invite anyway, since they'd invited us to theirs. To be honest, I was increasingly convinced that weddings were just an elaborate cycle of vengeance that had got really out of hand. Some pair of selfish bastards had forced their friends to come to a tedious party 2,000 years ago, and their selfish bastard friends had decided to pay them back by forcing them to come to a tedious party. And then some wholly independent group of selfish bastards had built an industry around it, and here we were. An eye for an eye leaves the world overpaying for table settings. Yes. I shot a quick, confirmatory glance at Oliver. Although honestly at this stage, if we were stuck with a wedding full of crappers, it was as much his fault as mine, so he'd kind of lost the right to object. You can all come. It'll be lovely. The more the merrier.
There you go, aristocrats,
Rhys said into his phone.
Happy ending all around. For more heartwarming content like this, remember to like, share, and subscribe to my channel, and to follow CRAPP on all of the social medias.
Anna with one N looked up from his lap.
And I'm at Not That Anna, the other Anna, in all the usual places. And I upload content daily when I'm not having arguments with my boyfriend's colleagues.
And in case you're wondering,
Rhys added,
I know it seems weird, my channel telling you how to find pictures of my girlfriend's boobies, but I'm fine with it. She's a lovely girl, and it's her job.
He paused for a moment and added,
Also, they're very nice, so if you haven't checked them out, do give them a go.
There wasn't a great deal I could say to that, but fortunately a knock at the door meant I didn't have to.
That'll be the Professor,
said Rhys. Or Barbara, I added apprehensively, in which case I should go and apologise. I eased myself reluctantly out of the chair, and when the banging on the door intensified, I tried not to tell myself that it probably was Barbara, because it would be characteristically impatient of her. Still, it wasn't worth putting off any longer, so I quickened my step a little. It wasn't Barbara. It was a man and a woman I didn't recognise, both in their mid-40s. They had a uniformed police officer with them.
Sorry to interrupt, she said, but this couple have just called my station, and they tell me you've broken into their house.
Chapter 21.
One more time, Mr. O'Donnell,
said the police officer after they'd brought us all in, which had taken a while, because there'd been one of her and 7 of us, of whom 3 were out in the garden, either being sad or examining insects.
How did you and your friends come to be in Mr. and Mrs. Plastow's house?
I told her again. I was sure that everybody else had told her as well, and I was sure our stories would be relatively consistent, but I also didn't quite trust my colleagues to be able to talk to the police without going off on long tangents about mosquitoes, their social media followers, or in several cases, what an absolute prick I was.
So then you...
She looked down.
Had a cup of tea and argued with your co-workers about why you weren't inviting them to your wedding?
I nodded. Yes.
Why aren't you inviting them to your wedding?
Is that part of the investigation? I asked. The police officer shrugged.
No, but they seem like nice people. One of them invited you to his wedding.
Did you invite the entire police station to your wedding?
Of course.
They probably did things differently in the countryside. Look, it's nice to get to know you and everything, but is it possible that we could maybe go now? It's been several hours and we have to be up early in the morning.
I'd love to,
said the police officer, with a slightly apologetic tone to her voice.
But the problem is that not only did you break into somebody's house...
We didn't break in. There was a key under the mat.
Still counts as breaking in. But then you also said that you were in the area because you were guests at one of the most exclusive society events the Northwest has seen in years, and that means your whole case has been kicked up the chain.
That didn't sound good. Kicked up the chain? She made an afraid-so face.
The Twaddle Fortescue Lettuce wedding is a big deal. Security alone is dragging in Coombe Valley Police, Merseyside Police, and the Northwest Motorway Police. It's a big job.
Which means
we need to make sure you and your friends aren't planning something disruptive.
Disruptive?
People do all kinds of funny things at society weddings.
I let my head fall forward onto the desk. Could you not just call Alex or Miffy? They'll tell you who we are. Probably, although Alex was never completely reliable when it came to remembering little things like who people were, what day it was, or what was going on.
Sorry, she said, out of my hands.
I went back to... It wasn't a cell exactly, because we weren't strictly under arrest. It was more a kind of waiting room. There, Oliver was busy having an in-depth conversation with somebody who looked like they were important, and since he was an actual proper lawyer, I figured he knew what he was doing. So I went and sat with the rest of the party. More specifically, I went and sat with Barbara Clench. "Hi," I said. She looked at me.
"Hello?"
That was as far as I got.
"You don't have to like me, Luke,"
she said. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. My initial instinct was, good, because I don't. But that sounded dickish even to me. "It's not," I tried, but that seemed insincere. "I mean, I don't not... You didn't invite me to your wedding." Barbara Clench gave me a look.
"I was married when we met."
"Okay, but you wouldn't have invited me." For a moment she didn't reply. Then she laughed. She had quite a nice laugh, just cold enough to sound like she meant it.
"You're right. I wouldn't."
She looked around the room, then leaned in conspiratorially.
"I wouldn't invite any of this lot, to tell you the truth."
"I know, right?"
"And if I'm being really honest,"
she added,
"I don't think I'd want to go to your wedding either."
I breathed one of the deepest sighs of relief I had in a long time. "Oh, thank God. No offence, it's just..."
"We're not friends,"
she said, with an "at last somebody gets it" expression.
"I've got friends. I assume you've got friends. I don't see why we can't just accept that the only thing we have in common with each other is that our inadequate paychecks are signed by the same people."
Exactly. This was actually turning into one of my better work conversations. "Tell you what, how about we make a deal? I won't invite you to my wedding, and in return, you don't have to tell me anything about your life or give a single shit about mine." She held out a hand.
"Done."
I shook it and did my best to smile at her.
"But I don't hate you,"
she added. "I don't hate you either." She let go of my hand.
"And let's leave it at that."
Oliver had finished talking to whoever he was talking to, but from the look of very mild frustration on his face, he'd gone into professional mode, so very mild frustration was the worst he was going to show. He hadn't got anywhere. "They're being stubborn," he explained. "Are we going to prison?" I asked. "Are we going to prison for breaking and entering? Did we break and enter on the way to a wedding?" Oliver pulled up a blue plastic chair and sat down next to me. "How much detail do you want on this?" Damn, he was sexy when he was doing the lawyer bit. "All the detail." "If you insist." He smiled, and everybody else, mistaking my request for interrogation rather than flirtation, gathered round. Well, everybody except for Professor Fairclough, who was looking at a spider, even though, as I was embarrassingly proud to remember, it wasn't technically an insect. "For a start," Oliver continued, somewhat surprised to suddenly have an audience, "we're not going to prison for breaking and entering, because that's not a distinct crime under UK law. Burglary is a crime, and trespassing is a civil infraction. We did trespass, but it only becomes burglary if the Crown can show that we trespassed with the intent to either steal or commit grievous bodily harm or unlawful damage."
"We stole tea," Barbara Clench pointed out, with the pedantic attention to detail that made her frustratingly good at her job.
"Technically, we didn't," said Oliver. "We drank tea that didn't belong to us. But stealing is when you dishonestly appropriate property belonging to another person with the intent to permanently deprive them of it. Of those 5 elements..." "How do you get 5 elements out of one sentence?" I asked, partly because I liked playing my part in the law is cool and you're cool for knowing it game we sometimes played, and partly because I was genuinely confused. "Dishonesty," Oliver counted on his fingers, "property, appropriation, belonging to another person, and intent to permanently deprive." He held up his open hand. 5. "Also," added Reese, who was lounging across 2 chairs on the other side of the circle, with his head in Anna with one end's lap. "It's only tea." Oliver gave him an "I wish it was that simple" kind of look. "Sadly, the it's only tea defence isn't recognised in court. Our defence is specifically dishonesty." "Because," I tried, "we thought we had the tea owner's permission to drink the tea." Turning back to me, Oliver had been Wimbledoning between us. He gave a sort of half nod. "Interestingly, consent by itself wouldn't be enough either."
"What?" Anna with one end sat forward, displacing Reese's head. "I could get done for theft even if somebody has given me permission to take something."
"If you came by that permission dishonestly." Oliver had gone into a law rhapsody. I liked law rhapsody Oliver even at 2 in the morning at a random police station on the Welsh borders. "The law specifically says appropriates, not misappropriates, and the precedent was set in 1971 when a taxi driver who took money from a tourist's wallet was found guilty of theft, because while the tourist had permitted them to take the money, the amount of money taken had been far in excess of any reasonable fare." Anna with one end's eyes narrowed.
"Why do you know so much about theft?"
Feeling a sudden swell of pride, I gave Oliver a possessive hug. "Because he's a lawyer." "Barrister," Oliver gently corrected me. I knew the difference. I just thought lawyer sounded cooler,